This influences my thinking and consequently my actions. People dislike me because I'm not completely like them.
And in what way are you different? necessarily exclusionary because it has a very specific meritocratic role that it needs to fulfill. So, for example, I have a BSc, I'm an architect, and I wanted to join the Royal Engineers. I applied to join the Royal Engineers, and I failed the Royal Engineers in the British Army. They go into places and they build like hospitals, bridges, things like that. But the British Army's attitude towards any member of the military and most armies' attitudes to any member of their military is that you're a soldier first, and whatever you perform as your secondary function is your secondary function. All surgeons, doctors, engineers, doesn't matter what you are, what you do, you are required to function as a soldier first. Because when you're functioning in a forward operating position, if you're attacked, you need to be able to pick up a weapon and fucking defend yourself. Otherwise, you're a detriment to the soldiers around you.
Yeah.
So because my eyesight wasn't sufficient, despite the fact that I would have made an excellent engineer by virtue of my qualifications, doesn't matter. I didn't get to serve.
That's exactly right. And the reason for that, especially in the Marines, right? Every Marine is an infantryman first and foremost. Every single Marine, whether you're a scrub, just a nub coming on, a boot, whatever you want to call it, a private, all the way up to the highest 5-star general, you're still an infantryman in the Marines. And as you said, for a doctor, engineer, if you're going to in the military, you have to be a military person first. And so
Absolutely.
when this representative says this is a horrible ruling, it's not. I absolutely agree with SCOTUS, and somebody who's been in the military, I will definitely give you my reasoning for that. She says it'll block brave Americans from serving our country. No, it won't. No, anybody can still serve. If you're transgender and you want to, if you're, let's use male to female because that is the most common. If you're a trans woman, if you want to serve as a male because you are a male, you can do so. Now, if you want to tell them that you believe you're a female and that you have every right to be a female and you're going to join, they're going to tell you to piss off. If you're going to say, look, I'm a trans woman, but I'll serve as a military and I'll conform as a male, there might be some accommodations there for you. However, if you believe something...
There is a second... there is a second order effect there in that if you put women in male spaces...
You can't do it. You can't do it. Yeah.
No, what I mean is if you put biological women in male spaces, generally speaking, men aren't going to give a shit because they're not at a physical or a psychological or any kind of detrimental disadvantage to the women being in those spaces. If you do it in the reverse,
they're not going to care as much. And let me tell you, okay, so in the military,
we would care, but what I'm saying is,
but not as much.
Competitive, yes. or there's no threat disadvantage. There might be other concerns, but there are fewer concerns.
Correct. Yeah, and for example, when a woman enters the male barracks, you have to say female on deck, right? Most people are like, okay, female on deck, you rise and you just go, okay, whatever. It doesn't have the same reasoning behind the male on deck and a female barracks, right? If you're in a female barracks and a male comes on deck, yeah, that's taken a lot more seriously because you don't want men roaming around the female barracks. If a woman is around the male barracks, yeah, people are going to care, but not care as much. And if that's what you're saying, then I absolutely agree with you by a long shot because I lived it.
I think the reason that having a biological woman, even if they're trying to present as a male within a male environment, I think the reason that would have an impact on the male environment is because of how men generally tend to interact with one another when there isn't a woman present.
Agreed.
So most men, and certainly the men that I interact with, will engage in a degree of chivalry. The way that we interact with one another is pretty ruthless and pretty rough. And to be quite frank, a lot of women, or certainly a lot of the women that I know, are not prepared to tolerate that. And we like, for the most part, clear divides in our social interactions where that.
Well, I think definitely. I think that makes a lot of sense, though. I mean, think about it. If you and I were in a male barracks, John, and we're like doing our male things, and men will be men, right? And I'm sorry, but this whole boys will be boys, men will be boys, men thing, there's reasons for this. A lot of people were trying to take that away, going, oh, it's an excuse. No, men are going to be men. Boys are going to be boys. Welcome to reality, okay? And if you and I were in a barracks together, we might, when we hear female on deck, we're going to be more cognitively aware of that out of respect for the female as opposed to how it might affect us. But as a woman,
it changes the dynamic, whether you intend it or not.
Right. And
exactly.
In a female berthing, in a female barracks, when they yell male on deck or man on deck, they're letting the females know. It's not for the men as much as for the females. And so, yes, there's a different reasoning there because I hate to break it to people, but men and women are fundamentally different, biologically different, mentally different in a lot of different ways. And that's not a criticism. In fact, I prefer it that way because I don't want everybody to be the same. I'm attracted to women because they are different. I don't want them to be the same as men. So there is differences to be had, and those differences should be celebrated. This is my whole issue with wokeism, because wokeism takes those differences and say they don't exist, rather than take those differences and celebrate them. Women should feel proud to be women. Men should be proud to feel men. It's nothing wrong with that. You only have two choices. I mean, not even choices. You only have two categories: men or women. I mean, that's it. And so there's nothing wrong with being one or the other.
I think the issue for me is that your language has betrayed you to a degree, in that when you say that there are only two choices, there are only two categories. You rephrased it and you said categories.
Right, because it's not a choice.
It's not a fucking choice.
Right.
Yeah.
I caught myself, right?
Yeah.
Do you get what this? I mean, why this woman this representative would ever say this is hate and cruelty? This is what I'm saying. All the left has anymore is, orange man bad. People hate, cruel. It has nothing to do with hate or cruelty. This is reality, and until people start accepting reality for what it is, they're never going to get anywhere in politics anymore. I'm telling you right now, the Democrats are never going to hold office ever again in the White House until at least to the end of the next century or this century. It's just not going to happen because they have no platform. All they have is, this is hateful from Trump. No, this is reality. Because real quick, John, if she's willing to say that it's hateful, then she's saying that all the Supreme Court justices that said yes, which was 6 of them, are what? Hateful mongers? What? This has nothing to do with Trump. SCOTUS decided this, not Trump. SCOTUS made the final ruling. So is she arguing that the 5 Republican, by the way, it was the 5 conservatives on the Supreme Court that voted yes. It was the 3 left-leaning that voted no. No shock, right?
That's exactly what you'd expect to see.
Right. I mean, come on. Sotomayor, you're not going to, you think she, yeah, come on. And it was right down party lines as far as that. But let me ask you, do you think that she is not realizing by saying that Trump's action is based on hate and cruelty, that she's also effectively extending that to the 6 Supreme Court justices that also agreed with him?
I'm not going to tell you that there's no political pandering here and that there's no ideological orientation, but I also think that military readiness is the thing that matters to me more than anything else. And Trump's decision, regardless of why he came to that decision, and regardless of why the Supreme Court came to that decision, I do think that it aligns better with military readiness.
100%.
Because, like it or not, these people come with a burden attached to them. Transgender, remove all of the other social considerations completely. Just purely look at it from the perspective of military readiness, which is the primary function of the military. Are they more of a burden or less of a burden than somebody that does not have that particular, I don't want to say problem, medical condition, issue. I'm trying to denude it of all value.
It is the medical condition, though. But yeah,
look, it is. But I'm trying to, from the perspective of the principle of my argument, which is military readiness.
You're right.
Are they as militarily capable as the person who isn't? Of course, they're fucking not.
No, because they all have a fundamental, flawed understanding of reality, but they want the military to conform to them, right? This is the problem with transgender in the military. If you want it in a nutshell, transgender people, unfortunately, are very, very egotistical or
Well,
narcissistic. It's all about. Let me finish. Let me finish. They always are about themselves. That I've noticed. It's always them. And unfortunately, in the military, it's not about you.
in a
It's about your
selfless
team.
organization,
Yeah, it's about your team. You have to be able to sacrifice for your team, right? You have to lay your life down for your team. This is something we all know going into the military. We all sat there in the military. If you've been in a combat zone, you know what it's like to say, okay, I might die here. It's not fun, but you know you're going to do your job. I don't trust somebody who has these weird beliefs that they're something that they're completely not, that wants the military to conform with them. Nobody's going to trust them in the military. No, it's just not going to happen, because they don't. If you're going to say to a reasonable person that, hey, I believe I'm from Venus, they're probably not going to take you very seriously. They're going to think that something's mentally, cognitively deficient with you.
So where I would probably have a degree of sympathy is for those people in the military that are transgender, that have been, and I don't know if this is the case. I don't know if they've been honorably discharged or transferred out of
I think
combat roles,
I think it was
whatever the case
general.
may
I
be.
think it was general discharge.
But for those people in the American military that are transgender, that have been drilled to within an inch of their life, which I have been, not in the military, but within combat martial arts training. We drill. We don't drill with weapons or anything like that, but we drill. We train.
Yeah. We drill with. We had fake weapons that we used. Rifle training. We didn't use real rifles in rifle training in boot camp.
So
we had them, but we didn't.
Taught,
we only had to shoot them. But
I taught Tang Soo Do and Jiu-Jitsu. So we drill. It's all about drilling, and then the
drill, baby, drill. Oh, that's oil. Sorry, wrong subject. Yeah.
But my point is that for somebody who is transgender, who has been through all of that training, who has been fulfilling a functional role within the military, I think the compromise I would have made is that those people who are transgender, that are in the military, that are fulfilling their role sufficiently, should have been allowed to remain
under their actual sex.
Under their actual sex, I agree.
Yeah. I don't. Hang on. I don't think that. I don't think that's off the table. I think they might be allowed to do that, though. Why wouldn't they?
I don't. Again, I'm going to plead ignorance on the specifics of what this federal rule actually means. Like, I'm not going to pretend to be an expert here. But I would hate to see a squad lose a critical team member, or a squad lose a commander, or a medic, or a doctor. I would not want to see like a critical.
I agree, but here's the thing, John. Though everybody's replaceable, and right now our military has the highest recruiting in ages. People are lining up. Our staffing goals have been like 105 to 108% over goal. So 8% over 100% goal. And so we were having problems getting people to join the military under Biden because nobody had patriotism. Now patriotism is one of the all-time highest since, in at least my experience, the 80s. Yeah, I've seen more people more proud to be American now than in a very, very long time. Matter of fact, before, people would actually look at you weird if you had the American flag. They thought that if you had the American flag, you were some kind of weird radical. That's how the left was portraying it. And finally, America said, no, this is enough. We've had enough of this nonsense. There's nothing wrong with being patriotic. There's nothing wrong with loving your country. And just like you love your country, I love my country. I think my country is better, but it's because I'm yes, I was raised here. But even you have to admit, though, who has more freedoms than America? Who? What? Name one other country that does. Why nobody really tries to like immigrate to UK besides Muslims, right? You don't see Americans flocking over to another country. You see people flocking to America more than any other country, correct?
True.
That's why we have illegal immigration. You don't see Canada with much problems with legal immigration. A lot of people don't want to go there.
I don't want to play the illegal immigration top trumps, but per capita, ours is much worse than yours.
Per capita, I'll give you that. Yeah, but I'll give you that. Yeah, no, that's true. But yours is mostly because of Islam. You have a lot of Muslims coming over. A lot of refugees from where? Yeah. What do you have? What do you have? Yemen coming over right now. You have.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the biggest headache that we have is the particular sects of Islam that we have. So
They're radical. Yeah.
if we've got a lot of Wahhabis. If we had Sufi Muslims coming to the United Kingdom, I wouldn't give a shit.
Yeah, they're more
because they're
mainstream. Yeah.
much more moderate. They, for example, reject the notion of child brides, multiple brides, things like that. Culturally, they're much more aligned with us. I would suggest they're more aligned in terms of their ethics. They're more sort of like an Orthodox Catholic, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah.
As opposed to Wahhabis. If a Sufi moved in next to me, I'd be like, well, I don't agree with you, but we can at least have a discussion about it. If a Wahhabi moved in next to me, then
they'll want your head on a stick.
The likelihood of us going to war is quite high.
Yeah.
And since I have young children, I feel obligated to win.
Yeah. Let's kind of let me go on my timeline here, because I've been writing a lot of stuff, and so I'm going to read some stuff off to you, and I want to see what you think, John. Okay. So obviously my MAGA post is still pinned to the top there. Did I ever read this on? I don't think I ever read this on the channel, did I?
No, I didn't read it.
No, I did. No, I did. I did on my last stream, so you guys can go read that there. It's fine. About why I'm MAGA now. Although I did hear, I said I'm not joining or labeling myself MAGA, but this was several weeks ago, and I've changed them, so I have labeled myself MAGA now. But anyways, let's see here. What's up here? I'm just looking at my post. Oh yeah, okay. Here's one that's interesting. This person says to me, "Bro, what happened to you? I used to listen to your non sequitur show and enjoyed it." Well, thank you very much. It was a good show. Unfortunately, my business partner at the time was dishonest, and he lied to the fans, and I called him out for it. Can
I just interrupt super quick? Where do you think you would have been now if he hadn't have fucked you?
We would have been number one podcast in that genre of atheist philosophy. Probably we would have been right up there with the atheist experience.
Atheist experience in MDD, etc.
Oh yeah, well we definitely would have been on the level of MDD. We would have been hosting real in life debates and things like that. Exactly, MDD copied our format, and God bless them for doing so, because somebody had to. I'm not saying that it was. None of it was his original thought. I mean, of course, it was, James is amazing. So, but that was our format. And so, yeah, I know we would have, but that's okay. I'm almost glad that we didn't in a lot of ways. And again, you have to be able to like deal with the cards dealt to you, right? I'm not going to look back and say, okay, what would have happened if things had been different? Because my whole life would have been different. I could have been dead. Thankfully, I got my medical stuff taken care of where, I honestly wouldn't have had none of that happened. I would have never got the test that I needed. I know I wouldn't have.
My next question with regards is going to be specifically with MDD, because I had a conversation with somebody not that long ago where they were saying that they were really pissed off that Andrew Wilson and his crew seems to have moved into the MDD environment.
Why? I think it's hilarious.
Right.
I think it's hilarious.
I actually like it.
Yeah, I think it's hilarious.
I think that it's now balanced, because MDD was super left, really left.
Yeah,
and there seems to be a bit of balance now. I categorically do not agree with Andrew Wilson on an awful.
I don't either. But we get along really well. But I don't agree with him on a lot of stuff.
I like him in the interpersonally. I've only engaged with him I think twice, but I like him because he at least has a principled position, as far as I can tell.
Yep.
And also his argumentation, aside from the fact that he basically every argument that he has is an iteration on the transcendental argument.
He likes the tag argument. Yeah, he likes the tag argument.
Yeah. But other than that, I don't really have that much of an issue with him.
Yeah, I don't either. But this goes on to say, learned a lot actually. Thank you, because again, we I have thousands of videos, John, and people did learn something from them. And what's so funny is all of a sudden now, because I started talking about politics, even though I have for years, people are pissed off. Yeah, whatever. You can't please everybody, man. He says, now you nosedive into MAGA brain rot. Let me put it out there. MAGA is actually just normal America. The average main American, the middle class America, the working America, that's MAGA. So anybody who doesn't understand that, they've already, came from a position of they don't understand what America's about. They don't understand America because MAGA is America. That's literally what it is. Make America great again. And he says, and double down on selective outrage, such as rather than speaking to objective reality. John, don't I always talk about objective reality? I mean, I'm constantly telling people trans women are not women. That's objective reality, right? And then they say, when one vet to another, the rock got you, mate. And so I responded to this.
I think the problem that you're talking about here is that when people are talking about objective reality, they don't understand what they mean when they're talking about objective reality. This is a group of people that are claiming that objective reality isn't relevant, but then they also
their beliefs
will
are, only their personal beliefs matter.
In their personal beliefs matter, but also they'll tell you that we are a product of our environment, and the only thing that matters is our environment. But then what they'll do is they'll pivot and turn around and go, well, in order to make this person feel whole again, what we need to do is physically change their ontology, i.e. their body, to make it align with the subjective environment. And like fucking pick a side here.
Exactly.
Like you have just put all of your eggs in one basket.
Oh, speaking of eggs. So John, speaking of eggs, let me get to this point real quick. And because again, I got somebody in the live chat who's just completely lying to people, and it's got to stop. This whole bullshit has got to stop. Because pro debates, you just lie to people, and then you say that we're lying, and I'm going to show you're lying. But I said I've always been a patriot and very strong in my beliefs about America as being a proud veteran. I was right on Non Sequitur show, and I was right about many things. But maybe ask yourself, why is Steve McRae, the guy I watched on the Non Sequitur show, MAGA now? I want to know his reasoning. But no, you jump to the rock gotcha, mate, which just solidifies the fact that you don't want to listen to facts. Always jump to personal attacks and empty rhetoric. And let me explain this more, John. So somebody in my live chat is just spewing nonsense. So they say this, for example, he originally says the president on NBC News, Meet the Press, whether he believes that he needs to uphold the Constitution during his pregnancy. During his presidency, he responds, I don't know. Well, it so happens I've talked about this, and I will put this on my Twitter here so you guys can see. Let's see where I posted this, and I'll read my response to that, because everything that this person's talked about, I have a response for already. So let me find the response for this. I know it's in here. You know what? I think it's in my bookmarks. No, maybe not. Where'd I put it? But anyways, so that's not what happened. What he was asked about was the Fifth Amendment when it comes to illegals and due process when it comes to illegals, right?
Steve, one sec. You're live on the non-sec. I'm just looking for it right now.
I'm live on my personal channel.
Ah, right. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, let me find my response so I can just call it up here real quick.
Yeah, no, I'll find it.
I'm horrible at finding stuff on my Twitter. Okay, because I know I put it in here. Okay, so I put this for two things. One, you're not understanding American civics is not a problem. You not understanding American civics is not our problem. This would be to him too. Illegals do not get the same level of Fourth and Fifth Amendment protections as do American citizens. They just don't. They just don't. And then I actually explain it here. Why? Here's what Groke said about it. Quote, due process under the Fifth Amendment is more limited for non-citizens turned away at the border, often referred to as inadmissible aliens. Because they're considered to be outside the full scope of the U.S. constitutional protections and are subject to the government's broad authority over border control. They're outside of that protection. And this is what President was asked about. Constitutional protections in specific regards to Fifth Amendments when it comes to illegals crossing the border. They don't have the same protection. Quote,
Steve,
yes.
you're being way more generous than you need to be.
Of course I am. This is how I am.
Well,
let me get this out real quick.
This is a moronic argument.
Of course it is. But this is what I want to show people, why people like pro debates are dishonest and why you should become MAGA. Because this is what they do, John. They lie about things, constantly lie about things. So the legal status of the citizens of the non-borders says that non-citizens at the borders, such as those seeking entry or apprehended immediately upon crossing, are often classified as arriving aliens or individuals without legal status in the United States. The Supreme Court has held that those who do not have formally entered the United States have fewer constitutional protections. Okay? And that's what he was being asked about. Because again, I doubt Trump knows Shagahousey versus United States ex rel Milizzi, whatever, 1953. He was asking they were asking very specific questions. And that's what he was referring to. Do aliens have the same Fourth and Fifth Amendment protections as U.S. citizens? And the answer is no, they do not. Their due process is less.
Here's the crazy thing. The Fourth and Fifth Amendment protections, whilst they are less, the First Right Amendment protections apply.
Yeah.
But here's the crazy thing. Pro whatever your fucking name is.
Yeah, and he's like, play the video. I'm not playing the video because that's copyright. But go ahead, go watch the video. This is context. Right.
So
this is the whole context. I listened to it. I know what it says. It's completely contextual.
I have been to the United States before and I've applied for a visa.
Oh, he says I'm lying. First of all, Pro, I'm tired of that bullshit. Anybody go watch this video. John, did you watch the interview on MS? I think it was MSNBC. And did you hear her ask Trump about the Fifth Amendment and when it came to illegal aliens? Because it is different.
It was ridiculous.
It's different. Yeah, any idiot can see it. So either pro debate is lying or he's just an idiot, or both. I don't know there's no other explanation. But to say I'm lying, anybody can go watch this video and see for themselves.
So pro debates, you fucking idiot.
He really is dumb.
I could apply to enter the United States, and I could apply to enter the United States on a tourist visa. And when I apply to enter the United States on a tourist visa, there are certain conditions that come with it. One of the conditions is that it can be revoked unconditionally. There doesn't need to be a condition.
Correct.
Right? They can just revoke it at will.
Yeah.
So if I come into the United States and I exercise a First Amendment right, such as saying the President of the United States is a total wanker, and then the President takes offense at that, and he decides to revoke my right to be there, he doesn't get to prosecute me under some kind of hate speech legislation that doesn't.
Well, the left would want that. The left wants that.
But of course they could.
I mean, you misgender somebody. You want you arrested for misgendering. That's how insane it got. And Canada, they might still do that.
But what he can do is eject me from the country because he's no longer allowing me to be there because he doesn't like me anymore.
Correct. And you violated the terms of your stay. Right. Now,
now what you're saying is that the person who didn't engage in a contractual obligation with the United States when they entered the country has more rights than the person who fucking did.
Right.
You stupid cunt.
That's a good point, man. That's actually a really good point. He literally thinks that people that came to our country, either one, illegally, or two, on a visa, which means you're a guest of our country, they have more rights than the citizens, which they do not. When he enters, hang on. When he replied about upholding the Constitution, he said, I don't know. Because he doesn't know, because most people don't know the nuances of the Constitution when it comes to the Fourth and Fifth Amendment, when it comes to the non-citizen. Most people don't. They don't know case law. They don't know that the legal immigration gets the minimum amount of due process. So that's what he was being asked. Anybody in the right mind would know that if you ask a president, does the president swear an oath to the Constitution? The answer is yes. But there's different ways of interpreting the Constitution. This is exactly what we saw in the ruling for the transgender ban. 3 of the judges took a textualist approach, more of a modern or modernist approach to the Constitution, while the other 6 took an originalist position. And they differ in the constitutional criticisms. How you do a textual analysis of the Constitution varies, whether you're a pragmatic approach, whether you have a textualist approach, whether you're a constitutionalist approach. They all differ. So just because you swear an allegiance to the Constitution, one judge is going to have one view and another judge is going to have another view. And then he's just saying, I don't know. I don't know how the judges are going to rule on it. That's what he's saying. He didn't say that he wasn't going to uphold the Constitution. That's how dishonest these people are, John. This is why MAGA's growing, because anybody in the right would know this. This is simple shit. This is grade school level stuff.
Also, I suggest that we be done with pro debates, who is just
I know. I'm gonna block him here in a second. I'm done with him because he's just so full of shit.
I
don't want him around. I don't care. I don't want him around. All the dude does is hijack my fucking shit. He never has anything constructive to say. He's just bad, Trump bad. Let's talk about policies, right? Because I'm just.
Are you assuming his gender, Steve?
Or she?
Or
yeah.
She?
Yeah, it's just all orange. Like he says, objective reality is not $1.89 gas. Yeah, it is. $1.89 is the gas price wholesale. What you pay at pump is taxation on that. That's what he was talking about, clearly. Crude oil prices.
Based on the hysterical nature of
how dumb are these people?
This fucker has blue hair.
I don't understand. They think that America's stupid. That they are. That when you're talking about $1.89, you're talking about wholesale prices. You're not talking about at the pump. And again, you don't. Yeah, whatever. I'm just done with this guy. All he does is just waste my time. So pro debates, good having you around, but please don't come by again. I'm just done with you. I'm hiding you on my channel. I don't want to hear from you. You're just a waste of my time. And all you do is detract from the actual topic. So anyways, pro debates, you're no longer welcome. And I've given people warnings, man. When you spam my chat with it, how many times did he say the same thing over again? That's just spamming. Forget it. Anyways, Anasfreda, good to see you. He says, I hear you're MAGA now. Father, are we all to be racist now? What's the church's position? Father, I don't know who Father Ted is. And my stance is very... who's Father Ted?
Look, Father Ted is an English reference.
Oh, yeah.
So,
I don't. That's your ballpark. I don't know what the hell he's talking about.
So Father Ted was a bumbling Irish Catholic priest.
Okay, I don't understand the reference though.
No, it's difficult to explain.
But yeah, I'm MAGA now. Yeah,
English culture.
Yeah, but Anasfreda, yes, I'm absolutely 100% MAGA now. I support America. I want what's best for America. I agree with the second Trump candidate's presidency and his policies. I don't think it's one so far I really don't really care for. I think that most of them I support, but I want what's best for America. That's all. And this is weird when people think that people are loyal to any one person. I couldn't give a shit if it's Trump or anybody else in charge of MAGA. I just want the America correct, fix. I want people safe to walk down the street again. I don't want to go into Chicago, Denver, LA, or any major city and see the crime infested levels that are there because of the Democrats have made these into sanctuary cities, because they've facilitated, not just allowed, but they facilitated illegal immigration. And then they make these into sanctuary cities. And yes, I do think that their mayors should be arrested. I do think the governor could be arrested if they are harboring illegal aliens. I've said this all my life. I've always been strong border control since as long as I remember. And yet I'm being criticized for having the same political view that I've always had, John, because finally we have a president that's going to do something about it. And all of a sudden I'm the bad guy, even though this has been my view the entire life. How does this make sense to anyone, John? I didn't change my position. I didn't go, oh, hey, I'm going to change my position because of Trump. No, I'm like, oh shit, Trump's doing what I want. So, they don't understand that.
Can I lay out a framework for immigration that I think you would agree with, Steve?
Yeah, go for it. And Anasfreda says anybody supporting Trump is clearly deranged. No, I think anybody supporting Trump's policies wants the best for America. Simple as that. And that's why MAGA is growing. That's why it's mainstream America, because MAGA recognizes that the failed Democratic policies were so bad that just about, they could probably run a turnip and a mushroom for president and vice president in 2028 and still win, because the Democrats have no chance of hell of winning the White House in 2028. Not any chance at all. Mark my words on that, but go ahead.
So my position on immigration is as follows. Broadly speaking, there are obviously like edges that can be refined. So I would see an end to economic migration immediately. The only migration to the United Kingdom and the United States that I would like to see, the United Kingdom specifically, but I think it would work in the United States since I'm a UK citizen, not a US citizen, so I wouldn't be as presumptuous to offer too much of a vociferous opinion on your country. But my position on the United Kingdom is that I would like to see our immigration policy be that only those who are completely and utterly destitute, those people that are actually in serious threat of life and limb, coming to the United Kingdom.
So wait, okay, so you want to throttle legal immigration.
Legal immigration.
Yeah. No, and I get that for your country. So you know what's so funny is both our countries are in jeopardy.
Hang on. I've not completely laid out my position yet. And I would have a very low bar for those people that are completely and utterly destitute coming to the United Kingdom, i.e., those people that are legitimately in fear of their lives. And I don't mean those people that are moving to the United Kingdom economically. The people that have managed to meander across 17 European countries and somehow find themselves on the coast of France, and then decide to put themselves at risk by trying to cross the busiest channel, like shipping channel on Earth, in a fucking rubber tube. Like
well, you're talking about asylum seekers mostly. You're talking about people that just want a better life, but that's not what's happening with your country. Same thing that's not happening with mine.
So those that want a quote unquote better life are economic migrants.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. But what we're seeing is
I'm talking about people that are actually going to be murdered in their own nations.
Yeah, like certain refugees, they will be murdered in their home country. I mean, political asylum seekers, people that are gay, that would be a grounds. You know, if you're seeking asylum from Iran because of being persecuted, then I'm all for that. America as well. We need legal immigration in America. We're a country founded on legal immigration.
I think it was in 2014. The United Kingdom included being homosexual officially as part of the one of the categories for being persecuted, quote unquote persecuted elsewhere in the world.
Yeah, and it should be. I mean,
we recorded it before that, but when we included it as part of one of the categories for accruing points for being allowed to be given asylum into the United Kingdom,
they increased numbers dramatically.
Yeah, shock horror.
Of course.
Yeah, because people manipulate any system they come into contact with.
Because people might identify as gay just to get in. Is that what you're saying? They might say, but yeah. I think that's really going to be rare, though. I think that a lot of people actually have to you have to show actual cause and you have to be from a country where they're going to put to death somebody who's gay, right? I mean, if I say I'm seeking asylum from America because I'm gay, you're going to look at me like I'm crazy, because I would be. Because in America, we have the most tolerant of anybody, which is still beyond my ability to apprehend that people still think that people give a shit about race or sexuality in America. Most people don't. The vast majority don't. For all practical purposes, homophobia and racism is effectively, in my opinion, dead. Will you ever get rid of it completely? No. But the more you try to get rid of it completely, you're just going to find some other groups that's going to be marginalized. It's always going to be some kind of racism. I think take the win and just live your life as a normal person, and eventually racism pretty much effectively will be eliminated. But the Democrats keep on having to bring up race and sexuality on everything they do, John. Everything is about women or blacks or something to do with some kind of identity. I don't understand it.
Yeah, of course.
It's about time they just realize that their platforms are no longer working. They're not going to be able to get elected on, the white man is keeping the black man down, therefore we need your votes for the black. because the Black Caucus and the Black communities have already said, no, you Democrats haven't done shit for us. Matter of fact, it was the
Sorry,
ones
did
that
you
came up with
say
the KKK.
Black? Did you say the black? Oh no way!
Some of the Black Caucus, not Crockett. Oh my God, I listened to Jasmine Crockett.
No,
Oh my God,
Sorry,
not that
Steve,
Black Caucus. Yeah.
my internet skipped out, and you said the Black Caucus.
You didn't get ass.
The Black Cock.
No, that's not what the BBC means in your country, man. We know this. Yeah, we know this. Anyways, Speaker, Sweet. I just made Sweet a speaker real quick. So, Sweet, you want to chime in real quick?
Yeah. I was wondering, like, why you think trans people shouldn't be in the military.
Okay. Well, I mean, I've gone over it again, but I think that people that believe they are something that they're not, objectively not, and that wants to have the military conform to their belief is not suitable for military readiness. You have the right to believe what you want. You have the right to live your life the way you want, but the military is not a social experiment. The military has one purpose: to defend America against all enemies, foreign and domestic. It is a fighting machine. It has nothing to do with social cohesion as far as how people treat other people, civilians. Military is its own way of life. And in the military, there's no way to just have a trans person exist as a trans person. Women are women, men are men. You have men's barracks and you have female barracks. You can't not put a trans woman in a male's barracks as a trans woman, because they're going to get offended by that. And it's not going to lead well into the military cohesion in the barracks. And they don't want it. The trans woman's not going to want to be in the barracks with the men, and they can't not be in the female barracks. So what do you do with them? Have a third thing? Well, that doesn't make any sense. I mean,
in principle, it's not an exercise in meritocracy. In principle, it is not an exercise in inclusion. In principle, it has a very, very specific job to do.
Yes.
That is not to say that there aren't other aspects of inefficiency within it, but we don't need to import more like inefficiencies, which are things that we've known from the beginning to middle end of our species, which are men and men and women and women.
So let me ask Squeet, what do you do with a trans woman that wants to join the military? Where do you put them?
Wherever they want.
Oh, were they? Hang on. You just said wherever. Wait. I want to.
Sit down. Sorry. Explain your position.
Well, so what I was saying is, like, I feel like if a trans person wants to join the military already, I don't really think that. I'm sure they're probably aware that the military might not, allow them to choose. That, and I feel like if they plan on joining it already, they're probably aware of that and probably don't care. So I feel like the trans people who do want to join the military should be able to.
Well, yeah, but you said based upon what they want, hang on. But you said, hang on. You said,
hang on, before you do anything else, this is
Go ahead.
Really important, Steve.
Go ahead.
Before you do anything else, whilst there are valid criticisms of any trans people wanting who want to join the military, whilst there are valid criticisms of opposing trans people joining the military, what I would like to do before I do that is accept the fact that trans people can want to join the military and they should be celebrated for it. It is a sacrifice. It is a service to one's nation.
Sure.
And I would like to thank them for wanting to do it. But here's my position. I wanted to join the military of my nation, and I was precluded to do so because my eyesight was not sufficient. It has been determined in the American military that trans people do not get to join the armed forces, along with a whole bunch of other people that have a bunch of other things that are beyond their control because they are not fit to serve. That does not mean that we judge them for not wanting to serve or not being patriotic or for any other reason. You're just not fit to serve because there is a minimum requirement for you to serve and to be able to fulfill a role. And the fact of the matter is that if we put you in a fucking combat zone, you require more resources and are likely to draw more resources and therefore put your compatriots at risk.
Okay,
That's
but
the end.
And
beginning,
real
middle,
quick,
and end of the argument.
well, there's more to it, I think. And Sweet, you said something that's very telling. The first thing you said was, and this was the very first thing you said, was whatever they want. And this goes back to what I said before about the narcissism, the egotism of transgenderism. It's not what they want. It's what the military wants. And they don't understand that. It's about the military's needs, not your needs. So I ask again, where would you put a transgender person based upon the military needs?
Well, the thing is, when you said that, I'm saying what I personally would do. You just asked me like what I would, where do I?
Okay, okay. You want a hypothetical? I mean, you want an idealistic, but I'm just saying, what would if you were in charge of the military, what would you do?
I just told you.
You would just say, okay, go where you want. So all the people, all the men in the berthing that don't want a trans woman in their or let's say worse, you put a trans woman in a woman's berthing. All the women there say no, but you say, oh, that's what they want, so therefore we're going to do it.
We could ask the woman and see if they would want.
Oh,
as well.
so you're going to ask every single woman. So you have 100 women in their berthing, and you're going to ask every single one of them.
You know.
So Sweet. Here's the problem. Nothing in the military is a majority vote. You don't get a majority vote in the military. You don't get any vote in the military. You're in the military.
If I were to ask all the women there,
It doesn't matter what they think. It's irrelevant. They're not. They don't make the decisions.
That's where
it's a command structure.
It's a command structure. This is why.
Structure.
This is why Sweet people that have never been in the military will never understand this. You do not make those kind of decisions about people want. You don't take a vote. This is why you would never be in charge of the military, Sweet.
I don't plan to join the military. I don't want to join the military.
Well, then why are you opining on it? Why are you saying that the military should have trans people in the military when you can't even?
Hang on, Steve, slow down. Let's speak. Sorry, go on, Sweet.
And I said I don't see why trans people can't join the military.
They can.
I feel like
as their biological sex.
No, I was saying why you don't think they should join the military, and I don't see how a person being trans is a liability.
Well, then you haven't been in the military.
That's not mentally sound.
Yeah, they're mentally unwell. I mean, Sweet. Think about this. If I said I believe I'm a dog, would you think I'm mentally capable? Would you think that I was in charge of my faculties if I said, look, I believe that I'm a dog?
If I wanted to cut off my arm because I said it just didn't belong to me, would you trust me to have a arm and believe you? Let's just be real here. Come on. I mean, why are we entertaining this nonsense?
Well, that's what I want to know. Sweet. I'm asking Sweet, though. Why is it?
They're aware that they were not biologically born.
I was biologically born a dog.
They transitioned.
But they're not transitioning. They're men who believe they're women. Just like if I believe I'm a dog. If I believe I'm a dog, do you think I'm suitable to join the military and the military should give me a dog house?
They are female. They don't believe.
No, they're not female. They're males. They're males who believe they're males who believe they're females.
As a woman.
No. But this is where you're never going to win on this hill because
even if they had ovaries and eggs, they still couldn't give birth because the pelvis isn't the same size. Nothing about it even makes sense.
But Sweet, this is why Democrats are losing because Democrats are going to die in this hill. So let me try to explain it to her.
Republicans aren't going to win next year, bro. We're not doing much better either.
Republicans aren't doing that great. MAGA should probably form their own party at this point, but because our speaker is not doing shit. But anyways, Sweet. Let me ask you this.
He's a Jewish cuck. Of course he's not.
Well, hang on. So Sweet. Do you realize that a trans woman is a biological male that has one of two things? Either one, they actually believe they're female, which is delusional, or two, they're just saying that they want to live their lives as a female and expect everybody else to accommodate them for that. There's not too many other... Hang on. I don't want anyone else to speak. I want to have one-on-one with Sweet. Do you see any other options other than the trans woman who's a male believing that they actually are a female? Let's say they're actually convinced psychologically, epistemically speaking, they're convinced they are a female, just like I could believe that I'm convinced that I'm a dog. Or do you believe that they're males that just want to live their lives as a female but expect the entire rest of society to conform to how they want to live their lives? Which do you think is more prevalent?
I don't think them simply asking to be referred to in a certain way, just like some people ask to be referred to in like a different name. Like it's like the same thing as asking to be referred to.
Okay, they're asking for a favor, but that doesn't answer my question. My question was, what do you think their belief is? Do you think that a trans woman
majority of trans women, they they're aware that they were not born female.
Okay.
And they just identify as a woman.
Okay. So let's go with that. Let's take that horn. Okay. So you have what's called a dilemma, a horn, and in your horn you have two options. You have the option that a trans woman is merely a male that's convinced they're female, or the ones that don't believe it, which would be a transsexual, just say like Buck Angel or Blair White, for example. Like they don't believe they're actually the opposite sex. So let's go with that. Now, do you think that as a male that believes they're female, they should go into the military with the expectation that the military is going to conform to their belief? They're going to say, oh, well, you believe you're female, we're going to put you with the females. Do you think that the military is ever going to do that, or should?
I don't think so. And I feel like if you're going into something like that, obviously you're gonna research that. And I feel like if you're trans, you would probably research that. And I feel like you should research that for your own well-being as well. Because I mean, if you
Okay, but where are you going to put? You did the research. Now, where are you going to put them? Okay, so John. Let's say John here is a trans woman. He's a he's a very bad-looking trans woman. He's a very ugly trans woman.
I am. My excess testosterone is showing.
Yeah. So where would you put John here as a very ugly trans woman? Because he identifies as a woman and he wants to join the military. Where would you put him?
Well, I
The
already
meat grinder.
told you what I would personally do, but if we're talking about in a scenario where it's not me and it's just how it's gonna go, like they're gonna
Yeah, let's go with that route.
Okay. Yeah.
Can you let her say it? I want to hear her answer, John. Come on, hang on.
Sorry. Yeah,
I really want to hear her answer on this. I really do.
Well, yeah, you know how it's gonna go then.
No, I'm not sure.
If it's just how
I really don't know how it's going to be. I really would like you to answer because I don't know what your answer is. I'm not trying to be a dick.
Well,
I don't know how you're going to answer.
Well, no, if it's based biologically and that's how it's like in the military, that's how it's structured. Then yeah, obviously I'd have to put them there.
Okay, so you put him in the men, right? You put John here. Axel 84, by the way, is John. Yeah. So you put him.
No, it's fine. You don't dox me, Steve. It's fine.
Yeah, I know that. No kidding. People know your name.
I'm a complete darling. I'm mincing around like anybody else on the face of the planet. Just skipping, like singing in the rain. But I think the thing that makes me not more concerned about your position, but reveals your position to everybody else, is that you're saying things like, I feel that.
It's emotional based rather than practical. Yeah, it's all emotional.
Like,
it's self-centered. It's self-centered too.
These institutions have a function. They have a very, very, very specific goal that supersedes your perception of you. Like they even supersede my perception of me as a man. If I rock up to this institution, like if I rock up to basic training in the British Army or the Royal Navy, and I tried to assert my personality on it, they're gonna fucking crucify me immediately.
Well, yeah, and I'm pretty sure the trans people, once again, who want to join the military, are aware of that, so they're probably not going in with the expectation.
Then what's the problem?
They'll probably kill themselves. In all seriousness, they'll probably kill themselves. Let's just be honest here. They'll probably kill themselves.
Well, hang on. So sweet. Why did this have to go to SCOTUS then? If this all so, and by the way, I happen to agree with you. I don't think it's big. I don't understand why this had to go to SCOTUS. If you want to join the military as your own sex, and you can, just live your life as you want when you're, on leave or whatever. But do you agree though that the military should not conform to how some individual believes about themselves? That isn't how the military works. Do you at least accept that fact?
Well, I feel like
wasn't how anything works for a while.
Yeah, but sweet, it's not how you feel. See, this is what I'm saying.
Well, how are you going to ask me my opinion?
Because I'm not interested in feelings. I'm interested in the logical approach to this.
Okay, there is no logical approach. You're asking me my opinion, which is like it would be feelings.
Okay, continue. Go ahead.
But I don't see how I don't see how I don't see how addressing somebody how they want to be addressed.
How they want to be addressed.
in-
So if I say,
interfering in any sort of
all
way,
right,
like
so I was in the military, and I want to be dressed as the captain, even though I was an E6.
I'm
Oh,
just
Jesus.
me personally.
Yeah,
I'm
but
not-
hang on. We're using Sweet's rationality here, right? So Sweet, according to your own reasoning, I want to be addressed as a captain. Should they call me captain?
that's different though. That's
Why?
not just your name, or
No,
that's
it's not
not just
captain.
your fucking
It's all labels. These are just
Not your name.
labels. These are called monikers, Sweet. These are called labels,
You
soliloquies.
obviously know that's different than just calling somebody a different
Why?
name. Or
Why?
Calling somebody
Why?
different.
They're just labels. They're just monikers.
Because
Oh, I agree. One's a title, but
they're
Can I-
kept in the
these are
military.
but
I-
hang on, John.
Can I? No, I
Sure.
really want to steal man's. I really want to steal Man Sweet's position here. Is what you're arguing is a position of authority that gives you a position.
No, you don't have to give me any of the rank of privileges. You just call me captain. You don't.
No,
I don't
no,
have.
no.
I don't want any of the rank of privileges.
Well,
Just a label.
hang fire. Calling somebody a boy or a girl, a Mr. or a Mrs. Socially, it gives them different privileges, but in a highly organized organization like a military, which is highly organized, then labels do give you privileges.
All right, let's do this. Okay, let's do this. Actually, let's do this, John. Hang on. Okay, I want forget the title. Forget the title. Forget the title. Forget the title. Okay, how about my nickname in the military was Scooter? I love that name. You want to call me Scooter? Call me Scooter. I like that name. But I didn't give myself that nickname. Somebody else gave me that nickname.
No.
You don't get to pick your own nickname in the military. Just like you don't get to pick your own fighter pilot.
And even if you don't endorse it, it doesn't fucking matter.
It sticks. It doesn't
They'll
matter.
Give it you anyway.
Right.
You
So
got the worst call sign ever, and you embrace that shit.
yeah. So Sweet. This is what I'm saying. You have to understand the military is not about
In fairness, I didn't endorse Axel either. It just stuck.
Yeah. It's not about your individualism, Sweet. It's about military, right? In the military, you don't get to pick whatever you want to be called.
The entire military actually is about destroying every bit of individuality you have and forming you into a union of
that's
an
true.
army. That's
literally
the entire thing.
That's boot camp.
Like, no,
Yeah,
I don't think
that's,
so.
That's boot camp, right? That's boot camp.
No, that's sweet.
Yeah, seriously.
No, that's sweet, but that's not what I'm talking about.
Okay, what are you talking about then?
Your title said trans in the military. No, so
Yeah.
I was just wondering what that was about, and then you were saying, oh, they shouldn't be in this for this.
Well, they shouldn't be in the military as trans. That's the whole argument, right? Because again, if you're trans, well, I don't care. I don't care if they join as their own sex. You have a freedom if you're mentally able to do so. But see, Sweet. Okay, remember hang on. Remember how I asked Sweet about the horns? You have a man who believes that he's a woman. She's not talking about that type. She's talking about a man who simply wants to live his life as a female. Well, the military, they don't give a shit how you live your life. You live the life how the military tells you to live your life. Correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. No. Hang on. I want to have a one-on-one with Sweet. I honestly do. I was going to even not invite anybody to this hangout because I just want to talk for a few minutes, John. And I love you to death. But let me run with this for a few.
You're fine.
So Sweet. Honestly, I want you to understand this. I really do. I'm not trying to be a dick. I swear to God, I'm really not. But as somebody who's served in the military, I want to be able to explain to the civilian sector that when you're in the military, your individuality goes the fuck away. They don't give a shit whether you're short, tall. They don't give a shit whether you're white or black. They don't give a shit whether you like this or love that or hate that or what you believe or whatever. You're part of a collective now. You give up those individual rights. A trans woman, unfortunately, doesn't seem to want to be able to do that. And you just said before, well, put them what they want, give them what they want. No, that's not how any of this works in the military. And I'm just asking. But I understand that. But I'm asking you in reality, not how you wish things to be. Because by the way, if things did go the way you wanted them to be, we would not have a functional military. We would not have a functional country.
It would literally pretty much be the same as any other military.
It wouldn't.
Yes, it would. How is
name one military that has transgender people.
Please tell me how addressing somebody by their preferred name or preferred.
Because you're in the military, you don't get that.
How does that change somebody?
You do not get to tell other people how to address you. You can ask as a favor. You can say, "Hey, look, will you please call me this?" But you lose that in the military. The military,
it's a power thing with women.
With the military, they'll tell you to fuck right off, Sweet. I'm telling you, they'll just say, "We don't."
Saying that does not affect with the military in any sort of way.
It
How
does.
affect-
It does.
Steve,
It really does.
I think.
combat. How's that
Steve,
Go ahead, John.
How's that gonna affect anything? That's gonna affect the way they shoot because they whip I she her. Holy crap!
Yes, because in the military we don't give a shit about that. We don't want to be a social experiment. We don't care about your individual. We don't care about what you believe about yourself, right?
No, but how does that
Steve,
affect that?
Sweet.
How's
Go ahead,
that
John.
affect
Sweet, Jesus, Steve.
John, go ahead.
So, Sweet is asking why that's the case.
Because that's the
And
military.
Steve, and you're saying because it's.
But
the
that's all
military.
your answer is.
Because that's how the military is ran. That's how it has to be.
No,
You're not an individual
yeah,
in the
but
military.
Hang fire. Sweet, I understand your you're like. I mean, Sweet. I presume you've not served in the military.
Would you?
No,
Why?
because
Steve,
it just seems.
that's a.
I want to answer that question, but I'll let you finish, John. But I do want her to answer that question.
That isn't in relation to this. That's an irrelevant question.
Of course it is,
So-
but I want an answer to it. It's an irrelevant question. I want the answer to.
Okay, fine. But Sweet is asking why that's the question. And Steve, you're like, because it's the military. And you and I, despite the fact that I've not been a part of the military, understand why there's a very...
But I explained why in detail, because you're not an individual in the military. You are part of a collective.
Yes.
That is
You're
the
not,
reason.
You're part of a collective.
Yeah.
You are in the military is a collection of interchangeable widgets, which is
You're just a widget moving in and out as you go, as people move in and out.
Ironically, the American military is the communist utopia.
It really is.
No, you get the food's good. You get free food. Free food.
As soon as you get executed, basically, yeah.
Right. So
Yeah.
Sweet, you said you want to join the military. Can I ask what why you would never think about joining the military? First of all, are you American or European?
American.
Okay.
I just personally wouldn't join it because it just doesn't seem appealing to me. It seems like a bit boring.
That's fair. No, I'm not disparaging the people that don't want to join at all. Don't think for a second that I am. I only want certain people to want to be able to join. I get that, and I have no problems with people who don't join. I have none at all. I really don't. I was just wondering what your reasoning was. But do you realize that the people who do join, we know we're not going to have our individual rights anymore. We lose our freedom of speech to a certain degree, right?
I mean, I guess so.
Right. And so when a transgender person who's only going to be about them, because they are some of the most egotistical, self-centered people I've ever seen, they're not going to fit in with the military. And where are you going to put them? You can't put them with the women. You can't put them with the men. You can't have a third. You can't reorganize the entire military to have a third classification. So where do they go?
Okay, well, like my point, like what I said, it's if they're gonna join, they obviously already researched, and they're probably very clear that that's not what's going to happen. So when they join, I doubt they're going to be asking you to use certain pronouns or blah 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 because they already know.
Correct. And if they join as their biological sex, well,
No,
at that point, well, they're not going to be trans when they're in the military. They could be trans when they're like somewhere else.
You know, the hormones.
It still won't get in though.
But yeah, we're not. Well, hang on. We're not talking about people that. Hang on 1 sec. I haven't got to people that have got any kind of hormone therapy. We're not even talking about people medically transitioning. We're just talking about the initial people that say, "Oh, I'm trans," and they haven't had any medical stuff done yet. We're going to start with that level.
Just the mental of just that.
Yeah, that's mental, right?
Already have though, so it's.
Well, no, that's not true. That's not true at all. So
you present.
Well, yeah, but we're talking about let's talk about a person who just believes they're trans and that knows they're not the opposite sex. Then they're not going to be able to get what they want from the military, so they're probably not going to join, right? If they want to live their lives as the opposite sex, they can join. That's the difference, though. They can, but because they're probably not going to want to, just like you don't want to. Okay, that's their choice. There you go. What's the problem with any of
but
this?
you're saying that they shouldn't be in the military. That's what you. And I asked you why, and then you were saying they shouldn't be in because of all
They
this other-
shouldn't be under the two conditions of one, they actually believe they're the opposite sex because then they're mentally unwell, or two, they want the military to conform to their belief. But if they want to join as the sex they are, which means I don't know what the hell trans means at that point, because they're not transgender at that point. They might be cross-dresser, they might be a transsexual, which that's fine. You can be a cross-dresser on your own time in the military. I don't give a shit. I really don't. But if you show up to muster and you're wearing bra and panties, you're probably going to have problems, right? So while you're in the military, there is a dress code to be had.
If you're like medically transitioned and you got these surgeries, or you took that, you can't control. That's literally your body.
But then you can't join then, right? If you're
because your body, dude.
No, because where are you going to put?
mental.
Where are you?
How's
Yeah,
that
one, you're
mental?
mental, but where are you going to put somebody?
mental?
Where do you put Blair White? Do you put Blair White if she wanted to join the military? Do you put her in the women's or the men? What would you be?
All right.
What would? Hang on, don't answer anybody.
Regardless of
Hang
where
on,
you
hang
put her,
on.
Let's
Hang on. I'm in the middle of a question. And every time I run these things, I don't use hands because they get to be a problem. I don't want to have to use hands, but can I finish a question before I'm interrupted? That's all I ask. That's it. Let me get through this. I guarantee everybody have time to talk. And I really don't want to go back to hands. I hate the hands. All right. So I'm going to mute. And then I'm going to ask Sweet my question. Sweet, where do you put Blair White if she wanted to join the military? What's best for the military? Not what you think, not what Blair thinks. What do you think would be best for the military if she was allowed to join?
We answered this in the two different scenarios. Like, we answered it based off of what I personally would do, and then how it's just gonna go. And
Okay,
but
you're gonna okay. All right, so how it's just gonna go is she's gonna be with the men, correct?
She's going to, if it's, like I said, if it's biologically based, then yes.
How is she going? And so she's going to be just fine showering with the men. You don't think because I don't think she's going to be fine with that.
Well, if she wants to join, then obviously she.
Well, what about?
And
Again, if she joins as a man, I don't have a problem with that because,
she's
from the waist below, she's a man. Yeah,
she's still trans.
Yeah, and so they can join, but unfortunately the problem is once you have those medical procedures and some of them involving hormones, then it goes to military readiness. But also it's the mental factor, as Mike pointed out.
How?
Now,
You keep saying mental, but getting surgery is, I don't think
because it's body modifications. You can't modify your body in the military. You can get tattoos.
Okay, isn't that...
the military modifies
the military who owns your body in the military, Sweet?
So
who
you're
owns?
saying if you
Not you.
if you get gauges, right? If you like stretch your ears,
You can't do that in the military. Yeah.
You can't. Well, you can't.
You
do
need a
it in the
waiver.
military, but if you already
You
have
need a
it-
waiver. You probably need a waiver.
Okay, so then body modification is okay.
Well, yeah, to a point. Yeah, but you usually get a waiver. Heather has her hand up. Heather, go ahead.
Yeah.
You guys are getting yourself all twisted because you're starting your arguments on a premise that isn't real or exists. No one is actually trans, so we're going to start off there. And Robert White, his name is Robert, not Blair, is male. He is a man. He should be using and being referred to with he, him, since he is male. With the men. However, he would not be in the military at all, given that he has had body modification surgeries and likely is taking hormones that would reduce his muscular capacity as a man.
I agree with that.
So
But
when you are
hang
in the military,
Heather,
you
real
are
quick.
supposed to be your utmost fit so that you can handle the job presented to you, because you can be in situations that you would need that physical ability and therefore be physically ready to do the job, and that would be a compromise.
Heather,
No, he would not be.
Question. Two
So
questions.
I think
Hang on. Question. What's the name of Blair White's channel?
No idea.
Blair White.
I don't.
That's Blair's name. But that's a name.
His
And
his
so,
name
but hang on.
is
hang on. When there's two things at play here. One, these are monikers. Okay, these are names. These are
They're called aliases.
or aliases or sobriquet, if you want to call it a
It's easy
sobriquet,
to call them.
right? Okay, so what though? Blair White has changed her name to be Blair, and I don't have any relationship with Blair White, but I do, like, for example, Jessica Gill. She's a friend of mine. She's trans. I use she for her, one, because she has asked, she prefers it, and she's a friend of mine. But if she goes in the military, they're not going to abide by that. And I don't have any onus to any other person that I don't know. It's a favor. If I say, hey,
It's not.
it is.
Because
No,
you're
it is.
giving away, you are
It
giving
is.
away female language to men
Nah, that's
when
nonsense.
you do not have that authorization to do so.
That's nonsense.
That's
I don't
a
need it.
totally
I don't.
different thing.
That's the problem. I don't need anybody's permission to have free speech. And if John, for example, here says, "Hey, John wants me to call me Axel," I can accommodate. What friends do for each other is their own business. You cannot.
It's a whole other thing.
Hang on.
It's a whole other thing.
You cannot have it both ways. Either you allow free speech for everybody, or you don't. And I'm sorry, but saying that you cannot refer to a trans person as a female pronoun if they've asked you to and you're friends with them in order to have, no issues between you, I got no issue with that. That's on a one-to-one correspondence basis. There's nothing wrong with that. You can't say,
You're
females didn't give permission.
perpetuating
So
the
what?
ideology
Well,
when you do so.
No, I don't agree with that at all.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
well,
because basically you're
well,
perpetuating the lie. You're perpetuating the lie that men are women by
not
calling them and referring to them
not
as
when they
female.
know that, not when they know they're not. Hang on.
But they know if they
Hang on. Not when they know they're not women. This is the big bullshit of this argument. If somebody who's a drag queen or crossdresser says, "Hey, call me she," because male drag performers know they're males, but if you refer to her, a drag queen, as a she, you're not perpetuating anything because you know they're freaking males. So that's a shitty argument. And again, you cannot have it both ways. You have to be able to say, look, freedom of speech means that I could say whatever I want to you. You can say whatever I want to me on social, some kind of contractualism. It doesn't have any effect on anybody else at all. It's not making it any less or more difficult for anybody else if I call drag queen somebody a she. Nobody's going to give a shit because they know she's really a he. Nobody fucking cares. Nobody does. Making an issue is stupid, in my opinion. Okay, go ahead.
it does affect everyone because it perpetuates this ideology as if it's something true and valid when it is not.
But
it's
the ideology
based on lies.
But they know they're
It is
not.
based
I'm talking
on-
about the ones that know
Yeah.
they're not females. There's what the
They
ideology.
know if
what's
they
the-
know
what-
that they're not female, then why are they making every attempt possible to present themselves?
Because they're
as
allowed
such?
to. Because they're allowed to. That's called freedom. That's called
They
freedom.
invade women's spaces.
No, that's
they
different.
use and invade women's spaces. They demand
That's different.
to be
That's
treated
different.
as
That's
female.
different.
That's
No.
not different. It's all part of the
All
same
right.
thing.
Listen
They
to-
gaslight
listen.
everyone into thinking that
Listen.
they're female by
Listen.
using female
Listen.
names and female pronouns, personating and looking like females,
Heather.
invading our spaces.
Heather,
This is
do you believe? And I agree with you. I agree with you on all the
slow
female
down.
spaces stuff. But hang on. Hang on.
I agree with
Hang
you
on.
on almost all of it.
Okay, when I say hang on, everybody needs to fucking hang on. I'm tired of this. I'm just going to drop everybody but Heather and Sweet at this point. Stop it. Let me speak. I wasn't even going to have any guests because everybody seems to talk over each other. Knock it off. So Heather, I want you to listen to me for a second. Because I agree with you on the men and female spaces. I've been fighting that battle for a very long time. Men do not belong in women's spaces, bathrooms, sports. They do not belong in there. But my question to you is much more simplistic. Does an American have a right to live their life how they want? Now, how other people treat them is a different story. But if I want to live my life how I want, if I'm not breaking any rules or laws or anything like that, does an American have the right to try to live as a female or live as a crossdresser? Do they have that right? That's all I want to know. Go ahead.
I would argue, technically, yes, because we have a free country. However, when doing so, you're basically subjecting the public to a public display of fetish. These men are behaving in a fetishistic way. This is all about sexual arousal for them.
Not all of them.
And
There's
it's
a lot of their
about-
LGBT men,
no,
but not all of
it's-
them. It's not all of them.
Yes,
but,
it is.
But many. Nah, I don't think it's all of them.
It is.
I just don't.
It is.
All right, you can believe that, but I
Trust
disagree.
me when
Go
I
ahead.
tell you that it is. There is no
I know.
other
I know.
reason for it. It's
Okay, that's fine.
domination / humiliation, and it's a sexual thing for men.
Okay, but
This
they have a
is
right.
all
They have a,
about
they have a,
dominating over
but they have,
women.
But they have a right to do
It-
that. right?
Okay,
you
but
can
it's a
speak out
sexual
against it.
fetish.
I don't believe
They
because I
don't
don't agree
have a
with it.
right because that infringes on my rights.
So let
Okay?
me ask you this.
Your
Let me ask you
rights
this.
end when
No, it
my
doesn't.
rights
No, it
begin.
doesn't. So let me ask you this.
Yes.
If I
That's just like religion, Steve.
hang
when
on.
your rights with
Stop. Oh my God. I mean, you're not letting me get in a word edgewise, Heather. If I wanted to walk outside and I wanted to wear female clothes and cross dress, I don't need a woman's permission to do so. I don't need anybody's fucking permission to do so. Why? Because that's what it means to be a fucking American. You have the right to wear what you want to wear. Are there social stigmas to it? Yes, but you cannot say that a person cannot do it. You can argue against it. You can say you find it offensive, but who the fuck cares? Okay, I don't want to give a shit about your fifis as a male, as a female, anybody, because you're doing the same thing, Heather, that other people are doing. You're doing the exact same fucking thing. You're taking it as a feminist standpoint theory. You're taking it, oh, how does it affect women? When how these things affect individuals is an individual has a right to live their life how they want, period. As long as it's not affecting you, you have a right to be offended by it. That's fine too. But as somebody who is in the middle, I don't give a shit either way. You have a right to be offended. Person has a right to cross-dress. Live your lives. Don't give a shit either way. I just don't give a shit about either side. Because one side's not doing anything wrong. If you want to cross-dress, be my fucking guest. And if a woman wants to bitch for it, that's fine too. But when a woman bitches about it, to me, all they're saying is to that person, you don't have a right to live your life of how you want. As long as you're not breaking any rules, breaking any laws, breaking anything like that, then who the fuck cares what somebody else does? That's the whole point of living in America. Stop making it about women. Stop making it about blacks. Stop making it about gays. Stop making it about identity politics. Because this intersectionality, this feminist standpoint theory, this critical race theory, critical feminist theory has got to fucking stop. Nobody's going to get anywhere if you continue with this identity politics. It's just not going to happen. And I'm going to unmute and let someone else talk because I've ranted on it, but I'm just sick of it. I'm sick of it from women. I'm sick of it from men. I'm sick of it from everybody out there who has to make something about offensive. I don't give a shit you're offended. I don't give a shit if you're offended if you're female. I don't give a shit if you're offended because you're straight. I don't give a shit if you're offended because you're gay. What I give a shit about is if you're a man walking into a female's restroom. Then I'll give a shit. I'll give a shit when a man starts trying to compete against women in female sports. Then I give a shit. Because now it is having an effect on actual people. Because now they're expecting other people to change how society is run for their individual beliefs. And I stand very much against that. Anyways, Sweet, go ahead.
I just want to say that that's the whole like fetish thing, the whole like kind of point you're talking about is a little bit like it's not, you're like kind of generalizing all people who are trans and not, and if it's like a fetish, there's a difference between being trans and just having a fetish, and it's very obvious when it's just a fetish, and it's very obvious when it's literally just their identity, how they want to identify. It's not always sexual. In fact, a lot of
Sorry, can I hate to interrupt, but I have to ask this question. How do you identify that? Between the fetish and legitimate identity?
How do you differentiate between two people? I've asked this question before too, Sweet. You have two, let's say you have two samples.
Say, Jesus. This is a 100% legitimate question. How?
And I want to talk afterwards.
From the external observer, how do you identify that?
Well,
Because
I mean,
I don't know.
I guess other than like the things that they personally say or post or do and stuff like that, I will agree it is kind of hard, but like majority of trans people, it's not a fetish. It's really not.
Well, whether it is or isn't, it shouldn't be a question. What it is
sorry, again, based on for the majority of trans people, it's not based on. Like, I mean, how? What? Okay, well, on what basis?
You would have to have psychological examinations.
So you're saying people who have had feelings of gender dysphoria as like a kid or as a teenager, etc., who have had those feelings as a kid. Are you saying that that's a fetish?
No, what I'm saying is that's a feeling that is first person to them, and they're telling us how they feel.
Yes.
So how do I externally understand, like, and make a risk assessment? Look,
especially for children. Especially for children.
Are we or are we not talking about men getting access to women's spaces and women getting access to men's spaces? Is that not what at the end of the day, like biological males getting access to female spaces,
which we're all against, I think.
Female spaces getting access to biological male spaces.
Sweet, are you against that?
Well, I don't care, actually. I don't care if a trans woman goes into a woman's bathroom. I really don't care. It doesn't
Okay, but other women, but you can understand why other women do not want men in their spaces. You can understand this.
A lot of women aren't happy about it.
I mean, not all of them, actually. A lot of people that I know don't care either.
Okay, but you're not the vast majority of Americans.
Okay, well, do you know the vast majority of women?
No, but I do know more than you. Probably, I've been around a lot longer, and I know this. I know the American populace here. Most men, hang on, but most women do not want men in their spaces.
Where are you getting your sources? Okay,
common fucking sense.
There's a difference between a man and a trans woman.
No. There's not. They're still men. They're still men. They're still men, though. Right. And you're just saying that a man who believes something different. And by the way, you're not even talking about men who believe something different. You're not even talking about those three. You're talking about a man who wants to live as a woman. That's what you're talking about. A man who wants to live, which I'm all for. But you cannot have society. Can I finish? You cannot have society change how it functions.
You don't even have to go there.
Well, that's fine. But society's not going to change because because at that point, why don't you just have co-ed bath? Why even have separations?
I never said that, but I'm saying I personally don't care, and I know a lot of other women who don't care either. And you're saying that you know a lot of women who
the vast majority care. I assure you of this. The vast they voted against this resoundingly. People do not want do not want trans women. It's like 80-20 on this issue.
How many people voted for Kamala?
Well, she had less than Trump.
How many people did not vote for Trump? Like
less than Trump. But what was? Hey, let me ask you this: what was Kamala's policies? What did she run on?
Different subject.
No, I know, but you know what? Nobody knows because she had no policy. Nobody can answer that question.
She's talking about the 34% turnout for the 54% majority that Trump got is what she's talking about. Which is ridiculous because if you don't care about voting, then you don't.
Yeah, but polls are whack. We already know the polls are whack.
And also, not everybody who voted for Trump, FYI, knew about all of the things that he was going to do when he was.
I think they did. MAGA knew. No, MAGA knew.
Not all of them. Because have you not seen those videos of people just being like, they voted for Trump, and then
I don't believe any of it. It's absolutely bullshit. I've been around 10 years on social media. I could tell you right now, people knew. I knew. I didn't vote for Trump either time, and I knew.
Okay, but you know Candace Owens too.
Candace Owens thinks we didn't land on the moon. I wouldn't take anything she has to say very seriously.
Okay, but that's not my point.
That's my point. She's not as serious. If she thinks that we didn't land on the moon, I'm not going to take her seriously on anything else.
Okay, well, it's not only Candace Owens, though. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, but we have to abide by. Do you think that the what, John? Holy shit! What?
Just slow down.
Thank you, Mom.
I know, but
I got this.
I'm loving this.
I got this. I'm actually laughing and having fun. Let me enjoy.
Sorry.
I am curious though, because when we're talking about how about this? Not even the bathroom, but sports. Do you think that a biological male who claims to be a female should compete with biological women? Sweet.
I feel like. I mean, I don't know. I feel like it's a lot of the things, like, a lot of the people who are trans have transitioned, obviously not everybody, but, like, a lot of people who take hormones and stuff like that and get all the surgeries and stuff, I don't think they're any stronger than the women competing.
They are. I mean, they're weaker. No, I mean, no. The
I
weaker.
don't think so.
but-
If you have literally little to no muscle mass,
they're-
you're
they're-
literally
hang on.
built like the average woman. I don't.
They're weaker
think so.
than the average man because of the hormones, but they're still stronger than most women. Matter of fact, the most mediocre man in sports is going to be able to beat the best phenomenon in the females. I mean, this is reality. I mean, the best tennis player is what? Serena Williams. She'd be killed by the first place. Who was it? What's his name? Who's the number one tennis person? It was.
I don't think so. Yeah, I mean, here we go.
I know who you're talking about.
Take Blair White, for example. Do you think that she's stronger than most women?
No, but again, we're going by. We're going. But she's not an athlete either. She's never trained to be an athlete. If she trained to be an athlete, she's going to have an advantage because she was male.
Well, I mean, it depends. Like, what kind of
That doesn't
athlete you
depend.
are. I mean,
No, it doesn't.
Not
it won't
all
depend.
athletes are super muscular or super built. Like,
But
I don't.
what you're not understanding is that being male is a fundamental, at the most base level, an advantage in sports. You cannot get rid of that male factor. It is biologically, in every single case, just being a male, you have a small percentage of being better in a particular sport against a woman. And over the collective, over the average, then of course.
Okay,
I don't think you understand what is required from a woman who has the same body mass as a man in order to beat them in a competitive environment.
Look at Leah Thompson.
You do not understand. You can't understand.
Leah Thompson was a male at a middle grade swimmer. Then he went against Riley Gaines, and he all of a sudden became number one.
I spent 12 years training people in Tangsudo, which is what basically Taekwondo is based on. You cannot do it. Striking is the best chance that they have. Like maybe in jiu-jitsu.
And who generally has more punching? Who generally has more?
Things like volleyball, basketball.
And who generally hits the ball harder, men or women? Sweet.
Whoever's like
No.
what?
Don't come on. Who generally is stronger, men or women? Come on.
Yes, men, but we're not talking about like.
So you have two. So you have two athletes, professional volleyball players. One's a male, one's a female. They live their lives. They live their lives dedicated to volleyball. But one's a male, one's a female. Who do you think is going to have the advantage usually?
Probably a man who identifies as a man.
So why?
Doesn't
So
he-
no. What does identification have to do with anything that we're talking about? That he can identify as a god. It doesn't have a thing to do with his performance.
I'm talking about transitioning, dude. Like if you take that stuff,
You cannot transition away of being a male.
Okay, so wait, so are you saying if you take like a trans woman and then you put her up against like a man who is not trans, or like and do you think who's going to be stronger? Who do you think is going to be stronger?
Can I talk?
Well, yeah, one
Or
second. But
okay.
I'm trying to think. I'm just trying to think of give me a name of a male. McEnroe. McEnroe was one of the best tennis
That's
players.
what I'm thinking. Steve
Right?
McEnroe or whatever.
Yeah, McEnroe was one of the best, right? So
Yeah.
you put McEnroe, right? He says, "I want to be a female. I want to be transgender." He doesn't have anything done to him yet, and you're going to put against Serena Williams. Who's going to win? But now you're saying, hey, look, if we hobble him, we're going to make him to a quadriplegic. We're going to remove his arms and legs, and now he's not as good as her. Well, yeah, no shit. But where do you know where to draw that line? Why even put it out there to even have the separations of the women in sports? Because women wanted their own teams. Women did not want to have to compete with men. That's why we have Title VII. Or Title IX.
Well, in certain sports, don't you, like, for example, like in wrestling, once you go up against somebody with a similar body type or muscle mass, whatever, like weight, compared to you, so it's fair, or like.
What's fair is we divide it by the sexes for a reason, because then we take away any possibility of advantageous, any advantages from a single player in a competition. We just eliminate that.
Like it's not even that big of an issue because
It is a huge issue. There have been women that have lost scholarships over this.
Trans people aren't that big of a part.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. There's
not a big
6,000
percentage.
people. No. It doesn't matter. See, what you're doing now is you're minimizing the problem. if my daughter, who was in,
Anymore.
look, my daughter was a pro. Well, she was a all-star catcher in softball, right? And if I had some guy on her team telling me, "Oh, I'm trans now. I'm going to shower with your daughter. I'm going to compete with your daughter. I'm going to put your daughter in a line of in a potential line that might lead them to be injured because I'm much physically stronger than them." That's going to be a problem. So it only takes one. So this things to do with numbers is irrelevant. It only takes one. Men do not belong in women's sports. This is why we have women's sports to begin with. And you're just saying, oh, well, it should be individualized. Well, no, because there's no line of demarcation where you say, hey, look, this male is no longer effectively competitive. Oh, we can cut off one of his arms. Okay, we'll do that. If you're a tennis player, we'll cut off your right arm. You play left-handed to give you a that's bullshit. This is why in golf we have handicaps. Right, the men tee from the back, the women tee a few feet forward. Right, because we have the women tees and the men's tees for that very reason. That's how you resolve the equality differences, by having fairness and competition like that. But you do not compete men against women in the physical sports because there's a propensity for women to get injured easier than it is for men. You just don't do it.
Well, then, like, what about the women who are super tall or super strong? What about that?
That's
Can they
fine.
just not compete?
That's fine.
Okay.
Well,
How is that fine, but not
because
the
they were
trans?
because people they were born with
So
that.
you don't
That's an
actually
advantage.
care about women getting hurt or all that other
Of course
stuff
I
you're
do.
talking about.
Yeah,
Okay,
of course I
then
do.
then should they get
Of course.
disqualified because they could hurt women because they're so tall, they're so strong?
No, I don't care how tall and strong you women you are never going to hit the ball as hard as a man will. You're not going to do it.
Honestly,
That's
No,
okay.
Will.
That's wrong.
Pound for pound,
right.
you put a 6 foot basketball player or baseball player against a 6 foot 6 foot woman, the man's always going to hit harder. You know what this? You know
It depends on the muscle mass. It depends on like all that other
well,
stuff.
no.
Or like it depends on how much
Whoa.
muscle they have, all that other stuff. How strong.
I don't know what world you're
Right.
living in, but there's a Latin phrase called ceteris paribus. You know what that means? It means all things equal. In other words, if you take a random sample and you have a man that's 6'6" and you have a woman that's 6'6", and they're both athletes, that all things being equal, that
sorry,
man.
I'm gonna hate to correct you, but somebody's gonna correct me. But I think it means equal to us. But still.
No, it means all things being equal. Ceteris paribus means if you hold all things constant except for the biology, if all the other things are held constant, right, except for the biological considerations, then a man is in general is always going to be stronger than women. And I don't know why you would want to have men in women's sports. What's the reasoning behind this? Like, why? They're men.
I agree on the conclusion. It's a fucking mental. Like,
I don't even understand the reason. Why would anybody want a man in a women's sports? For what reason? Because the man feels like he's a woman? That's not fucking good enough. You're not a woman. Get out of women's sports. That's as simple as that. I don't think this ever should have been an issue. It never was growing up. This never became an issue like 10 years ago. And then some far left said, "Oh, you know what? If I'm gonna be a woman, I'm gonna try to invade women's spaces." And women went along with this. Why?
Because they don't care. Men care more than women.
Oh,
do.
I guarantee it. The women that are in sports care, sweet. These women that are in sports very much care.
The women
No,
in
hang on.
sports that's
They
hardly
care.
even happening.
They
to.
care.
so
No,
you think you're
bullshit.
stronger because
Bullshit.
we care more.
Bullshit. Okay, let me ask you this,
Ask
sweet.
the average woman
Man.
athlete if that has
Hey,
happened to them, and they're
I
just like,
guarantee it. They're against it.
They're gonna tell you no.
What's happening in Maine right now? Do you know? Have you
No.
paid attention? Okay, so in Maine, the governor there has said that they're going to continue to allow men in women's sports in schools and stuff like that. And wait, hang on. This goes against this is called a violation of Title IX. Okay, this is a gross federal violation of the law called Title IX law. They're going to lose all federal funding, and their excuse is only, we only have a handful of transgender players. It doesn't matter if they have one. They're violating federal law. You could not have a biological male on a female team against the law to do so, and they will lose federal funding because of this. So whether it's one person or 1,000 people or 10,000 people in Maine, they're still going to lose funding because of this. Billions of dollars in federal funding because Maine refuses to comply with federal law. Simple as that.
I mean, that's what they're doing, so that's what they're doing. I mean,
So it is a big deal. It's
No,
just
if
billions
they
of
don't want
dollars.
federal funding, they don't want federal funding.
Sure, I agree with you. They must not want the federal funding, but then they're going to complain. Oh, the people are going to be. Oh, well, we don't want this person as governor because they're going to vote this governor out because they're going to be losing billions of dollars for our educational system.
Well, that's them.
So wait. So let me ask you this. So if let's say if it's only one person, you're gonna risk billions of dollars over one person.
It's not one person, though.
No, but
It's literally not.
how many? But you just said it's a small number. Let's assume it's the smallest number.
It's a small majority, but it's not just one person.
All right, well, let's assume it's just one. We'll make it we do a reductive approach. Just one person. Would you, as a governor, risk billions of dollars over one person's feelings? Over them not being able to play in the group that they want to play in because they're being told no? Would you risk billions of dollars with that? Because that's what the governor's doing it. Because this is what I'm saying. These are not elected officials that know what the fuck they're doing. No elected official in their right mind would risk billions of dollars over this.
It's not just
You
one
would.
person.
And this
I
is
would,
why,
because it's just
and
one
this is why
person.
you shouldn't be elected. This is why you should stay
because
out
I'm
of
not trying
government.
to be elected. That's
Right.
the thing.
But-
But also,
but-
it's not just one person. Which is why I'm,
No, but your attitude reflects the fucking
Correct.
population, surely. Jesus.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You don't understand. Your attitude is what's destroying America. Your attitude is what's
destroying America because I don't care how people personally identify, and if they
I don't care how they identify either. That's not what I said. But you want it. You're wanting a state to suffer. You're wanting an entire state of Maine to suffer because of one person. You just said it. You don't care. You just said literally.
They're not suffering though. They're literally not suffering.
Well, I guarantee it, they're all going to feel the effects when they lose billions of dollars.
They're all hungry. They're literally all just.
Well, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. That's not what I said. What I'm saying, sweet, is your ideology is that you're willing to risk. Your ideology is, I'm going to let the feelings of a man, which is very patriarchal, override that of the entire electorate, because they're going to vote these people out of office. It's going to happen. The woke cannot survive.
Well, they voted them in office, so clearly,
right.
Like you were saying, they clearly won it. So
yeah, you're right.
So
and if you,
that's what they want.
But now people are going to hold them responsible for those votes. Now they're going to be arrested. Some of them. We're going to have mayor. I think eventually we're going to start having. Listen, I think we're going to have mayors starting to be arrested for harboring fugitives. I think they're going to have governors being unelected. They're going to be recalled, or they're going to be indicted, or they're going to lose office, because I'm telling you right now that America is not going to be able to sustain governors like Newsom or governor like Mills. They cannot do it. We cannot have these liberal type of governors that are willing to sacrifice billions of dollars just for a stupid ideology that makes no sense.
People wanted
real
it.
Real quick, can I chime in just
I
real
want to
quick?
make one statement.
Mr. Sweet, can you follow Adidas Hercules back, please? He's been begging for hours. Could you please follow Adidas
Why does
Hercules
he
back?
want me to follow him back?
Oh,
so
dude,
bad?
I just noticed
That's all
that.
we want, man.
I just,
All
by the
we
way,
want is you to follow Adidas Hercules back. That'd be
Papa.
the greatest thing you could ever do.
Papa, wait, Papa.
What?
I'm a huge Ghost fan, by the way.
Yo, W Ghost, man.
W, man.
You,
I have one
Dude,
thing
going
to
to a
dude,
concert?
dude,
You
I
going
would
to a
lo-
concert?
I want to. Ghost BC, man. I go back to Ghost BC,
Oh,
man.
W, bro.
So
before the lawsuit is crazy.
And by the way,
Before the lawsuit is
Tobias
crazy.
Forge, I think he's right. It's his goddamn band, man. I'm sorry. He's a
Dude,
genius.
facts, bro. It's
I have
Tobias
one
the
thing to
band.
make.
It's Tobias' band, exactly. See, you get it. You get it. Dude, I'm sorry, but Ghost people are the best, man. Ghost.
Yo, facts, bro. We
Right?
love Ghost, man.
Hells yeah. And by the way, I'm a member of the Satanic Temple too, by the way. But go ahead.
Hell no.
I have
Well,
a point to make.
Go ahead, Brandon.
Okay, I want to go back to the fetishization thing, because clothing itself can be a fetishization. It doesn't matter if it's on men or women.
Are you the guy from Looney Tunes?
What?
Me, no.
Yeah,
I think
are you the cat from Looney Tunes?
I think he's teasing the way I talk.
Oh, he's. Well, you can tell him.
He is. No, Brandon is not the guy from Looney Tunes.
I'm disabled, dude.
He's-
It's impediment.
Yeah,
Why?
he was born with cerebral palsy.
Okay,
That's
but
why.
why?
Because
I was born with cerebral palsy.
I don't know what do you want to know the genetics behind it? I don't know
Yeah.
what's going.
No, he's being silly.
Yeah. But anyway, so Brandon makes a point though. Anything can be sexualized. And if you're a man, if you want to wear panties out and nobody can see you, I don't give a shit. I don't get it. But whatever. Maybe they're comfortable. I don't know. But that's your thing, man. I don't give a shit what a person.
Sus, man, not gonna lie.
Now I'm thinking about it though. I'm thinking, you know what? They do seem comfortable. I mean, now that I think about it, don't
If
judge me.
clothing can take away people's rights, then
Yeah, and I'm all about
women
rights.
But if clothing can take away people's rights, then women wearing short skirts are kind of taking away men's rights.
Somebody might be offended that a woman is wearing.
I'm not getting the point, guys.
If you want to go there,
a woman may can wear something very overtly sexualized out in public, and when they feel sexy, nobody says shit to them about it.
Yeah.
What's the difference?
So if a trans woman wears that, it's a fetish?
I don't. Well, it
can be.
Yeah.
It can be. Yeah. I mean,
absolutely.
It can be.
If a woman goes out and is wearing that, it could be a fetish for her then, right?
It could be sexualized, but less so because because you're talking about norms. Women generally wear women clothing. That's normative, right?
Yeah.
And okay, so when a man wears women's clothing, it is against the norm. It's not normative, correct?
So that means it's a fetish.
Well, that and a huge portion of the population is they either have a porn addiction.
It can be a fetish, but it's
It
not
can be.
necessarily a
Right.
fetish.
I don't think it's necessarily a fetish. I think it can be. That's the difference.
A man that wears women's clothing in order to get a sexual thrill is called a transvestite.
Right.
No, I'm sure that's just called having.
Well, I don't even think that it has to be sexualized, but you know.
Brandon, do you chase around a small yellow bird all day?
Knock it off, Papa. Like seriously, it's not. I won't let you. I will not let you mock him. Okay,
I'm curious.
All right, Papa. I love ghosts and shit, but I'm not gonna let you do this to my friends. So.
I don't know if he's doing it maliciously.
I don't care.
Or not.
I don't care. I'm not gonna let somebody talk to you that way, dude.
Yeah.
I get to give you shit, which I do.
Honestly, Brandon, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, but that's just the way it is. But anyways, let's go back on topic here. I forgot what. Oh yeah, let's get back to the Twitter stuff because I want to. There's more stuff in my Twitter line that I was looking at. So one sec. I lost my hangout here. I'm in here. I know I am. There we go. All right, so let me see what else I can find on my timeline here. So this person says, now that Supreme Court has ruled President Trump can move forward with keeping transgender people out of the military, can Congress please move forward with keeping men like Representative McBride out of women's bathrooms, locker rooms, and sports? But yeah, and again, you know, who was it that just got arrested for going into the women's restrooms? They fucked around and found out. And I do think that and especially like in federal buildings, there needs to be spaces just for men, just for women, and if there's third spaces, that's fine too. I think that's the best solution. Men use men, women use women's bathroom. But if a woman needs to use a man, I don't give a shit because they're not the ones that need protecting. But then we have third.
That's just hypocritical.
No, it's not. Because again, women and men are different. Do you understand? It's another hypocrisy there. Women need more protection than men do. It's just a fact of life. It's reality. Accept it. I don't know why that's so hard for some women to accept. It's true.
It's like you care more than women do, though.
No.
Like you guys. A lot of men are just saying like, oh, like you know, we don't want trans women in women's bathrooms, blah blah blah. But then like, in reality, a lot of women don't actually care. But
they do.
Right.
They really do.
Can I ask you? Can I ask you?
Absolutely. But real quick, if they didn't care, we would all have COVID by now. We don't.
Well,
we don't have COVID for a reason. Go ahead, John.
Who do you think women are most at risk from?
Like, so like, what do you mean? Like, what group?
Like in a bathroom, who's more there's danger
Who do you
to them,
think women are most at risk from?
Like who's being more aggressive to them, a female or male?
Depends what you're talking about.
Because I guarantee you go to.
I didn't even give that context. who do you think women are most at risk from?
Overall,
You like environment, bears, other men, like other women. Like, who do you think women are most at risk from?
depends where that person is.
No,
Brandon,
the answer is
I love you, brother.
men.
I love you,
Women have more to
but
fear from
I'm
men
looking-
than they do
I'm
from
looking
bears.
for an answer from this young lady here. Like,
Right?
who do you think men or women are most at risk from?
In a bathroom,
Criminals.
you said?
Criminals.
No.
Violent people.
Violent.
Generally.
Violent people. And who's more violent? Men or women, generally?
Yeah,
Men.
Steve, Jesus, you've given it like, I mean, come on, man.
She's not answering, man. I'm trying. I'm working with me
I
here.
know, I know, but that's because I know that she knows that the thing
I know
is that
what
she
you're.
knows
Yes,
that
I know what you're trying to make me say. You're trying to make me say.
I'm not trying to make
you
her
are
say
most at
anything.
risk from men. And
Men
you are
or
also most likely
males
to
who
be
identify
protected
as men.
from
There you
that
go. That's
risk.
your answer.
Has nothing to do with who they identify
men.
as. They're biological
I-
males.
yes,
Identity is
they're not-
irrelevant to your safety.
I think if you take like a male who identifies as a man, like a cisgender man, like a man, like, and then you take somebody who's like a trans woman, who do you think is gonna personally, I would think that a man who's not trans is probably gonna attack me.
But again, you're only using trans as to how somebody lives their lives. That's all. But they're still biological men.
I need to dispel this argument really fast because there are actually statistics on this that, especially in prison populations,
it's men.
The average male population that commits like sex crimes, violent sex crimes, just regular men. I'm not talking about trans identifying. I'm just talking about men.
Way high.
No. Hold on.
Really? An environment that only has men in it is most likely to have
I'm not done.
men by men.
John, hang on. Let her finish.
I'm not done making my point.
John, let her finish.
You're assuming what I'm saying.
Yeah, let her finish. I want to hear what she's saying.
Amongst the male population in males prison, of the whole population of males in male prison, about 13% on average, regardless of country, is the amount of men who commit violent sexual crimes. Now, if you add the trans factor,
all right, hang on, stop there for a second. Hang on, stop there for 1 second. I want to make sure I'm following you here. So you're saying out of 100 people that's incarcerated, 13 of them are going to be for violent crimes. Is that what you're saying?
No,
seems
sex crimes.
It's sex crimes.
Sex crimes.
Okay, so 13 out of 100. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, per capita of the entire, it's about 13% on average for sexual violent crimes. Okay.
Yeah, but that's of the prison.
Can I finish let me finish. This is what I already said this. I said of the prison population. I said
go ahead,
finish.
Finish. Okay, go ahead.
Fine.
Finish.
I missed it. Okay,
yeah,
fine.
let her finish. I wanted.
If you shush, you'll understand what I'm saying. You can't understand me if you interrupt. Okay. Of that, if you account for the trans part of it, that number actually goes up to 49%. So the idea that a quote unquote trans person is more safe in a woman's bathroom, they are actually more likely to be violent.
Yeah, but those numbers don't make no sense. If you're talking about 100 men,
it does make sense.
No, listen,
because they are more inclined to commit sexual crimes.
You're not listening to me. You're not hearing what I'm saying, Heather. If you have 100 men, you've already included those trans men. You've already included them.
Yeah.
I'm talking about
the trans.
But you have to be more precise.
No. I was trying to get there. But
right,
if you interrupt me, I can't get there.
I didn't interrupt you except to ask for clarification, which is fine.
And I will give you that clarification.
So,
of the entire population, when you consider, if you take away the trans aspect,
then it makes more sense. Thank you.
Then
it goes down to
13% on average, for just the men who don't identify as trans.
No,
but when you take in that aspect, the trans identifying aspect, that number shoots up to 49%.
All right, I agree with that. That makes sense.
They are more likely to be sexually violent.
Yes.
Because I'm telling you, the shit is about a fetish.
Yes.
The shit is about domination of women. The shit is about a fetish. That's all it's about. It's about dominating women's faces, claiming womanhood.
We can disagree as overgeneralization, but your statistics, I would agree, are spot on. So, Sweet, you want to address that?
There's evidence for that statistic. So if you want to check me on that, you can. It's already out there.
Where are you getting the idea that all transes is just dominating women instead of?
I think that's irrelevant. I don't think it matters. I just stuck with the numbers because again, you're just talking about opinions on what is a fetish or not. That's objective. Let's talk about the objective facts. She had an objective numbers, which I agree with her on. I think those numbers sound about right to me. From what I've looked into before, they seem pretty spot on. So what she's saying, Sweet, is that if you have 100 men in prison, 43% of them are going to be for sexualized crimes. And then if you take away the ones that identify as transgender, that only leaves you 13% of men who do not identify as transgender. Heather, is that you're still manning your argument? Because I think it's right, if that's what your argument is. Right?
I'm saying if you're trying, I didn't catch. What I'm saying is 13% of regular men who don't have any trans identification are the ones who would be committing sexual crimes, who are in prison for sexual crimes.
Right.
But when you add that trans aspect to it,
it goes way up.
The trans population that are in prison.
Yes.
49% of them are in prison for sexual crimes.
Correct. So, Sweet. So do you understand what she's saying? Because when I've looked at this, and there's an infographic on this too, and this infographic shows this very same statistic. I've seen it before. I'm not looking at it now. I'm not going to go hunt for it, but I'm sure Heather knows the infographic that I'm talking about. So, Sweet, do you agree that that's highly concerning when you have a group of people that 40% of them, when you add them to the risk factor in the population, are going to be violent? Trans people are tendency more violent. That is, I'm sorry, but they are. Transgender people want to assert themselves, and if you don't agree with them, they get violent, especially in women's bathrooms. They'll attack women and threaten them. Trans women all the time threaten women if you don't accept them.
And how often does that happen?
A lot. I see a lot. Nancy Mace just had it happen to her the other day.
I know trans people, and
you need. By the way, do you have Twitter, Sweet? I mean, do you have Prime, a premium? I'm sorry, I know you have Twitter because you're on it, but you don't have premium. Okay, so you don't have access to Grok AI?
No.
Okay. Because I'm telling you, ChatGPT is just not the same thing. But you should look at some of this stuff through Grok, and ask these types of questions and argue with Grok your arguments, because your argument, Sweet, is failing here when Heather's literally saying, look, there is a fact of the matter to be had that when you add in transgender people that are in prison, they increase the danger to other inmates by a substantial margin. They go from 13% to 47% or whatever she claimed. And I think by the way, Heather, is that 47% including the original 13, or is that in total? I think it's in total, right?
No. Of regular men, I'm going to try and explain this better. Of regular men in prison, 13% of regular men are in prison for sexual crimes, violent sexual crimes, okay? Of the population of trans that are in males' prisons, that are, males who think that they're women, of them, that population, 49% of them on average are in there for sexual crimes.
Okay. So you have to add those two together then. It would be 62% of men are there for sexual crimes then. Because you're including the ones that...
If you want to take that into consideration, if you want to pile them with the regular men, then sure, but they separate that for the factor that it increases exponentially when you add the trans factor.
I agree. So Sweet, why is that? Why do trans men in prison have such a high degree of crimes relating to sexual things? Because it's a legit question, and she's right on that. It's true.
I'm not sure. I couldn't tell you.
That's why I was asking if you had Grok, because Grok is great for asking those kinds of questions, because it give you all those facts and figures right there.
Well, I don't have that.
Okay, that's fine. But by the way, can I ask what kind of like decade you graduated in? Because you sound pretty young, and you probably grew up with a lot of this stuff in your school system. as opposed to someone like myself, where none of this even existed because it was just nonsense. It would have been laughed out of existence.
Well, I was born in 2006. I'm in my senior year right now.
Okay, so
Born. Sorry, did you say born in 2006?
Yes.
So you're you're
Fuck.
you're old, John.
I'm old.
Yeah. So, okay, so you're 19.
No, I was born in
not you. I know you're not 8. Jesus Christ.
No,
Sweet, you're 18. Okay. So what's happening, Sweet, is that you're being filled with this stuff and indoctrinated like you wouldn't believe.
That's why I don't like in debates and stuff like that.
But it's true though. I know you don't want to hear it, but it's true.
No. It's not that I don't want to hear it, but it's like every time, like I've like had certain debates before, and it's also with people who happen to be older. They're so set on this whole you're indoctrinated. You don't actually have your own opinion because you're being indoctrinated.
Well, where'd you learn it? Where'd you learn this from? Let me ask you. Where'd you learn gender ideology from? Was it learned? Did you go out looking for it and learned about it on your own?
Media, literally from social media.
Okay, and you look right. Which social media didn't exist like this in our generation. You recognize that, right? So, just social media has what's called a parasitic mind and a mind parasite. These are called memetics, and a memetic is something that promulgates through society like a gene would through a population. Okay, this boils down to basically memes versus genes. Very Dawkins, if you know Richard Dawkins' approach. So these types of memes that you're holding to are ideologically what will capture the minds of impressionable people that are still learning these things because your mind is plastic until the age of about 25, right?
Okay, so but you're still assuming that I don't have my own opinion and that everything I'm getting.
No. These are your opinions. No, I don't assume that at all. But what I'm saying is your opinion is based upon what a lot of this radical stuff out there on social media is telling you to believe. Because you're starting with a contradiction. If you say that trans women are women, you start with a contradiction. And in logic, there's something called the principle of explosion.
Well, trans women are women. They're not.
No. They're not, though, Sweet. But they're not.
No, not women.
Listen,
not even a little.
Hang on, let me take this and I'll give it to Who-Dat. Who-Dat, I promise you have it next after me. I'll give you my word. But Sweet, the principle of explosion means that if you start with a contradiction, like X does not equal X, you can prove anything. And the problem is that this what's called postmodernism approach comes from, and I know you don't believe this, but it does. It comes from Marxism, from critical race theory, which came from critical legal studies, which came from the Frankfurt School. So this is Marxism. This is not American ideology. This is not constitutional republic. Hang on, let me finish.
You've not explained what not X equals X is.
I'm getting there. So X equals X. X equals X is identity. Means that for all of X, X equals X. If you start with X does not equal X, you have a contradiction. And you can prove anything. When you start saying trans women are women, this is how you ideologically capture a society. By linguistic and semantic changes. I have a saying that I saw on my blue sky, and I said that those who control the meaning of words control the minds who use them. Now I want you to think about that, Sweet. Those who control the meaning of words control the minds who use them. So if I tell you this is a woman, and I look at John here, and I say that's not a woman, that's a man, and you say no, that's a woman. That's straight out of what's a book called 1984. If you haven't read it, it's Orwellian speak. It's Newspeak. It's called. And in that book, there was a country called
it was the Oceanic Republic.
It was Oceania. Yeah, Oceania was the country that had the political party that told you to deny what your ears hear and your eyes see. It was the greatest commandment they had because they were trying to teach you that 2 + 2 = 5. They were trying to teach you something that was your brain said no. And you're telling me that a trans woman who's a biological woman is a woman. Why? Because they feel like it. That's not how reality works. They are men. They will always be men. And well, I'm sorry you disagree, but you're wrong.
They're not. There's a difference between gender and.
No, there's not. There's really not. Really? Really? So when I ask a doctor, when I ask the doctor, what is the listen? No. This is what they want you to believe. But when you look at the hardcore facts, gender is the same thing as sex. Now, in the social circles, you can change the gender to mean some of the other things, but not in biology. In biology, sex and gender for Homo sapiens sapiens are the exact same thing. If I ask a doctor, what is the gender of my child? What am I asking? I'm asking the sex of my child. Am I not? They have gender reveal parties. Why? because it's the same thing as sex. When you start getting into these postmodern classifications of what gender means and some kind of weird constructivist approach, you're allowed to do that. But that's not how society works. These are things that are in the realm of conceptualization for colleges to experiment and have free thought, and that's perfectly fine with that. But they've somehow got out into the society, and our society cannot function like that. There are two genders, there are two sexes, period.
Well, the thing is, gender is literally a social construct.
Why?
Sex is based,
Why?
No, sex is based on
Why?
your genitals and your chromosomes.
No, that's not what sex is based upon.
Yes, it is.
You want to bet?
Then what is it based upon?
Gametic production.
Which is?
Well, you're telling me. You seem to know about the topic, sweet. You're trying to tell me about a subject.
Different. Which I told you something. Which I told you it's something different.
Okay. Well, the reality is that have you taken biology yet? Because in biology, you get to learn cool things. Like one, the female of the species is the member of the species that produces the large gamete. The male of the species is the one that produces the small gamete. And somebody needs to mute. I don't know. Is that you? Wait. I gotta. Yeah. What are you by a faucet or something, or a fan? It's really loud, sweet.
It's a fan. Yeah. My bad.
Yeah, it's a fan. Yeah. You know what? I've done so many of these freaking things. I could tell a fan. That's pretty freaking hilarious. But I do want Hudat to ask their question here in a second. But what's sweet, what I'm trying to explain to you is that sex is based upon your gametes. So the male of the species.
Biological factors.
Yeah, the male of the species produces the small gamete. Okay, because we are an anciogametic species. We have a large gamete and a small gamete. That's what a female and a male means.
Well,
so the female, but hang on, the female of the species is the one that produces the large gamete. So if the female's the gender, then that's the one that produces the large gamete. They mean the same thing in biology. They just do.
Well, it's not. It's sex, though. Sex and gender is a social construct.
Okay, what is my gender?
You tell me.
Why? If you ask a doctor, if you go to a doctor and say, "Hey, doctor, what's
if you say what is your sex?" And
no, I'm not asking that. What is my gender?
What is your gender? Yes, it's a social construct, and social constructs are.
Why is that a social construct?
So it goes based off of like how you look.
Really? So when I asked the doctor what the gender of my daughter was, he says, "I don't know."
No, it's based off of how you look and how you act because it's.
Wait, no. When my daughter's in the womb, and I asked the doctor what kind of child am I have? What's the gender? What is the gender of my child in the womb, in vitro?
They're going to tell you the sex. They're going to say that her sex is like on the birth certificate.
They're going to tell you the gender.
You can get the sex or gender on the birth certificate.
Do you want me to tell you who actually differentiated between sex and gender, where it came from? Because you might not believe me, but it's true.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so this differentiate. Oh my god, that fan. Is that your computer fan or external one? I'm kind of curious.
Yeah, sorry, it's my fan. I'll just mute every time I'm done talking.
Okay, yeah, I get it. It's hot. I just turn my AC off for that very reason. So this was a guy named John Mooney that came up with this. Mooney was a sex experimenter. He was a researcher. I hate to use the term researcher because he wasn't. He was a pedo trying to justify pedophilia. Yeah, he was trying to justify pedophilia.
He was a fucking pedophile.
Yeah, he was trying to justify pedophilia by separating gender to be something other than sex, which again, you can do if you want to change the meaning of the words. So he did this horrific experiments. He even had one experiment, and you can go look this up, sweet. He did an experiment with twins. These twins were kids, toddlers, infants, where he wanted to see what happened if they raised one child as a boy and one child as a girl. That's the experiment that he did. That's where gender comes from.
Well, I mean...
You didn't know that, did you?
No, but people still use gender, and I'm just telling you the difference between the two.
But this is because you've been told this. You've been told it's a social experiment.
But let me say something. Let me say something. It's like you genuinely don't think that I can just have my own opinions because it's a left-leaning view.
No. You can have your own opinions, but you're saying that's a social construct, but you're not understanding. You're not understanding where those social constructs came from. They came from John Mooney or Money. How do you say his name? Money or Mooney?
Hold on. If I came in here and I was like, and I just agreed with it, if I had like a right-wing view, I know you would, and I said my age, right, and I made that assumption. I know you would not say anything like that. And you know why? Because it's agreeing with you. You just
no. You can disagree, but I want you to understand where the gender this social construct came from. It came from John Mooney. Oh, Money. I guess his name is Money.
Indoctrinated because I'm in school.
It's not a matter of indoctrinated. It's a matter of you have to understand where your beliefs come from. These are your beliefs.
Okay, and where do you think right-wing beliefs come from?
I'm not talking about right-wing beliefs. I'm talking about where gender came from, because you're saying gender is a social construct. The only reason it's a social construct is because of people like you, no offense, that promote it as such. Biologists and people that have the older people that know that means the same thing are not going to make it into a social construct. Do you know what social construct is? It's gender. Hang on. It's gender traits. Do you understand that gender traits and gender are not the same thing? Just like sex and sexual traits are not the same thing. So you can have a bimodal distribution of sexual traits, whether it be primary or secondary, which are not even a distribution. It's not even a real distribution because they're quantified, discrete data points. But sex itself is not on a spectrum, right? You have the men, you have the female. That's it. There's no spectrum to be had there. Do you at least accept that?
Sorry, say that again.
You have men. You have the biological sex of male and the biological sex of female. There's no overlap there. Everybody's either 100% male or 100% female. There's no in between. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Let's start there for a second. Now you start talking about gender. Most of the time, gender is exactly the same thing. There's no difference. Now, let's say you want to hypothesize. Hang on. Listen to what you say. You want to make it a difference. And you start talking about gender, and you're talking about how they look, how they act, what they wear, blue being for boys, pink being for girls.
Social construct.
Right. But you're not talking about sex there. You're talking about traits. These are characteristics.
I'm talking about gender. I'm not talking about
You're talking about traits. Do you know what a trait is?
You asked me how it's a social construct, and it is.
And I'm telling you.
Because that's what gender is based off of. Like, your gender is how people perceive you. It's a social construct.
It's not.
Perceive you.
It's
yes,
not.
It is. No,
I'm telling you, it's not. You can argue all you want, but people mainstream America are looking at you like you're crazy.
No,
because that's not how it is in America.
It's a social construct because
it's not.
No, listen. You could be a woman and identify, or you could be born as like female. You could be a woman, right? You could be female and identify as a woman, and then you present very masculine to the point where people think that you're a guy. Why? Because it's a social construct.
So how many genders are there? How many genders are there?
I would say
this is why it's not a tenable position. Your position is never going to take. This is what happens. This affected America for a while.
Yes, I would say three.
Three genders: male, female, and other. Other's not a gender. Other's not a gender.
Non-binary.
Non-binary is not a gender.
Dude, I mean, if gender is a social construct, so yes,
you can definitely. But here's the thing, sweet. You can say that as many times as you want, but nobody's going. But it's not. You're talking about sex.
People go by it every day. You even go by it.
No, but my gender is I'm a male.
So you're telling me right now, if there was a female who identified as a woman, looked very, very masculine, because a lot of people
they're female.
If they dress masculine or
I don't care. They're female.
No, that's not the thing though. If you first meet them and you're going to perceive them as a guy.
My senses would be giving me misinformation, but they would be objectively a female.
Yeah, because it's a social contract. That's the gender. No, if you see them, you're going to refer to them as he. You're going to
okay, great. So what would happen? What would happen if you had an actual female, biological female, that looks like a man but wants to be referred to as a female because they're female and they don't like looking like a man, but they just do? Are you going to say their gender is a male?
No, but I'm saying I'm saying it's a social construct.
So you're saying you get to pick your own gender.
No, but the thing is, people are going to think that they're a man if they don't know them. They're going based off of looks and how they act, etc.
I'm telling you, the reason, sweet. I really do hope you look into this. The only reason why people wanted to separate gender from sex is because of pedophilia. It is. I mean, Heather's talking about sexual, men being the AGP males, and she's right about most of them. I'm not saying Heather's wrong, by the way. I think that I just want to overly generalize, but I think that the vast majority is a sexual fetish. But no, that's where gender came from, sweet. I'm telling you. The reason why
that doesn't mean that's why people separate it now.
It is actually a reason for it, because the people that try to separate gender like you do, they tend to groom kids. They tend to be pedophiliacs. They tend to want things in the classroom to make this stuff normative to children, and it shouldn't be normative.
Well, dude, it's not. How is that pedophilia? How is that pedophilia?
Do you know what happens in classrooms nowadays? The books they're putting in kids for them to read in their classrooms?
Oh my gosh, dude. If I go to an elementary school right now, you're literally not going to see any of
Really?
You're
Really?
not going to see whatever books you're talking about. Like,
why? They did exist. They read them in front of Congress. They were reading them, and the Congress had to shut them down. They were too graphic. Why is that?
Okay, now let's see on average where, like, how many schools are having these books.
It doesn't matter. One is too many. One.
Okay, but it's not. You're acting like that's like
they've gone to the Supreme. They're going to the federal courts on this, so it's a big deal. This has gone to the
you're
courts.
lumping these things together, and you're like,
why?
You're making it.
Well, yes, I'm lumping because this is all one. Gender ideology is a holistic thing, sweet. This gender ideology, it is. I'm telling you, 100%, it is. And I wish today's youth would understand this, that they're being misled by this crap. It's horrifying.
Because it's not.
Somebody ask you this: Do you think that a 12-year-old child, should be able to get a double mastectomy if they feel like they're a boy?
Like surgery?
Yeah.
To be trans? No.
Yeah. Okay, so you think that you agree that should be 18 and up?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, at least you have some sense. I'll give you that. Okay, so we agree that.
But I will say, I feel like when you get to a certain age, you should be able to, like, it's not really medically transitioning, but you should be able to, like, present how you want and identify.
I don't care how you present. Yeah, I don't care about that. Present however you want. I don't give a shit how somebody presents. But my argument is that society doesn't have to give a shit. Society doesn't have any onus to give a shit how you present one way or another. They can hate it. They can like it. They don't have any onus to oblige you to how you present. They just don't. So if a trans woman expects society to conform to them, that's egotistical. Because society is not going to do it. Society has had enough of that bullshit. And I'm telling you, and I said this many, 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 many years ago, that the pendulum was going to swing the other way, and when it did, it was going to swing back hard. And goddamn, was I not right on that? And it's sad too, because I have a lot of trans friends, sweet, and they're decent, good people. They just want to live their life, like I said, live your life how you have. They're not trying to go into women's bathrooms. They're not trying to get in women's sports teams. But they've crossed the line when they started doing those things, sweet. And it's unfortunate, but we cannot have gender ideology in our society. It's antithetical to the American way.
Okay, what do you like having that? How is that? I'm confused. Like,
because there's only men and female. You can live your life as the opposite sex, but this notion there's a billion genders out there, it's just absurd. It's not sustainable. When you go to a doctor's office, do they give a shit what you think their gender is? No, they give a shit what you are. So when they ask you what your gender, when they ask you what your gender is, they don't give a shit what you present as. No, they're asking you what you. No. They're asking you what your sex is. It's the same thing.
Yes. No, it's not, because literally but in every single medical paper, whether it's your birth certificate, this, that, it always says sex, dude. And then on papers,
no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. I have read medical intake forms that ask what a person's gender is. Like, it matters. Why would it matter?
Well, it's
and the ones that do, some of them only say male or female. I say what's your gender, male or female. I say that all the time.
Does it say sex on your birth certificate?
Yes.
Okay, like I'm saying. You're saying
because gender always meant sex until the what years was it? It was like the 50s. John, when was it?
If it did, then why'd they create a whole new word for it?
Because of pedophilia.
No.
They didn't create a whole. No.
But
hang on. They didn't create a whole new word for it. They created a whole different meaning for it. They changed the meaning of I swear to God as my witness. They changed the usage of gender from what used to mean sex to mean something else, and because of Don Money's work on pedophilia and gender identity. This was it 60s? They had to be around mid 60s.
How does gender relate to pedophilia? Like, how would
because they moved it from biology to sociology.
Okay, and what does that have to do with pedophilia?
Because it tries to normalize this kind of stuff.
How is gender, literally saying that gender is different than sex, normalizing pedophilia? What does that have to do with children, and how does that normalize pedophilia?
Because they're grooming kids in our school system, and there's a trans community that's doing it.
Okay, so you're saying this happened back in the 60s?
Yes.
When that definition was made. So how then was it? Because obviously things like this, as you said, were not happening way back then, or even in the 60s.
Because nobody cared how you identified. Your identity doesn't matter.
No. You're saying it originally was made in the 60s. So how does that correlate? How did it correlate to pedophilia in the 60s?
Because in the mid-1960s, John Mooney wanted to help make pedophilia acceptable in society.
Okay, so then what does that? I'm still confused on the correlation.
I'm telling you exactly what happened. They tried to redefine gender to mean how you feel. To say, oh, look, I feel attracted to a young person called MAPS, mentally attracted person, which I cannot believe actually is a thing, but it is. They're trying to normalize that behavior, saying, well, they just identify as somebody who's, they can't help how they feel.
Not even majority.
And
it literally is the same thing.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Sense.
I've read a few books on queer theory. And the main root in actually is queer theory, because gender identity and gender ideology is part of a broader umbrella called queer theory.
Correct.
And so it's not just John Money, it's also philosophers like Michel Foucault, Judith Butler, and others.
Judith Butler by far, yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't but absolutely with Judith Butler.
Yeah, I mean that background noise is really
hard.
I'm sorry, I keep forgetting.
I'm so sorry. That fan is really hard to talk over.
Yeah,
it's loud.
Thanks. Yeah, no. I just wanted to talk about how the whole thing really is about this body disassociation, that everybody sort of has a soul, and that actually children are born queer. So the idea is that children are born without a sense of either being male or female, and instead it's society that imposes upon the flesh, i.e., a penis or a vagina. So it's society that imposes a sense of being man or woman, boy, girl, and also that suppresses a sexual functional sense of innocence. It's society that imposes innocence on that child. I mean, that's a very ancient idea, actually. I read about that, the 19th century romantics, people like William Blake. He had this idea of original, sort of innocence, and that actually it's society that produces this artificial sense of, innocence in children. And so this sort of reappeared in queer theory, really, and that actually, again, it's about that not only man and woman are socially constructed, but adult child is also
now you're
100% spot on.
100% spot on.
And also heterosexual, homosexual is socially constructed.
And the queer theory had taken the advancements of the gay community to finally get the rights that they deserve, because who you're attracted to shouldn't make a bit of difference, right? I think agrees that nobody gives a shit who you're in love with. Gay people should have every right to marry as anybody else, right?
Yeah, and exactly. And I mean, what I'd ask Sweet is, did you say something about it's how you appear to others, and that should be how you're interpreted as whether you're being a man or a woman from a gendered perspective?
Well, no, I said gender was a social construct, and he said how, and I'm saying because it's based off of how people socially perceive you, and it's also because gender also comes with I don't know, I forgot the word, but it's basically, the expectations that come with a certain gender, where it's men are supposed to act this way, which leads people
But that's not gender being a social construct. That's what we associate with gender traits of being a social construct. And this is where I think a lot of people conflate the two differences. You don't understand the difference between gender traits being a social construct and gender being a social construct. They're not the same thing.
No, but it's also not. Okay,
So
but
just to ask you a question then. So you were saying that it's about how others perceive and relate to you. That's what gender is in a way. But then, if there's a man with a beard in a dress going into the women's changing rooms, I perceive that man as a man. However, he says that his gender is a woman. So how is gender about social perception if actually gender is said to
Yeah, because
nest
he's going to
within
exactly.
explain
He's
that
going to
man?
but he's going to perceive differently than the person. You have two different perceptions there,
well,
sweet.
I doubt that person is actually trans then. I doubt
Well, no,
they're
that's not
actually
that. Hang on, but sweet, you're missing his fundamental point though. You have that person there. Sense is going to have one interpretation, right? One sense of one. Say that this person is this gender, and then you have the person who believes that they are whatever gender. You have two different facts of the matter, two different people that have two different results of their gender. So how do you objectively determine what gender the person is? What's the objective measurement?
how they identify. That's
okay.
Okay,
So whatever you say your gender is, Sense has to accept it. So if I say I'm a woman, Sense, you have to accept that because I identify as a woman. You have to accept that.
Yeah.
You have to treat me as a woman.
Yeah.
That's not how society's ran.
No, if you're transgender and you're actively transitioning and you're not just being like,
but no. If I say I identify as a woman, I tell you, sweet, you must address me as a woman. You don't think that's problematic? That's not against your free speech. That if you don't want to address me as a woman or not, that I'm not imposing my beliefs that I'm a woman onto you.
I'm not like it doesn't bother me.
But it doesn't matter. It's still affecting your free speech. You let people wait. Right. But you're allowing other people to tell you what to do. If I say you must, if I say you must call me by a female name, you have to abide by that.
Once again, like you said, you have freedom of speech, so you can choose to not do that or to do
right.
that.
And I'm choosing, and society's choosing not to do that. I'm right.
I mean, the problem is
society has spoken up about this. Go ahead.
And people who are choosing not to do it are being called Nazis,
right, and being vilified.
Right. These are high-performing nurses, doctors, gynecologists. There was a French gynecologist who lost his job because a man attended his office and said, "Please, inspect." He had a fully intact penis, and he wanted to be seen by the gynecologist. He lost his job.
Not the majority. Okay.
No, but it happens though. It happens.
Okay, well, I don't think that's obviously that's insane. I feel like that.
No. That's 2025. What you're asking of society is to accept. Let me set out the position, please. What you're asking of society is to accept an ontology, a metaphysics for the next 50 years, right? Whereby a man becomes a question of self-profession of being a man.
Correct.
Even a 5-year-old. I mean, when you read the queer theory, right, they eliminate the adult-child distinction. So a man could be a 12-year-old girl, right? And so my question to you is, how do we run medicine? How do we run sports? Anything 50 years from now if we accept your metaphysics?
What do you mean? How are we going to run medicine or all that?
Because you're going to have all these different people that identify as all the different genders, and you're going to have to accommodate every single one's individual view, whatever it is.
If you're talking about, like, what do you mean by medicine, though? What are you
Okay, I'll give you an example. A friend of mine who's a nurse, she was fired, and she's on Twitter. And she's not a real life friend, but a Twitter friend that I've got to know. She was fired literally for being a nurse for saying that transgender are men. She was fired for this. It's a fact. Well, but that's a fact, though. That's an ontological fact.
Okay, no, but she's just, because she's saying it in a way that's like not necessary.
Oh, so her free speech doesn't matter. We could fuck her free speech because reasons.
Her free speech, but like, I mean,
so she should get fired for having free speech or something. Wait. No, she's saying, but she is saying an ontological fact. She's saying something that's true about reality, and you're saying she should get fired for that.
She didn't. She said, okay, but what was the point of her saying that?
Because she was saying that trans women being men need special medical things like prostate exams. And the gynecologists should only hang on one sec. Gynecologists should only be dealing with actual biological women. This nonsense of how you identify, like this guy that lost his license to practice because he went and examined a male. There's insanity to all this. This is complete insanity.
What was the like entire thing that was said? What did she? What
it doesn't. She was standing. She was saying that there's only men and women.
I feel like if you're going,
which you agree with,
like, no, if you're going around just spewing, trying to like antagonize people, oh, like trans women are men, and that's just a fact.
But she was trying to get better health for them. She was trying to say that trans women need specific help. And so but she still said a truth, though.
And earlier you said that sex and gender are different, right?
Yeah.
I mean, but the problem that we've got is
just about sex.
The same words, man and woman, are being used to refer to both the person's sex and gender, right?
Right.
And in a medical context, surely what matters is sex. You know, nobody.
Why does your gender care? Does it matter if you're non-binary to a doctor? No. Who the fuck cares?
But that we're not talking about like just medical stuff, though.
Well, yeah, we are right now. We're talking about a nurse who lost her job for stating a fact.
Well, if we're talking about medical stuff, then obviously, yeah, like why wouldn't it? Like if we're talking about gynecologists, obviously, why wouldn't somebody who was born female not go to the gynecologist, or why?
Because they're mentally unwell men. They're fetishize this. That's Heather was talking about.
But the thing is, you take one person and then now you're generalizing.
No. This doctor lost his license because of your ideology. Exactly. Because of gender ideology. This doctor, who was a doctor. Hang on. This doctor was helping women. He was a gynecologist helping women. He lost his right to practice to help women because of your ideology, sweet. The gender ideology that you're promoting, that's the reason why he lost his job.
Okay,
this is why we're all against
what's happening right now?
What's happening because of a small percentage
what's
of that
happening right now is OBGYNs are being forced to retrain to treat male physiology.
Yeah,
they've been intimidated.
Yeah.
Actually, the specialism. The specialism, and I've got sisters, right? And I've got an older sister who's been trying to get pregnant for years. There's a shortage of OBGYNs in the UK. And what you're insisting upon is that they waste time being retrained to treat male physiology, right? How is that a social good? And that is just because they want the ability to be able to say, oh, wait, obstetrics, that's meant to be for women, isn't it? Oh, I'm a woman gender, therefore I must see the obstetrician.
Exactly.
I must.
We have trans men who want to get pregnant.
So majority of these people or nurses or whatever are getting trained that way, correct? They have to go in retraining. Majority.
Not majority. No, not majority, but
everyone.
Some. Okay. But even one person is too many.
It's everyone.
It only takes one for there to be a problem.
You're saying one person is too many. So you're saying that dude, didn't you just but didn't you just say that like one person or the small percentage shouldn't, doesn't really matter as much, these corporations should be thrown away.
I say the one person, what I said was the 1% should not affect the entire society. We should have changed how gynecologists do gynecology because of man wants to go, or man wants a bikini wax for people that are estheticians. They're not trained for it.
No, but yes. So you're saying the 1%, the 1% or the small percentage shouldn't control the entire population, but you're bringing up such a small percentage of people who have to go through that, and you're trying
because they're affected by it.
Okay, and so are the trans people.
No, they're not. No, they're not.
Sweet. Men are not affected by obstetrics and gynecology if they don't go to a gynecologist because they don't have female anatomy where that would warrant a visit by an obstetrician or a gynecologist. They do not have cervixes, they do not have uteruses or ovaries or anything of that nature. They are unable to get pregnant. They will never be able to be seen by
no crap. Somebody who has male genitals can't get pregnant.
Yes. You know what? This ideology is teaching. There are nurses colleges of midwife colleges that are teaching midwives how to administer catheters to males with male genitalia because they're in the middle of a transition and they still have their male genitalia. They might be pregnant.
Yep.
They have the ability to get pregnant. They are teaching this in midwifery school that men can get pregnant. This is what your ideology leads to.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, sweet. I swear to God.
Because it leads to people denying sex.
Yes.
It leads to people denying what sex is and that sex isn't even a reality to begin with. And it leads to things like men who seek care at a gynecologist to have a pap smear for a cervix that does not exist in their body.
So sweet.
Okay, so gender, So gender ideology to you is just saying that, males can get pregnant and vice versa.
That's what these men are claiming, and it leads them to seek.
No, sweet. What's happening is this. Your ideology is so extreme to normal Americans, and I'm telling you, as a normal American, your ideology is such that
American. No, you're just right wing. It's okay.
No. I was centrist for how many years? I'm about as centrist as you get. I didn't even move my position. The left moved so far away from center that even the most moderate people that are centrist are now a little bit to the right. It's just how the Overton window shifted. I'm telling you, my position.
And I've always been on the left.
Literally,
and I find that this nonsense doesn't compute with reality, and that's my issue. It's that it's not that it's right or left because that has nothing to do with anything. It's that this shit does not comport with reality, plain and simple.
It should even be politicized, but the left. But hang on, the left has made this an issue because the left has nothing to run on. They have no policies. All they have is orange man bad, fuck Trump, fuck Elon Musk. That's all they have. They have nothing to help America.
What's Trump's policies other than let me just take pronouns out of the freaking government, so then all the right.
Why do I care about? Why should you force me? Why should you force me to say I have to use a specific pronoun with you? Why?
What does that do for America though? Taking the pronouns off of like the White House thing,
right? Because it's part of gender ideology. We never had that on. We never had explained to people what pronouns were.
That's just for emails in the White House.
All we did was go back to the way it was before genderology. This is called regressive.
That's just in the White House, though. You could still do that for the majority of the population.
Sure. So what's the issue? All the government did was put it back the way it was before progressives took over.
What I'm saying is that's like pointless. It's like a pointless thing. It's not pointless. It's just so that. Wait,
sweet, hang on, sweet. Hang on, sweet. Why did they put the pronouns on the emails to begin with?
What? Oh,
why did they put the pronouns on the emails to begin with?
So people could identify how they want.
Do I not understand what a male and female is? Do I need you to put the pronouns on there? Do I need you to specifically at the bottom? I went most of my life, and I never had to put ever at the bottom, my pronouns are such and such. Not once. I lived my entire life that way.
I'm pretty sure you can literally say prefer not to say, or you could just do pronouns.
Or we can just stop it altogether because it's stupid.
No, but you realize everybody uses pronouns, right? You use pronouns.
No shit.
Everybody in.
But I don't need to put them in a correspondence. It's stupid.
Okay, but why does it matter? I think it's stupid that Trump did that. I think it's stupid.
Because it's part of this entire ideology that we've been talking about.
I think it's stupid.
No, Steve, you can't argue on one hand that pronouns are stupid and then simultaneously use pronouns for a man, female pronouns, and justify it. I'm sorry, but you're hypocritical in this stance.
No, I'm not.
I'm calling you out on. Yes, you are.
Because I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, because I'm not mandating it. I'm not making it policy.
But they are mandating it of you.
But no,
the person who's making that request is mandating it of you.
But I choose as an individual to decide who I call what. That's my freedom of speech, and I'm going to stand by that.
The average trans person is not going to beat you to death because you didn't call them whatever, dude.
Try doing that in a female bathroom, and you confront a man who's demanding of those
they get
things.
violent.
They will absolutely get violent with you.
Absolutely, I've seen it.
Okay, so every single trans person is going to do that.
No, but a majority does, even if it's a
Why do you
handful.
think? Why do you think 49% of them are in prison for violent sex crimes? Violent sex crimes.
49% of them.
Why do you think
the population? Do I have to repeat this shit again?
No,
honestly, do you not understand this stuff?
I have never thought about going into a bathroom to take a picture of myself in a restroom to say, "Oh, look, I'm in somebody's restroom." Yet, thousands and thousands of transgender women are doing this. Why?
No one's doing that.
What?
Yes, they are. They absolutely are. It's actually an entire porn. It's actually an entire porn category.
Right? What do you mean nobody's doing this? Sweet. I could show you on Twitter, but I don't want to get my channel taken down.
Okay, but listen. By me saying no one's doing that, yes, I know that some people do that. So I guess
a lot.
But no, it's not. It's not like
it is. I've seen hundreds of them.
The average okay, you keep cutting me off, but the average trans person is not going to a bathroom and being
I think the average trans person does this anymore.
No one's doing that, dude.
Yes, they do.
That's a load of shit. Yes, they are. There's an entire porn. There's an entire category on Pornhub regarding this stuff.
I want you to do something right now. Sweet. That's not trans. Hang on, sweet. I want you to right now go to Mary Kate Delvey's Twitter. Mary Kate Delvey. Is that how you pronounce her last name? D-E-L-A-Y, right? Delvey. She's been in my streams many times. I don't know how to pronounce her last name, but it's Delvey. But I want you right now to go and just type in Mary Kate, okay? And then her last name is spelled D-E-L-V-E-Y. D-E-L-V-E-Y. So Mary Kate Delvey. And you will see on her timeline all these men that are taking pictures in women's spaces and proud of it because it is dominant. What Heather's saying about those type of men is absolutely true. They're doing it to fetishize. They're doing it to subjugate women. They're doing it to be that patriarchal male that people talk about. They do exist. I think that Heather may overgeneralize, but those men, absolutely, she spot the fuck on about that. So you cannot say it doesn't exist when there's clear evidence of that.
Well, those people aren't trans, though.
They claim to be. What do you mean they aren't trans? They're like, we're transgender.
Okay, but
so
they're
no true
claiming,
trans would do that?
They're claiming, though, for the fetish.
No true trans would do that. So those types of trans are not true trans then, right?
No, they're not transgender. They're saying that.
No, sweet. Earlier you said that a man is based on self-declaration, right? A woman is so you earlier you said it was perception, then you moved away from that and said, oh no, it's what somebody professes to be.
No, it's
right?
both of those things.
But now you're saying, oh no, let me finish the point. Now you're saying, actually, if that man masturbates in the woman's changing room, then they were never trans. So you're now taking back control of the definition of man and woman. Which is it? Is man and woman defined by in the individual, or is it perception, or is there an objective third standard, i.e., sex, whether or not you've got the gametes to determine man and woman? Which is it of the three?
No, you're saying you're bringing up fetishes and stuff, and you're saying, oh, well, because like a fetish is sexual. So if somebody is dressing, because there is like a fetish for that. Yes, it's where they get off. These people who have these fetishes get off to wear or like basically dressing as a woman or
but they're not trans though.
Because because it's a fetish. It's not
okay, but they're not trans though. I want to make sure we're on the same page here. So who dat girl just posted something and I just reposted what you posted to me. Who dat, by the way. So there's a whole bunch of people, men in women's bathrooms taking pictures. Your argument is that not one of them is trans, even though they identify as trans. They claim to be a woman, but you don't believe them. So is that a hate crime or something that you don't believe them? Because they claim to be women. They're identifying as a woman. They identify to be trans. According to your own ideology, people should believe them.
But you're saying they just went in the bathroom and took a selfie then, right?
No.
That's
they just happen to do that as well. But they're trans women who want to show off that they can go into a female bathroom and take pictures and show everybody how dominant they are and say, nobody can stop me from doing this. Because that's what they're doing.
That's okay. So it wasn't anything sexual then. So yes, they are trans.
Oh no, it is sexual. They masturbate inside the stalls, and then they'll write things like, "Oh, I ejaculated on the wall, and I'm getting off to the fact that some turf is going to sit there and be on it." I've seen these things. I know Heather has. I know we all have.
Absolutely.
Okay, well then.
This stuff exists.
Answer me this. I want to go back to.
This is all over the place. If you, I every time I have these hangouts and I have to look at this kind of shit, I get disgusted by it. It's ubiquitous, sweet. You're ignoring reality because you're living this isolated bubble because you haven't got into the real world with
isolated bubble. Oh my goodness.
You do. Dude. I swear to you. I'm not trying to be demeaning, but it's the truth. You live in an isolated world.
It's my opinion.
I'm going to go back to perception for a moment because when I was your age, I'm 50 now, by the way. But when I was your age, when I was in my early 20s, or from the age of 19 all the way through to my 20s, so my late 20s actually, I had short hair, like boy short hair, tapered tight to the neck, buzz cut in the back, faux mohawk in the front on the top, the whole thing. Okay, and on the days when I decided to wear a t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers. Do you know how many people came up to me and thought that I was a male and said as much? Or if they knew that I was female, they assumed I was lesbian. I am neither of those things. I am a heterosexual woman married to a man, and I have always known that I'm female, and I don't question this at all. This is not a matter of perception. This is a matter of knowing your physiology. This is about your biology. It has absolutely nothing to do with self-perception or even others' perception because people can make mistakes regarding perception.
Okay, but
like in the case of me.
My question is, why did they think that you were a man?
Because I don't usually wear makeup. I had short hair, like what would traditionally be considered a boy haircut.
Yes.
And I didn't wear, and then I would wear t-shirts, jeans, and sneakers for comfort reasons. But it's not because I'm female, and
yes, you are.
Because they're mistaken. Because it's a mistake. This is why it's not perception, and why I'm trying to instill in you that this is not about perception. It has everything to do with physiology. It has everything to do with your biology. Female is a sex category, and it is based on large gamete production, based on ovaries, based on ovum, and men do not have these things. They have testes and sperm. It's a different thing, and there's only these two categories. There are only sperm, only ovum. There is nothing else in between. There is no spectrum. You can't switch from making one to the other type either, which is what actual sex change would be.
Yeah, well, there's no such thing as a true sex.
It has nothing. Gender has nothing to do with anything. It's a load of nonsense.
Sweet. Do you realize that all what they call a sex change is just cosmetic surgery? Do you accept that? You're not changing sexes. You do realize this, right?
Wait, sorry.
Do you realize that every single gender-affirming surgery is just a cosmetic surgery? It doesn't change anything, and all it does is make it far more difficult to do basic biological functions. I don't know if you've ever seen.
No,
wait, let me finish. I don't know if you've ever seen a male to female transition surgery, but it's horrifying. I've never seen one that looks anywhere near normal. None of them look normal. And I'm not saying that I've seen a lot of them. I've seen my share. I know a lot. Yeah, I've seen a lot of women. But it doesn't look right. It isn't right. They have it's a butchery. It's completely experimental at best, and it's horrifying, these experiments that are being done, but they're not reassigning your gender. All they're doing is cutting out body parts. It's cosmetic.
Well, it doesn't change your biological gender. Obviously, correct. You can't change your biological you can't change your biological sex.
Just like you cannot believe it away either. You cannot believe it away either. A man who believes as a woman is still a man. There you go. Now you get it. This is why you have to have it. This is why you have to have it.
You can change your gender.
You can say that as many times as you want. Sweet,
if I
but it's not a social construct.
Like
it's
what
not
Heather
a social construct. I'm telling you, gender can be a social construct in sociology, but we're not talking about sociology. We're talking about biology right now. In biology, it's not a social construct. We're not talking about social sciences. We're talking about
And I
biology.
mean,
No, we're talking about
sweet.
objective facts.
I was a very feminine boy, and actually, though, I still have feminine traits today. You know, I'm a gay man, right? What you're talking about is the social expectations expected of men, right? And that
those are constructive. I'll give them that.
That is just pattern. That is just pattern recognition, right?
Yeah,
so
exactly.
You know, but they're outliers. And you know, I'm also black, right? When I walk down the street, people expect
God, if you're a woman, you'd be able to,
of me.
You would have the trifecta of persecution.
Certain behaviors.
These things from you.
No. Wait. Let me make the point. People have expectations of behavior of different types of bodies. Same with fat people, same with disabled people, right? But just because you don't comply with what's expected of your body doesn't mean that you've been born in the wrong body, and it doesn't mean that you should alter your body.
But hang on, wait, hang on. It doesn't mean that you should. But since she already capitulated, she thinks that most trans people don't actually believe they're actually that the opposite sex. They just want to live their lives that way, which means it's not a substance dualism.
But she's also talking about the concept of gender. She's also talking about the concept of gender as a separate thing.
You did agree though earlier that you find that most men who claim to be trans don't actually believe that the opposite sex. You agree with you said that's true, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what about, make it quick, what about the ones who actually do believe they're female? What do you think about them? Who, if they actually literally believe that they're biologically female, do you believe that they are a biological female?
No.
Okay, and the reason for that is because it's an objective measure that we can all go look and say, hey, Brandon, go look, tell me the sex of this person. Hey, Sense, go tell me the sex of this person. Hey, Heather, go tell me the sex of this person. We're all objectively going to come to the exact same conclusion because it has fuck all to do with anybody's feelings. Or how they identify.
I mean, people have young children face social pressure to behave and act in a particular way based upon their body.
At this point,
what we shouldn't be saying it's a good thing. You're celebrating the idea that boys are expected not to cry, right? That girls are expected to look pretty. All of that stuff of gender, all of that social construct stuff, that is nonsense. That is sexist, homophobic very often.
It's a good thing, though.
What?
I can speak to one part of this.
What is a good thing?
How is that a good thing?
What's a good thing?
I didn't say that that's a good thing. That you know, these certain social pressures are put onto people who identify with a certain gender or look a certain way. You know, because
but who cares how they identify?
No, it's irrespective of identification.
Yeah.
You know, what a man
you identify and present as another gender, and you're obviously.
But why do I have to care what you identify as? Is my point. Why do I have to care as a person?
No one said you had to care.
Okay, wait. Then why is it they're trying to wait? Why is it they're trying to pass laws to say if you misgender somebody, that's a crime? It happens in Canada.
Okay, has it been passed? Because
but it's damn close.
Okay.
How about this? This is wait. How about this?
Germany,
how about the, Germany.
10K.
Yeah.
How about this, sweet? Someone.
How about this? Do you believe that? Let's say I'm with a woman and we have a child. And I want to have that child raised normally as a kid that can go through puberty and grow up. But my spouse wants that child to be transgender. In Colorado right now, there's a bill that just got passed in Colorado, except for the Senate, that if I, as a parent, misgender my child and say, look, I don't want my child being transgender, that's called coercive control, and it can be used against me in custody battles. Do you think that's fair?
What do you like?
Okay, I'll run it by you again. I want you to listen very carefully here. This is a House bill that was in Colorado that just got passed.
Yeah.
Okay, I can look up the exact number, but it's HB, was it 1213? If I'm not mistaken. Somebody look it up for me. But this bill just got passed that in Colorado, if the spouse wants their child to be transgender and the child says that they are trans, no matter what the age, it could be 2 years old, it doesn't matter. If they believe they're trans, and I as a parent says, no, I'm not going to call you by this opposite pronoun. I'm not going to call you by whatever name you want. You're not trans. That's called, in the literature, in the bill, called coercive control, and they could use that against me as the custodial parent to give custody rights to the parent that wants the child to be trans. Is that fair?
Well, the thing is, I feel like I don't know about like 2 years old, but like I mean, people can.
So it's not fair. You agree? It's not
No,
fair.
no, no. But like, if your child is transgender or whatever, and they're like at a certain age, blah blah blah,
What
and
age?
they're like,
What age? Give me an age.
when you're like a teenager, dude.
Okay,
When you're like
so 14,
no,
16, 15, what? Give me an age.
not when you can do what you do. When you're like I've known people who are like
Just
transgender.
give me a number.
Okay,
Give me a number.
13.
13. 13. Okay, let's go with 13. So 13, in 2021, there was over 750 girls between the ages of 13 and 17 that got double mastectomies for gender-affirming care. Now, hang on. Let me finish because I'm going somewhere with this. Over 750 girls between the ages of 13 and 17 got double mastectomies in 2021 as gender-affirming care. This is a fact. Now, if I say to my spouse at the time, hypothetically, if I say, honey, I don't want my 13-year-old daughter to go double mastectomy, she's not trans, and my spouse says she is, I'm going to take custody from you.
Well, you can still be trans.
Let me finish. The courts can look at this in Colorado and say the custodial parent is the one that is not doing the coercive control, which is the one that's affirming the child. How is that fair to the person who's not affirming to the child? Because I don't want my 13-year-old daughter getting a double mastectomy. I think it's ridiculous. I think it's evil.
Well, surgery is different. You could also say, "Oh, I don't like that you're trans, and I don't want you dressing this way. I'm not gonna."
Okay, but that's the parent's right. Why would I lose? Why would I lose my right? Wait, no. You're not answering the question. Why should I lose my right as a custodial parent to the other parent because I won't affirm a child's belief that they should get a double mastectomy at 13? Because in Colorado, it can be used for custody battles. Why is that? How is that fair?
I'm not talking about men. If it was medical and you could get your child taken away just for simply saying no, like you can't get that surgery.
No, but sweet.
Nothing that like
the reason many children are identifying as trans, right? Let's look at that because
it's a social contagion.
From the CAPS review. Well, no, make the point. Let me make the point, and please listen, because these are vulnerable children. These are vulnerable children.
No, it was
very
just,
similar. No, but you're talking. You're not listening, right? Why do you think in young transitioners there's like a threefold greater likelihood of them suffering from child sexual abuse or child sexual assault?
And
do you think that maybe they're
and a lot of them are autistic too?
Exactly. If they're female, their body has been abused, and they actually think that there's a danger of being a woman, perhaps.
That's called a comorbidity, and that's why a lot of girls do transition, because they are afraid of men because they have been sexually molested by men. That's a fact.
That's not all trans people, and that's not in.
Okay, but some of them are like that, sweet. But hang on,
I'm pretty sure you have to have like.
I still wanted your answer to my question. How is it fair to the custodial parent like myself who says, I don't want my daughter at 13 having a double mastectomy, and the court say, we don't care what you think. We're going to take your daughter, give her to the wife, so she can have a double mastectomy. Is that fair? That's all I want to know. Is it fair? Yes or no?
No.
Then why? But that's what your ideology leads to.
If it's surgery, then no.
Yeah. Now do you understand our position as middle Americans? Saying that, hang on, I promise I'll give it to you today. But sweet, sweet.
It's about Brandon, though. It's not about the conversation. It's
hang
about
on.
Brandon.
I just want you to realize that this stuff that you believe affects normal people, and it affects normal people that have their rights. They're having their rights taken away because of ideologues like the ones that have brought this upon the youth of America. Because this is a social contagion, no matter how you look at it. And so, sweet, you just capitulated, and fairly, and I appreciate it, that it is unfair to the custodial parent. But this is a law that's being passed in Colorado, that if it does pass the Senate and does get signed into a law from the bill, it's one of the most horrific things I've ever seen America ever do. This is what MAGA's against. MAGA's against this very thing by saying, if I don't affirm a 12-year-old, 13-year-old child from having a double mastectomy, I can lose custody of my kids. But that's what's happening. That's what we have. That's the reality we have to deal with. This is what's happening in Colorado right now. And so, yes, I am very much against your ideology, sweet. And I hope that you do one day look past it and go, maybe there's more to it than this. Maybe my ideology is affecting normal MAGA people because they're having their children taken away because they don't want a 13-year-old to get a double mastectomy because it's horrifying that we're allowing children the opportunity to have double mastectomies. It will be banned one day. There are laws being passed state by state, and eventually we'll be at the federal level that will criminalize these medical atrocities being done to our children. And Hudat, you have the floor.
Being MAGA
Thank
doesn't
you.
make you normal. I feel like if you support Donald Trump, you're probably not a normal person completely.
Okay, well, I'll address that in a second because, Sweet, I want to see what you just did there. I was given the floor to Hudat, and I explained to you why normal people believe the way they do, and all of a sudden you had to go into Trump derangement syndrome. Let me make it very clear. I don't give a flying fuck about any single man or woman on the planet for who they are. I respect their position. I respect America.
Okay,
I'm a patriot. No. I'm going to talk for a second because you said something that is just so goddamn stupid, and I'm tired of it. My loyalties is to America. I'm a patriot. I spent 6 years in the military defending this country, so you have the right to believe whatever the fuck you want to believe. I put my life on the line for that. 3 deployments over in combat zones. I swore on the dotted line to uphold the Constitution, so you can believe whatever the fuck you want to believe, and I stand by that. You can, okay? But that has nothing to do with fucking Donald Trump. And why you think that anyone that voted for Donald Trump is somehow off of their rocker when all they want is America to be fixed and they want America to get away from your ideology. That has nothing to do with Trump. What it has to do is Trump is doing what the American people wanted. And I don't understand how you can't understand this. America voted for Trump because the alternative was untenable. There was no way Kamala Harris was going to run this country. There's no way that this gender ideology bullshit is going to be allowed in our schools. There's no way that DEI is going to be sustainable. It's not fucking possible. This is why MAGA voted against it. But it has nothing to do with Donald Trump. It has to do with America. And I will not any longer allow people to derail the conversation to Trump when we're talking about America. Stop doing it. That's what Trump derangement syndrome is. That's exactly when people say you have Trump derangement syndrome. That's what they're talking about. Because it always goes back to fucking, well, Trump. I am tired of Orange bad man being an excuse for shit. It's not. It's just not. Go and get a platform and political views of your own. This whole Trump bad is not a political platform. It's never going to get people voted. And it sure the fuck is not going to make America great again. Now, again, I'm going to give the floor to Hudat. Let her speak, please. And then we can go back to whatever you want to.
Thank you.
I didn't do anything. Hello? I didn't cut her off.
Well,
yeah, go ahead, Sweet. I think something may have happened to her.
Well, the thing is, I brought up Donald Trump.
Okay, now I've got it. Yeah, I was muted for some reason.
Oh, I didn't.
Okay.
Go ahead. Yes.
So, an update to the bill that you were talking about in Colorado. It says that it just passed the Senate on its 3rd reading, and Senate Democrats addended 2 new provisions. One, that children of any age may now access gender-affirming care at any time, and schools or other care providers can help a confused child legally change their name without parent notification.
That's scary as shit. That's scary as shit. Now think about that, Sweet. Now hang on, don't say anything yet, Sweet. I want you to think about this. Because one day you will be a parent. One day you will have kids. Do you want to be in charge of your children, or do you want some bureaucratic bullshit teacher telling your kid that there's something that you don't want them to be, that they're giving them a name that you don't want them to have? Do you want them to raise your child, or do you want to have that power?
No, sorry. What is the exact?
Go ahead, Huda. Explain again what's happening in Colorado right now.
Where our teachers can call your child their preferred name at school.
Yes, and they don't have to tell the teacher. They don't have to tell the parents that they're transing your kids, and they say that they don't have to tell your parents. No, they are in Colorado. They are. The teachers are.
That's not true.
No,
well, absolutely true.
Social transition.
It says children of any age may now access gender-affirming care at any time, and schools or other care providers can help a confused child legally change their name without parent notification.
Do you agree with that, Sweet? Do you think parents shouldn't be notified of a legal name change?
I don't agree with children at any age being able to get surgery, but I do think that if your child is at school, right, and they prefer to be
No. Help them legally change their name. You didn't hear what she said. The teachers are helping the students legally change their name.
Okay, well then then I don't know about that. I don't think that's
right. It's called an overreach because it's an encroachment of government on the
in
fundamental
the
rights of the
UK
parents to know about their child. It's scary.
And in the UK, many of the students. In the UK, many of the young children who socially transitioned, they were suffering bereavement, right?
Yeah.
And so they adopted the name and the mannerisms of the lost parent or maybe an older sibling that had died, right? How do the school administrators know if this is truly trans or just that child imitating, adopting the mannerisms of the lost loved one?
Exactly. And why would you want to give that much power to somebody else over your child?
These laws are not everywhere, and I don't even.
But this will be a law. If this passed the Senate, the governor is going to sign it into law.
State. And you just said it hasn't even been signed in yet.
It will be though, but it just passed the Senate. That means it's almost a guaranteed. You think the governor's going to veto it? He's not going to veto it.
Okay, but that's
he won't.
State.
He won't. Not in Colorado.
No,
he
not
won't.
in Colorado. He won't vote to. No, it's Colorado. They're about as liberal as they get. Of course, they won't veto it. So now it's going to be law in Colorado, and I guarantee parents are going to start moving out of Colorado. Listen. Parents are going to move out of Colorado because of this.
Can I give a heads up? Because
again,
I wasn't.
Do you want your child raised by a bureaucrat or a teacher, or do you want to have full control over their? What's that?
I wanted to say something to Brandon real quick.
Go ahead.
Because do you remember the people that came in earlier and they were like, "Oh, follow this person back," and you booted them out because you were talking about Brandon?
Yeah.
I think
Papa Emerus. Yeah.
I don't know how fake that is or how real that is, but I checked one of their accounts and I don't know, but it looks like they like doxed you or something. Like
they're looking me up and they're DMing me and stuff.
Why?
I don't know. They're just messing with me.
How do you dox him? Is this real?
Look. I mean, he just posted his entire thing saying Brandon.
One of my home addresses and stuff. That's not really where I actually live, but yeah.
Just block them, man. Just block those people. Yeah. I just block them. I don't even acknowledge them. I just block. I don't even give acknowledgement.
Okay, I kind of have a point about one of the things that we're talking about, but I'll wait.
Go ahead.
Real quick, one thing. I promise I will be quick. Just to let you know, the actual link to the text of that bill that I was just referring to, I put a link in that purple pill so that you could go to the link and read it if you desire.
I got it right here. So it just says HB 251312 just passed the Senate on its third reading, and Senate Democrats added 2 new absolutely evil provisions. I thought some provisions were taken out. 1, children of any age may access gender-affirming care at any time, and 2, schools or other healthcare providers can help a confused child legally change their name without parent notification. This is the ideology that we fight against, sweet. This is what gender ideology leads to. It usurps the rights of the parents, and if you think that has to do with Trump or MAGA, I don't know what to tell you. This is just being a parent.
I brought up Trump because you were saying, "Oh, well, us MAGA people, us normal people," and MAGA is.
What does that got to do with Trump?
Slogan. Trump is that's Trump's slogan.
Yeah, I know, but MAGA. You realize MAGA's gone. Wait. You realize MAGA's gone. MAGA's pretty upset with the Republicans right now. Right,
okay,
MAGA funded my phone its own party because
still a slogan. So obviously, people are too associated.
I get that. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
But it's taken a life on its own. I mean, even Trump says he was asked, "Does MAGA need you?" He's like, "No." He could step. He could step down as president. MAGA still exists. It's not going to change Trump.
It's still a slogan.
But it was. What's does MAGA stand for?
So it does relate.
What does MAGA stand for?
Make America great again.
Right. What's wrong with that? Why is that a bad thing?
Because it's Trump and it's making
Why?
America.
What is about Trump that's a bad thing? But hang on, this is just identity politics. This is just orange man bad. What is it? It's bad.
It's just you brought it up.
Hang on, Brandon.
People are normal. But
what's bad about his policies? Give me one policy that's bad for America.
If I'm not correct, he literally took away a law that prohibits people from firing people based off of race, sexuality, or gender. I have no idea what you're referring to.
What do you? I don't know what you.
Didn't he get
stuff?
Okay, first of all, that's not a law. That's hang on. That's part of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. That's not a law. Well, it is law. It's federal law, but it's the Civil Rights Act of 1964. You cannot discriminate somebody because of their race, color, creed, religion. That's encoded. That's codified law. That's
No,
nobody
but
can't change
fire
that.
somebody. Somebody can, in their business, they could
No,
fire somebody based off of
no,
their
you
sex.
can't fire anybody. No,
No,
that's protected. That's
he
protected by
removed
the Civil Rights Act.
Okay,
removed
but,
the DEI positive discrimination. He set up.
but
I
what's
mean,
wrong?
he's
Hang on.
currently
Go ahead,
he's
Silas.
currently battling with Harvard and threatening to
True.
withhold funding.
Right, but that's nothing to do
If
with what
they
she's
don't
talking about.
withdraw, it was illegal actually. So this was proven illegal in the United States Supreme Court. But Harvard is continuing to continue exactly the same practices.
Yeah,
as
they're
before.
violating Title.
And I think the other, yeah,
was it 7 or 9? But yeah, they're violating
yeah.
it.
I mean, so I mean, obviously, I'm not American, but I am British. I'm black, right? And what I don't like is the idea of my, white, my co-workers sort of wondering, oh, did he only get here because they lowered standards or whatever?
Right.
That is not a good. I got where I am on my own merits,
You
right?
mean Lauren
And the
Sanders?
idea.
I have a
Right.
point about
But
that.
I want to know what Sweet's talking about. Where did he override the Civil Rights Act of 1964? I want to know details about
No,
this.
but I said if I'm not correct. I said if
Yeah,
I'm
you want to
not
be correct because you cannot override Civil Rights Act. Come on, that's a basic civics.
No, but I'm
That's crazy.
like if I'm not correct.
Yeah, you're not correct. Yeah.
Okay,
So what,
I have
so,
a point about
hang on,
that.
hang on.
Well,
So
okay, but what's
give me
wrong
another
with
one.
the,
Give me another one, Sweet, because obviously you weren't correct on that one because it's the Civil Rights Act.
DEI.
DI. Okay. So DI, diversity, equity, inclusion. Correct.
Yep.
So do you think that a person should be hired based upon their skin color?
That's not.
This is what
That's
DEI
not-
is. Do you know the difference between equity and inclusion, or equity and equality?
Equity, yeah, equity is giving people it's giving people what they need based off of
Their needs. Yeah. Okay. And okay. So the equity is fine in small amounts to help people, but when you use it as a crutch to get hired, then there's a problem because who do you think should be better hired? Sense here because he's black and he knows philosophy, or let's say Heather. No offense, but you're probably not a philosopher. But Heather, she's a woman. She probably doesn't know fuck all about philosophy. I know Sense does. But you know what? Sense is a black man. We're gonna hire him because he's black and we don't want a woman. Do you think that's okay? Because we need a diversity quotas. We need a black man. Do you think that's right?
Is DEI not just they both can do the same thing? But
DEI is reverse racism. That's all it is. It's reverse racism. It's codified racism. Yeah.
But
Because if you're gonna hire a black man because of his skin color, you're doing the opposite of what Martin Luther King wanted. Martin Luther King, I Have a Dream, was all men are going to be based upon their ability, right? Content of their character, content of their heart. Now, if I said, one second, I promise. But if I said, hey, if I said Sense knows philosophy, I'm going to hire him because he's mostly more qualified philosophically speaking, and he happens to be black. Okay, great. But if I use that as a hiring critique, that's a problem.
What Harvard was doing is they were keeping their entrance requirements artificially low.
Yeah, they were not. They were not
artificially low, right?
They were saying whites.
Well, what they were saying is that they wanted to establish a student body that had a certain number of people of different
non-Jew, non-white.
And so what that meant was that no matter how clever or how hard, say, an Asian student worked, they would not be they'd not be in a better position to get into Harvard vis-a-vis a black person, for example. And so actually what Harvard's practices were doing is it was preventing the top performing Asian people from getting into the university. And that was what was deemed to be illegal.
Yeah, Title IX violation. Exactly. Yeah. And by the way, Harvard is in violation of Title IX, Sweet, and they are going to be losing billions of dollars in funding because of it.
What that does over time is that means that you're not selecting the creme de la creme.
Correct.
You're keeping your entrance criteria artificially low, whereas actually if you were just going on merit, then actually you would be choosing more Asian students, more white,
but they
less
didn't want
black, less black.
Right.
And what that does is that points the finger at all of the black kids, because it says, oh, which one of you only got in because the administrators were being really, really, they were
Well, they
being
have
too
I'm pretty
biased
sure they have
towards
the
things.
qualifications though too. They have the correct qualifications.
What?
But they were kept artificially low. And the way that America became brilliant was by choosing brilliance, not by saying, oh, let's lower the standard so that actually we get something that is more, diverse.
Hang on. So sweet. There's a school called Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT. In fact, MIT, and I'm going to do a little humble brag here, but MIT designed the program that I went through. Okay, I went through Naval Nuclear Power School. Very intensive training in reactor engineering. Okay? Do you know that 47% of MIT is Asian American? 47%, which is huge. Huge. Do you know how many people care about it? No one. Why? Because they're the best. They work hard and they've earned it. Nobody cares that 47% of MIT is Asian when only 30% are white. Right? And you would agree that whites are probably there's more whites than Asian. So why do we need DEI when we have right there the fact that the best will get approved and apply for these colleges? We don't need Harvard telling us who they think should get enrolled because they were trying to meet some kind of demographic. No, that's not how it should work.
Well,
that's literally racism.
Well, I'm just confused about how it's even working, because if they both have, you guys are saying they're lowering the standards and all this other stuff, but I mean, I'm pretty sure they both have the same qualifications.
No.
They both.
No, DEI hires do not have the same qualifications. We've seen this time and time
Then how
again.
do they not have the? So you're saying they have?
For example, do you know a representative by the name of Jasmine Crockett?
I'm pretty sure I've heard that name, but
okay. You know. But Jasmine Crockett literally got her job when she first got an internship at a DA office by saying, "Hire me because I'm black."
Well, DI isn't also just race either. It's also like gender and.
Okay, so what's the difference? Should I hire Heather because she's a woman when Sense is more qualified? No offense to Heather, but I'm sure she qualified in something. But I'm just at random. Why should it be based upon whether? Again, we don't need the government telling us who to hire for some kind of weird. They actually had an index. It's called a DEI index. And these companies were trying to meet quotas to satisfy these DEI indexes. And by doing so, they were hiring people that were less qualified, and they became a problem. They were not qualified for their position.
I've got some.
That's a fact. That's what that has happened. That's why when we say DEI hire, there's a stigma to it, because most of the time the DEI hires are not as qualified as somebody else who would have got the job that would have been a different nationality or skin color. Whatever happened to Martin Luther King's "I Had a Dream"? Where we don't base people, we don't give a shit what color somebody is. The only, you know what's funny, sweet? The only people that make race and color an issue are the people on your side, not the MAGA, not the Trumpians. Why is that?
This is not originally what I wanted to talk about, but that's kind of how affirmative action works.
Yeah, right. But you know what? I'll give you that. But I will at least defend affirmative action a little bit. Why? Because we were just coming out of the civil rights era from 1964 and the Jim Crow laws, and minorities were being unfairly treated by Americans. And they needed that. They needed that affirmative action. I'm okay with that because that got them to where they were. They did reach Martin Luther's dream. And I'm telling you, more black Americans now have more opportunities than they ever had, and they don't sit there and go, I'm being persecuted. No, they say, this is what I can do, and they go out and do it, and America cheers for them. Because America doesn't give a shit whether you're black and white. They give a shit about what you stand for and the content of your character, which is exactly what Martin Luther King wanted. So, Sweet, again, let me ask you, hang on. Sweet, do you notice, though, the only people making race and gender an issue are on your side of the fence? MAGA doesn't care. We don't give a shit what you're male or female, but you are one or the other. That's a fact. Do you see the
thing
difference?
about that Martin Luther King thing? Martin Luther King later made a statement that he said that his dream turned out to be a nightmare.
I don't remember him saying that. I've read stuff by MLK.
There was a statement. It's on YouTube. You gotta look it up.
don't know what you're referring to, but I want Sweet to at least acknowledge that as somebody who's a MAGA, right? Somebody who is ex-military, who's American, I don't give a shit whether you're black or white. But it's the left that makes it identity politics. It's the left that has to constantly keep pointing out there's a difference between black and white. When I just say, who the fuck cares? How am I the bad guy in this? Because you think MAGA and Trump is so bad, but you haven't given me a policy yet that makes any sense. You said first. You said, well, hey, first you said, I forget what. Then it was DEI. What other policy are you against with Trump? Because the two policies you seem to be against. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, DEI, like, I mean,
it's reverse racism.
No, I'm not like 100% like, super educated about that exactly. So I mean, I probably shouldn't have bring it up, but like.
Well, just pick something else. Pick another top. Because again, you seem to be very much against Trump policies.
Well,
yet I don't know what policies you seem to be against. When most of America are against DEI, most of America is against identity politics. Again, more than 50%. More than 50%. Probably 80-20. Do you know that the men and women's sports is an 80-20 issue? It really is, Sweet. So give me another one that you're against. I'm curious.
Did he say he was going to do something? Pretty sure he did say he was going to do something with Palestine. Like he was going to, like.
Oh, take it over. Yeah, I heard him say that.
Palestine. What he wants to do is wants to make Gaza into an actual habitable area, and he recognizes that the war is not sustainable.
He wants America to take over Palestine.
The Israel and Palestine are not. There have to both of them come to a mutual agreement. Don't you agree, Sweet?
I know, but it's still their country. So what is?
It is their country, but they've asked us to. Both have asked us to help. They've asked us both to involve ourselves.
So what do you think he's going to do with Palestine?
Exactly what needs to be done. They need to go to a two-state system, and they need to make Gaza into a habitable area, and they need to denounce Hamas. Until Palestine openly denounces Hamas and gets Hamas out of there, there's no hope for them, because Hamas is the terrorist.
Part of America,
do you support Hamas? Yeah, you. Do you support Hamas?
No.
Okay.
Palestine as a whole.
Okay, but Palestine voted Hamas in. Palestine has been behind Hamas for how long? They're the ones shooting missiles over to Israel. They're the ones shooting missiles over to Israel. Israel has a right to defend himself. What is it to the land, to the sea, when they say they want Israel to be wiped off the face of the earth? That's what pro-Palestinian views are.
And what is Israel doing to the Palestinian people? They're literally
defending themselves.
No, they're not.
Oh, really? Who fired the most amount over the ceasefires? That was Palestine. That was Hamas.
Since when was bombing hospitals that people live in?
Where are the terrorists? Yeah, but where are the terrorists going to try to shield themselves from protection? And when it's war, there's going to be casualties. I'm sorry, but if you're a terrorist and your government is defending you and hiding you, there are going to be casualties. It's a fact of reality. But maybe if the Palestinians want to resolve this, maybe they should get rid of Hamas. Maybe they should stop bombing Israel. Wouldn't that be a great idea? Wouldn't that be great? But they're not going to do that. The reason why they're not going to do that, the reason why they're not going to do that, Sweet, is because Palestine does not recognize Israel as an official sovereign nation, and they want Israel destroyed. You realize this, correct?
Pretty sure that they wanted a ceasefire.
They didn't.
Pretty sure
a
ceasefire was supposed to be established, was it not?
Yeah, but every ceasefire has been violated by Hamas.
Yep.
Yeah, but that's not Palestine as a whole, though.
Yeah, Palestine supports Hamas. Until you realize this, you're not going to understand the complexities over there.
The civilians don't want to be a part of the war.
Right, and Trump wants to get civilians out of there. But this is their native land, right?
No, but what is he going to do with that?
Migrate them out and then form a two-party system where both of them have some say in the area. But this isn't. But do you have any better suggestions? What do you think should happen?
No, but I'm saying, like, what is he going to?
But what do you want him to do?
He said he was going to take it or something like that. It was like,
something like that. So you're against Trump, but you don't even know what he's going to do. This is what I'm saying. This is Trump derangement syndrome. Give me. I don't want to know what you've heard. Give me something concrete.
I watched the clip, but it was a long time ago.
Hang on, Brandon. Give me something concrete, because you don't have a plan for Gaza. Give me something that you have a plan that differs from Trump's plan. I'll evaluate both of them fairly. I promise you. So give me something you disagree with Trump in. You give me his plan that is a fact, and you give me your plan, and I'll see which one's better.
I know what he said.
Okay, what did he say then?
The Trump said that he was going to send the American military in to deal with everything.
Well, I don't know if we're gonna have boots on the ground yet or not, but I think.
But he said that.
Yeah, that's fine. But sweet. Give me something you really do know more about what you think that needs to be done, because you're so against Trump, and I have no idea why. Because Trump is doing, again, that's not even America over there. You're talking about Israel. What is Trump doing that's harmful to America when he's doing everything that we wanted a president to finally fucking do? I have been through 10 administrations. 10. I'm 54 years of age. I've seen presidents come and go. And I'm telling you, no president has done as much as he has in this last 100 days. Nobody. The last, how many combined hasn't done this much? So what is he doing that you do not like about it in America? I'll give you a fair platform. Go ahead.
Okay, so let me ask you a question just to clarify real quick. So, with the whole deportation thing, they're deporting anybody who came in illegally, not just people who committed a crime, correct? Or is that
hang
wrong?
on. Brandon, can you mute for a sec, Brandon?
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's fine. Okay, so let's start with the foundations here, because this is one of my favorite subjects. Do you agree there's a difference between, and I want nobody else to chime in here. Let me just talk to Sweet here, because Sweet's not an idiot, and I want to respectfully have a conversation because she's asking legitimate questions. I want to be fair to her. Sweet, so let me ask you, do you agree there's a difference between legal immigration and illegal immigration? Do you just make those distinctions?
Yes.
Okay. Do you agree that America is founded on legal immigration, meaning that we want people to come over here from other countries?
Yeah.
Ellis Island, for example, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you agree that people that try to come here illegally are harming those who want to come here legally because they're cutting in front of them and doing things unfairly as opposed to the ones who are doing things properly? Do you agree with that?
Not entirely.
Not entirely. Okay. So let's say everybody here came to this country legally, except for you, and you said, fuck all those people that are doing all that paperwork stuff and the visas. I just want to walk across the border, and I'm not going to assimilate. I'm not going to let them know I'm here. I'm just going to live in America and get all the benefits of being a citizen without actually being a citizen or try to.
Well, the thing is, obviously, you should come here legally, but it's like, it takes I mean, obviously, yes, it does take a long time, and the people who are coming here legally, they still have to wait. And I mean, obviously, you should wait too, but some people don't always just go there.
Okay, but that's not our problem. There's a way to come to this country legally, and it may suck. Don't get me wrong, but there's a reason why it does suck, because they want the people that really want it, and when they come to America and they become a citizen, they appreciate it. In fact, hang on, let me finish. The people that becomes naturalized because they come here and be sworn in as a citizen, they are some of the most loyal motherfuckers to America on the planet, because they know how hard it is, and they come from countries where they don't have those same freedoms.
Okay. But also about my question, like, so it's correct. They are deporting people just because
we haven't got we haven't got that far yet. So they're deporting. They're deporting people that are in this country against the laws of the country. Correct? You can't deport a national citizen. A citizen cannot be deported. There's no law. There's no way to do that. So we're deporting people that are here illegally. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Why is that a problem? Because our country cannot sustain the massive amount of illegal immigration coming across the border under the Biden administration. Do you know how many millions came across the border? How many they even not only allowed to come over, but they facilitated. They actually flew them in here, and they said, "Have at it." And they give them Social Security numbers, give them the things to get tax credits. They try to get them on Medicaid. Even some of them actually voted, which is highly illegal. Why would you be pro-illegal immigration?
The reason I ask that is because I don't disagree with the whole ICE thing.
You don't disagree with ICE?
Or I do disagree with that.
Why?
Like, I agree, I don't. So
I don't want to straw man you, but you're against America enforcing its federal immigration laws.
That's why I was trying to ask the question. So, because it's taking away people's family members. Like, even if they didn't come to the country and commit a crime, though.
They don't have to. They did commit a crime. Entering our country illegally is a crime.
A violent crime, or something.
Only a violent crime. So again, you're trying to justify it, and you're trying to justify illegal immigration.
No, it's like they came. It's like
Are they here?
people,
Just make it very simple. I want to make it very, very simple without the emotions. Are they? Let's have a logical discussion, not emotional based, but strictly based on reason and logic. Are they here illegally?
yeah,
Does our country have a right to send people in this country that are here illegally out of the country because we don't have the resources for all of them?
yes, but the thing is, people who also didn't come here illegally were also being sent back.
Who?
Look it up.
I've been involved in this for years. I need to know what you're talking about. You talking about people that had visas and the visas got revoked?
No.
Then what are you talking about?
No,
Give me
people have
specifics.
been mistaken for being illegal or whatever, and they didn't properly check them, and they have been sent back.
Who?
There's people who have.
Who?
I can't name. I don't know their names.
Okay, well, until you give me a name, you're just pulling shit out of your ass because it never happened.
I'm not. I literally just saw a post about it.
No, you didn't. I guarantee it. What you saw was something that I guarantee it. All these people have had due process, and do you know that due process is different from an American citizen to an illegal immigrant? They're not the same due process, which a lot of people don't understand. There's not this one thing out there called due process. Effectively, all due process means is that you cannot be deprived of your life, liberty, or property, without some kind of procedural thing happening. That's all due process means. You cannot be literally, in legal terms, you cannot be deprived of life, liberty, or property without some kind of legal procedure. That's what due process means. Every one of those people that were deported had due process. There was a legal procedure. They were deported because they were not citizens of our country. So what is the problem here?
I've got something after this sits down.
The thing is, not only the only thing is not only like is the whole ICE thing, like it's also like the people who are Trump supporters are also like making a whole big deal about it. It's like affecting other people. Like
I didn't even mention that, Trump. I'm talking about illegal immigration.
That's his policy. Hello, that's his thing.
But that's American policy. That's not Trump's policy. This has been the American policy since the beginning of the country.
The ICE
all ICE is a enforcement agency, just like the DEA or ATF.
Yes, Trump did that though.
Yeah, but we're allowed to enforce our policies. Then you're like saying, well, why do we have the ATF? We have alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. Why? Which, by the way, we probably shouldn't have, but whatever. But
you're bringing up Democrats and people with.
So you're saying is that you're against enforcement of the legal removal of people that are against your country illegally. What is your argument for that though? That's what I don't understand. What is your actual argument? You can say you don't like it. I don't give a shit. But what is your argument against it?
I feel like it's
not again. Hang on. I'm going to help you with this, Sweet. Hang on.
Okay.
Hang on. Sweet. Shh. Sweet. Do you notice that every time you say "I feel," you're not thinking logically? And I'm going to explain this to you because this is what I do. Honestly, there's 3 types of discourse on argumentation theory. There's logos, there's ethos, and there's pathos. There's argument to logic, there's argument to emotions, and argument to credibility. Okay, these are the 3 primary ways people argue. I'm trying to explain how to argue reasonably, rationally, logically. And you have your retort, or your rebuttal, or your rejoinder. And I do a lot of argumentation theory. This is my jam kind of thing. And you start off with, I feel. Well, I'm not interested in how you feel right now. No offense, and I may be blunt. Your fifis don't fucking matter to me when I'm asking you about objective stuff. So I want you to try to reframe your answer. And I swear, I'm trying to help you here. Reframe your answer, not to I feel, but to, Trump is negatively affecting America by this. And I'm telling you, it'll help your argumentation a lot. Okay? So go ahead.
Okay, well, you're asking me my opinions on stuff, which is.
But I'm asking your objective opinions. I'm asking it subjectively.
I think you asked me why I don't like Trump.
Okay, but I'm not asking for your feelings. What is it about Trump's policy that are negative for America? Go ahead.
I told you already.
You said so. You don't want ICE enforcing the laws of the land, which I don't understand. That's not a criticism of Trump.
No, I think their standards for are a little unnecessary, and also the things they have posted about that I think is very unnecessary. And
like what? Give me an example.
Did you not see the whole White House ASMR thing that the White House posted?
I think it's hilarious. Really I don't give a shit about respect.
Okay.
You're saying we should get
Okay, well,
illegal aliens?
well,
Wait.
okay,
You're
that's
saying
still
that you're saying that wait. No, hang on. Sweet. You're saying that
you're
wait, hang on.
telling me.
Sweet. You're saying that everybody can be mocked, but illegal aliens. Is that what you're saying? We
No,
all have the right to mock somebody.
But it's supposed to be professional, right? Because why are you?
No.
Why are you? Dude, it's supposed to be professional.
They
and
have a sense of humor. So
It
you don't
doesn't
want
matter.
a president with a sense of humor.
People's
Okay.
Family members.
Okay.
Now you're posting people's family members getting deported and
Because they're
making
here
it-
illegally.
Okay, but it doesn't matter.
They're
It's like,
and by the way, all the ones all the ones on the White House lawn were criminals.
oh my
all of
God,
them.
They can't.
Oh, they're all criminals. Were they all criminals?
every-
Yes, they were all criminals. Correct. They were all drug dealers. They were all murderers, child molesters. Every one of them was a criminal. Correct. Correct.
No.
Yeah. Well, okay. Which one was it? I mean, I could be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure everyone was a criminal. So they just put random people up there. Because I'm not mistaken, didn't they put the crime that they committed underneath them? If I'm not mistaken.
Okay, not all of them committed violent crimes.
Are you sure? I can go look. Want me to go look?
Sure, because ICE is supposed to deport anybody who came here illegally, whether they committed a crime or not.
Okay, well, I'm looking right
Like
here.
a violent crime.
I'm looking right here. This one says murder, kidnapping, and rape. Rape of a child. Yeah, it looks like it says arrested. So if you're looking at the White House lawns displays, it says arrested, murder, arrested.
I'm talking about the ASR video.
I don't give a shit. I want to know what policies. That's not a policy. What policies are you offended by? I should say that. Let me refrain. What policies are not good for America? Because that's not policy.
Okay, well, this isn't a good argument because I don't know all of the policies.
So you really have no idea what you're even outraged about. See what
I have one.
No, because I don't like Trump. Your question wasn't what about his policies. That wasn't your initial question. Your initial question was, no, it wasn't.
I believe it was.
You hate Trump so much, but
right. And then I'm asking you, what is about his policies that are bad for America? And I asked you, what is his policies that are bad for America? I still haven't got a clear answer yet.
That's I am something.
I will give you, Brandon.
You kept bringing up the fact that I didn't like him and why I didn't like him, but then
what you like and don't like is I don't give a shit about. I want to know what's bad for America. Because man, I'm talking about what's good for America. So you have there's nothing that Trump. Well, hang on. There's no policy that Trump has that's bad for America that you can think of.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna go ahead and say I'm not educated on his policies, so I can't.
But
you
seem to hate the man. You seem to hate the man for no reason. Then you literally just admitted you don't have any knowledge of it. No, hang on, sweet. Listen. All you're doing. Listen, sweet. No, I'm not going to. We're done because all you've done is say, look, I don't know enough about this stuff, but I just hate the man because I hate him. I don't believe in that bullshit any longer. Enough. It's Trump derangement syndrome. It makes no sense to me. You're not going to convince anybody by, I feel this, I feel that. Nobody gives a flying fuck any longer. We just don't. That's what MAGA is. We want America to be great again. And you have given me nothing to change my mind on any of the policies. If you gave me one, I would actually look into it. Some policies I may not agree with. But I did change my mind on just one recently. I was, for a while, I think a lot, most of my life, I was always for people that are born in America to have birthright citizenship. But I've changed that. I'm no longer for birthright citizenship after really looking into the Constitution, and which I have been over several months, and even though I've read it many times. But the original content of the Constitution for the 14th Amendment was for slavery, to make them citizens. It wasn't to have people come over here from another country to have a child, to have a child be an American citizen. But no, Brandon, you get to go next. No, Brandon, you I don't care. I don't care. Brandon, you get to go next. Sweet, no offense. I don't care. You couldn't give me an answer, so let Brandon give me an answer. I want to know policy
people can get people for more than just their policies.
Great.
Right?
I want to know policies. So Brandon, what policy does he have that doesn't? Brandon, what policy?
Okay, I'm saying this full stop. I don't hate Trump. I'm not saying I hate him at all.
What policy are you against?
Okay, the tariff thing. In the short term, tariffs can be a good thing, but if it goes on too long, it can start being detrimental to the country. Tariffs are one of the factors that caused the Great Depression.
Okay, but during the Great Depression, when they had the tariffs, there was other factors involved, and they weren't isolated
Yeah.
tariffs. They were generalized tariffs. So you're talking about the Depression era tariffs, right? But those tariffs only led to a recession because they weren't targeted like these are. It's not the same thing. Okay, so tariffs can be used to benefit people when you have. Okay, right now we had until Trump, we had what's called a deficit, a tariff deficit, a trade deficit. Meaning that we were having a lot more that was coming in that we were paying taxes on to other countries than we were having exported they were paying taxes on. They were taking advantage of America. Trump said, no, we don't want this any longer. We shouldn't be taken advantage of. And if you're going to fucking give us these high tariffs, we're going to give it back to you. And you know what happened? They all came to the table and said, we don't want this. And they all reduced down to like a flat 10%. We're only waiting for China to come through. That's what it was for. It was negotiation. And it worked.
Yeah, and that's how he's doing it. I know that. I know that's how he's doing it.
So tariffs could be a really. Every country has tariffs, man. And by the way, we have very selective tariffs for a reason. Because, for example, like the automotive industry, we want to make it such that we have automotive industry domestic production rather than import. We want to have our own steel mills, which are being built. We want to have our own aluminum mills, which are being built. We don't want to be dependent upon Canadian steel. We don't want to become dependent upon China's ICs and their rare earths, right? And so we just got a mineral deal with Zelensky, right, in the Ukraine. So tariffs, not a bad thing. So again, what's policy is bad for America right now. Tariffs are not bad for America.
I said they can be a bad thing. I'm not saying they necessarily are.
Anything can be, but I asked you what policies are bad for America, and I still can't get a fucking answer from anybody. And I'm not saying there aren't any. I just want an answer. That's all. Anybody?
Well, I would say I'm not saying this is necessarily a policy, but the whole reason that we have the issue that we're having regarding tariffs is because corporations decided to outsource their labor to wage companies.
Yeah, that's true.
And
I agree with you.
Instead of keeping it domestic.
Yep.
So it's 100%. Their own doing.
100%. You're absolutely spot on. Because they wanted cheaper labor over there, and they wanted China's cheaper labor force, which is these sweatshops. So when people say, oh, I buy Temu, and I don't want America to be like that, what they're saying is they are happy that China and other countries are using child labor laws just so they can save a little money, rather than buy American, maybe pay a little bit more, get a better quality, and then as domestic production goes up, those cost of goods go down. That's what makes America great again. Not only will the cost of goods go down, but inflation has gone down tremendously, right? Inflation under Biden, sweet, was 8%. Now it's down to 1.44, and it was just down to 1.22. That's a significant amount of difference. That raises your purchasing power. So again, making great again, America again. Don't you think? And I want you to answer this. Don't you think that having the inflation rate from 8% under Biden just a few years ago to 1.22 to 1.5 is in the range it's in now? Don't you think that's a good thing, sweet? How's that bad for America?
Sure.
Then welcome. You're MAGA now. Congratulations. There you go.
Thank you.
That's all it is. MAGA. All MAGA wants is the best for America.
That's not their whole.
What is?
No. All these MAGA people, they're always so insufferable, dude.
Like what? I'm not insufferable. I'm an asshole.
Well,
I'm not insufferable. I'm only an asshole because I've doing this for 10 years. I've had successful podcasts. I've been in, I've got some name recognition. I'm nowhere near like the higher levels, but I mentioned Wikipedia.
You literally said that the whole ASMR thing was funny. That's what I'm saying. Like people.
I find a lot of that shit to be funny. Yeah, because I don't give a shit about feelings and fifis.
That's funny. Okay, but you can be edgy and not care about people's feelings and all that. But like
I can't be. Yes.
At the end of the day, that is.
But everybody's gonna be offended by something.
I know you don't care. No, it's okay. I know you don't care.
But look at the Trump. Look at him. Trump in AI. The White House put out a Trump version of the Catholic Pope as a Pope, correct?
I don't know.
Yeah, most people didn't give a shit. Most Catholics didn't give a shit. You had a very far extreme go, I'm so offended. And what people said is, who gives a shit? Nobody gives a damn what anybody's offended by any longer.
And MAGA doesn't. That's why some people don't like MAGA. And you asked my opinion, and you're like,
okay, but what is it about policies? Besides the whole fucking feelings crap.
Okay,
Is there any policy that's bad for America other than feelings? Is that it? So that's your biggest thing.
No, I'm not educated on policy, so I cannot answer that.
But you're against Trump.
Yes, because of his character, of the person he has, of the.
So even if he's I make it very clear. So sweet, even if if everything he does for America is helping America, America is getting more wealthier. We're getting less immigration. Do you know that under Biden, the immigration was they were having 30, I think, to 40,000 a month of crossings that they had to deal with. Now they have zero. It's down by 99.99%. The crossings across the border has gone to zero. That's a bad thing. I mean,
that's good for you, but I just don't like Trump, and that's it.
You don't have to like. I don't. Yeah, nobody has to like anybody. But you're talking about policies.
Why, so don't ask me why.
So I'm not MAGA because of Trump. I'm MAGA because of the policies. So whatever you think about him, I don't give a shit. You can hate his guts. I don't care.
Like him.
What?
So that's his slogan, and you.
Right, but his slogan is right. His policies are best for America. You think they're better than Biden's? Biden didn't even know he was president for the last 2 years of his office. And I'm not even being facetious. I'm not joking here, sweet. Biden did not know he was president. He thought he was president of NATO. And I'm not. I wish to God I was kidding. I'm not. I'm dead serious. He literally thought for a while there he was president of NATO because he didn't know where the hell he was.
Steve, can I just make an observation? Because, I mean, I do think that feelings are important. Clearly they are. However, feelings can be misleading, right? So feelings can be temporary and ephemeral. Very often it's more like just getting a set, like feeling something in your gut. But then what that should trigger is your cognitive mind to say, oh, I'm feeling a bit on edge here. And
maybe I should reevaluate.
Exactly. What is going on here logically?
It's to give you pause.
What you shouldn't do is just run with feeling and then ignore actual facts.
Exactly. Sweet hasn't moved past that yet, though. I think she can, though. I think Sweet can move past these feelings because she's been told for so long, oh, Trump bad man. Okay, whatever. But let's talk about his policies. And again,
and I think the other thing.
What I'm trying to tell you right now is that I'm not educated on his policies. I don't know very many.
Okay, that's fair. But do you think Kamala Harris would have been better?
Yeah.
Oh, real. But if you don't know the policies, then how can you say she would have been better? That makes no sense. You're not qualified to determine what's better if you don't know the policies. Now you're doing. Wait. You're literally doing identity politics. You're saying, oh, Kamala, why? Well, it's not for policies. No. Wait. Why is it you'd rather have Kamala if you don't know anything about the policies? What's better?
You know that. Why are you asking me these questions?
So what's better? But you said you rather have Kamala. Why?
I just said yes because yes.
So you have nothing to stand for. You see the problem we have? This is why people are becoming MAGA.
I don't know anything about either of the policies.
Right. But you're so hateful.
Because I hate Trump for a different reason.
Okay, you can hate Trump, but why hate MAGA people?
Okay, because I don't hate every single person who is MAGA, but
why would you hate any of them just for being MAGA? All MAGA wants us to be great again.
Most of them act a certain way. Most of them say certain things. Like, for example, I wouldn't say I hate you, but I disagreed with what you said. And a lot of MAGA people who associate with MAGA say stuff like they genuinely just don't care for other people or.
Well, no, they're just sick of people having very silly ideologies. That's what they're tired of.
I think not care, and I think thinking that ASMR thing is funny is silly.
So what? That's irrelevant. That's humor. Humor is selective. It's subjective.
Okay. But you keep bringing up MAGA people. Why do you hate MAGA? Blah blah blah. And I'm telling you right now because of things like that. Because they think like that. Because you think like that.
But I don't give a shit though. That's
okay. If you don't care, why are you asking me?
Because you're really to ruin the country because of a fucking AMSR video. Do you know how stupid that sounds? You're willing to put Kamala Harris. No. You're willing to put fucking Kamala Harris, who's a drunk. No, I mean she literally knows nothing about politics, nothing about global politics. She's a drunkard. You rather have her in charge because of an AMSR video. Do you understand the fuckery? This is why MAGA people get frustrated. It's not because they're MAGA. It's because they think you're an idiot by doing this. You're acting like an idiot. Don't be an idiot. Don't say stupid shit like, I'd rather have Kamala Harris because of a video. No, if you want to have Kamala Harris, do so because you support her fucking policies. But the problem is you don't know her policies because she didn't have any policies. I mean, I'm just at my wit's end. I'm just saying. So I'm gonna let somebody else talk, and then I'm
Because
gonna end
that's
this.
not what I said at all. I
That's
literally
exactly
did
what you
not say-
said.
I literally did not say,
It
oh,
really is.
Kamala should, run for president because of the video.
Why
Did
would
not
Kamala
say
be?
that.
Why would Kamala be better then?
And I just told you, I don't know either of their policies.
Then why would
so-
you want her if you don't want she be better? Do you understand the fuckery of that?
just said yes
Do you understand how
because you're
stupid that sounds? I'd rather have Kamala Harris, but I don't know why.
Oh my gosh! I just said yes because you asked me that question.
But
I
you
just
don't.
said yes.
Yeah, because
You
your
know I
answer
know
is.
nothing-
But your
No, no, no,
answer.
you know I
But your
don't know anything
answer.
about the
But your
policies.
answer is stupid. Do you understand that? You have a stupid answer.
Bro, you asked me a stupid question. You know I
No, it's
know
not. How is that a stupid question? Would you rather have Trump or Kamala? Wait. Let me ask the panel. Why is that a stupid question? If somebody rather have, isn't that what people voted on in an election? Isn't that what they voted on?
It's not a stupid question.
No.
And you want to know why?
A stupid question.
Because every single politician has a platform with policies that they stand by,
Except
that
for
they
Kamala.
want to implement for the country.
Kamala had
including Kamala, where she had nothing. Her policy was just nothing.
I listened to every one of her interviews. She never once answered a question
I
directly.
agree.
Not one.
She never exactly. She deflected all of her questions. She never stood for anything, and a lot of people see that.
Heather and I have never spoken on this topic. Wait, hang on. Heather and I have
Also,
never,
too, sweet. Sorry, Steve. 1 second, please.
Yeah,
I'm just going to address her one real quick, and then I'll let you talk. I would highly recommend next time you jump into these spaces or discussions, sweet, that you do some research first so that you can back up your statements and answers with something a little bit more than just feeling. Because it's not exactly, because I can defend where I stand on things, and I can explain and articulate exactly where I stand, and I can easily explain so that others can also understand me.
Yeah.
Because I researched and looked into these things.
And Heather, you and I
those that I don't look at, I then don't have the knowledge, and I will tell the person as such. But I don't engage in conversation where I'm in over my head because I am not knowledgeable on the topic.
And I've been in a situation like that. And you know what I do? I don't talk about those topics. I talk about things I do know about. But Heather and I have never Heather and I have never talked about Kamala Harris ever before. So we both watched Kamala Harris's videos and her interviews, and we came to the same conclusion, sweet, independently of each other. We both said this woman has never answered a fucking question about policies. It's always, I grew up and my auntie said, and I fell out of a coconut tree. It's just bizarre rhetoric. So I asked you a very legit question that the American people voted on in the year 2024 of whoever they have lead the United States of America. And I said, would you rather have Trump or Kamala? And you said Kamala, but you couldn't give me a goddamn reason why. And do you think I'm supposed to take that seriously?
I was not completely serious. I said it because it's stupid to ask me after we already established that I don't know the policies.
Then why not look at the policies and I'll tell you what. Look at do this. Look at the policies. And then.
No, I'm admitting right now that.
You're what?
I already admitted that I don't know the policies.
But you can learn them.
I'm also admitting right now.
Then how can you establish you like one or the other more?
Because she's been told to. Trump bad man.
Okay. I never even said it who I liked better.
If you're basing it on
you just said Kamala.
Did you
you
not?
literally just said Kamala. You rather have run the country than Trump. Is that what you said? Is it not?
You just said it was a joke, right? Did you not?
Oh, it's not a joke. Okay, so I'm asking you a serious question. Who would? No, sweet. I'm asking a serious question. Who would you rather have right now, if you had the ability to have Trump or Kamala lead the country? If you had that power, who would you choose?
I didn't vote, and I don't. Once again, I just said I don't know the policy, so I can't make.
Okay, so you know what? You shouldn't be voting right now until you understand the policies, and you shouldn't be weighing in on any of this. Okay. What I would recommend to you is to go look into these things and go really look into them, because what you're fighting against is the benefit of America. And this is what we're getting frustrated. We're seeing people like you that don't know shit from Shinola fighting against progress. And it's fucking infuriating because I'm sick of it. America has lost touch with reality over the Biden administration. This whole bullshit with gender ideology is part of that loss of objective reality. We're over it. It's done. It's going to be phased out. It's not sustainable. And so, yes,
Okay, well,
I am
I don't
glad that
think
Trump's
that
president, but
guys
as soon as Trump gets out of office, it'll be J.D. Vance or Tulsi Gabbard or Mark Rubio. Those are the three front runners I see. And we'll continue on with MAGA type policies because they work for America, whether you like it or not. MAGA is what's best for America right now, by far. There's no other options that's viable. So, anyways, that's my say. You can have the last word, sweet. And by the way, I will give you this. You have balls of fucking steel, even though you're female. You have balls of goddamn steel to come in here and at least put forth your view, and I respect that. I really do. I'm not bullshitting you on that. I do respect that. Go ahead.
The thing I was saying is, yeah, like it was my bad for like even like going further instead of just saying like, you know, like I don't know the policy, so I'm not going to talk about it, which is probably what I should have said.
That's fine. I respect that. No, I respect it, man. I do. I respect you. I do, and I hope you start doing more of these things and asking questions because
but
that's
still,
that.
And even when I was naming the policies, it was more in like, if I'm not correct,
No, I get that. No, I get that. You're hedging. It's called hedging. Yeah.
But also.
But learn them. Learn the policies. Learn. Hang on, sweet. Learn why illegal immigration is so harmful. Because the people that come across the border, they're not just the average person wanting a better life. The vast majority of them come here because they commit crimes in our country, and even the ones that don't, they don't assimilate. They don't become part of America. They have their own little microcosms, and this is what forms in what's called sanctuary cities. And the problem is that these sanctuary cities are things like San Francisco and Boston and Chicago, and those cities have become shitholes. Sweet, I live near one. I live near a sanctuary city. It's
I know, but what do you mean they don't become a part of America?
Why don't they? Because they don't assimilate.
What do you mean by that?
I'm sorry, what?
What do you mean by they don't become a part of America?
They don't assimilate into American culture. They bring over their culture from Mexico, and then they keep their culture rather than assimilating into the melting pot that's America.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Do you know what the great melting pot is? Don't they teach civics any longer? Ever heard that term, the great melting pot?
I mean, I've heard of it, but
yeah. Well, there you go. This is the problem with our educational system. They don't teach this shit any longer, and it's pissing me the fuck off because
I'm sure they do teach it, but I've also forgotten.
No, they really honestly don't. They have corrupted American history so badly it's ridiculous. But the melting pot, the great melting pot, was the belief that people that can come to our country through legal processes will become American, and all Americans are equal. We're not Mexican, Canada, England, whatever. We're not any of those. We're Americans first. Then we have ties historically to other countries. But the people that come here illegally, they have ties back to their home country, but they don't have ties to America because they're not Americans. Their country is still Mexico. They're Mexican citizens. Their allegiance is to Mexico. Do you understand this? I'm not faulting them for it. I'm not even condemning them for it, although I should. But it is a fact. They're Mexican citizens coming to our country illegally. They don't become American citizens by doing so. So they don't assimilate into our great melting pot.
Well, I just don't understand what's so bad about.
Because you don't understand what it's like to be an American, then.
Culture, no.
Because you don't understand America. You don't.
I don't understand America.
You don't.
What is
understanding
America?
You didn't understand what the great melting pot is. The great melting pot is that everybody comes in and blends together in this homogenous, Americanized civilization that we call America. That's America. We're homogenized because of that, and the way we do that is by realizing we're all Americans first. We don't give a shit whether you're black, white, where you're from, your culture, your religion, and then individually you're allowed to participate in those things, to be prideful of them or to be a part of them. But you're still an American first. That's what the pride of being American is. That you live in the greatest goddamn country in the world. They have freedoms here that you have nowhere else. I have been all over the world. I'm telling you, there's shit you can do in America that you cannot do in other countries. And if you think I'm kidding, go try to do what Johnny Somali is doing over in South Korea and see how well that works for you. If you don't know who Johnny Somali is, look him up.
I know who he is. Why would anybody do that? He's
because he has the same mentality, and I don't mean I don't want to be pejorative.
okay. No,
But he had the same, but he has the same mindset though. He can go over to another country and do whatever the hell he wants because he thinks another country has the same rules.
That's okay. That's not the same mentality. Okay, comparing a random man who wants to go to Japan and then antagonize Asian people for no reason and say a
It's
bunch
pretty
of
stupid, right?
Yes. How that has nothing to do with
because what went through his mind? What I want you to think about his
that reminds me of MAGA, if anything.
Well, but put yourself in his shoes for a sec, right? You're Johnny Somali. What the hell would possess you to go to another country and do what he did? And the only explanation, I'll give my explanation of what I think it is, and then you do it from what you put yourself in his brain. And what was he thinking?
Okay, I think that he was just doing it for views, and also because he's like, there's like a certain part where I genuinely can't comprehend other than views and him just being a stupid person, and maybe even just not like.
I don't think it's very important to be that, but if he wants views, he can get views over here. He doesn't have to go to another country, and he got minimal amount of views.
He's a bad person. I don't know how.
So he had a terrible game plan is for views. Here's what I think happened. Here's what I think happened, sweet.
You know how much stupid things people do for views?
Yeah, but they're not. Yeah, but he's not getting anywhere near the views that's worth it. He's getting like 5 people watching.
Actually, he has been getting views because if somebody brings up Johnny Somali, there's like
okay, fair enough. But even still, is it worth going to spend 5 to 10 more years in prison there? Because that's what he's looking at.
No, he's stupid. That's the thing. People do stupid things for views.
He's stupid, but don't you think his brain should have said, hey, I'm going to a foreign country. I don't have the same protections by going over there, because that's what he does not realizing. I've listened to him. He's actually said, I'm an American. They'll give me a fine or something, and I'll be able to go back to the States. When he first started doing this, he literally thought that his First Amendment, Fifth Amendment, and Fourth Amendment protections covered him in another country. I deep down believe that he somehow believed this.
No, he's stupid. Yeah, he's stupid. I don't know.
Right, no, I agree that you're stupid, but do you agree that that makes more sense if he actually believed this for some stupid reason? It makes sense, though. It may not be right, but it makes sense, though.
What makes sense?
That in his mind, when he went over there, he was thinking to himself, I have First, Fourth, and Fifth Amendment protections, because obviously he didn't bring a firearm, so the Second Amendment doesn't apply. Third Amendment doesn't apply because we're not at war.
Thought that, unless he's stupid.
But he probably thought, you don't think that he thought that?
Well, I mean, well, I don't know.
Probably. Yeah, I think he did. Sense, what do you think? Do you think that he thought that? You have your hand up.
So I don't know this person, but I was going to make it.
He's an idiot. He is an idiot. We all agree. Sweet and I will agree. He's an idiot. Yeah, that's true. He is not a smart guy. But go ahead. Does somebody else want to weigh in? Can I?
Oh no, yeah. If you don't want to change the topic,
you can change it in a second. Just anybody wants.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that. Look, I just think that that's probably what it was his mindset, because again, it goes back to being appreciative of living in America. Because I'm telling you, when you start going to other countries, you would want to come back to America. Like I think it was in Europe, the 2 girls renounced their UK citizenship to go over to join the ISIS, and then when they realized they were just going to be sex slaves over there, they're like, we want to come back, and they said, too late. Because you don't appreciate what you have.
That's right. They lost their citizenship.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. All right. Real quick, I got some new speakers in here. I do got to wrap this up. Sense, do you want to change the topic before we wrap up here soon, and then I'll get 2 more people in and go?
I mean, just to talk about social and emotional learning, because I think.
It's so and
1 sec. Let me take care of this real quick. Okay. Go ahead. Continue.
Yeah, you've been flooded.
That's okay. I got power. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I mean, so my understanding, obviously, in American schools is that children are being taught to center feelings and narratives, to try to put themselves in the shoes of the people who are actually in this sort of story that's being told. And that is how they're teaching, for example, history or English and other things.
It's called standpoint theory.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, it has a name. I know.
Yeah.
I know exactly
Okay.
what it is. Yeah.
And
There's different types of sample. Yeah. Okay, one sec. By the way, I'm sorry, I didn't catch who that was. Who was that? So I can kick them out. I'm sorry. Since
yikes, that was
yikes.
right.
Thank you. I got you. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Okay, fixed. Okay, moving on.
Yeah. So what I wanted to say is, I think the underlying assumption behind
Dude, you
Go ahead.
you do.
I'm going to be wrapping up.
the
in a minute,
underlying,
so.
the underlying assumption is that.
God damn! I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let me just. I don't know how. I don't know how to keep getting back. Oh, I see. Because I got to remove my speakers first. Okay, go ahead. Now you should be good.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So having explained those like narratives and explained like, oh, this person's been victimized or whatever, and that person was the aggressor, the assumption is that all of the children will associate with the victim in that narrative. And let's remember, the other thing that's going on here is that facts aren't being prioritized here. So you're centering values, you're centering a set of sort of fundamental values that the teacher wants to instill in that child. However,
which can be a little bit dangerous, though. I mean, when you have teacher, I don't know what happened to your mic, but what happened, when teachers start telling students that they're going to transition them without parents' knowledge, I don't know why parent would ever want to have that kind of ideology. And I'm sorry, but gender ideology is
primed to be this sort of like values driven, but actually associated more with.
Since you keep cutting out, and it's not me, I'm not doing anything to your mic, I promise. But you keep cutting out. Do you guys hear it?
No, I don't. But I don't think it's correct to say gender ideology is
well,
bad.
Yeah, you won't. But I'm telling you, it's horrifyingly bad. Gender ideology is
not as
an
a whole.
affront.
No, it's not.
Well,
maybe certain aspects that people have
all
done
of it, 100%.
maybe somewhat correlate with it, but not all of it.
Yeah,
definitely not.
I tell you what. Look back in 20 years, you're gonna have a different opinion. Who that? You got your hands up. Who that? Go ahead.
I would recommend also going into a couple of different spaces and just listening to what people are saying.
Highly recommend.
Because you can learn a lot just from listening to two people go back and forth about whatever the topic. It doesn't even matter what the topic is.
I do that all the time. I love listening. I'll just put it on the background and listen. Yeah.
I've learned a lot about what other people's thoughts are from both sides of different issues, just listening to a space and not actually speaking or saying anything.
Same.
So that can be helpful. But one other thing that I did want to add in terms of the gender stuff, I would say maybe when you want to revisit that with someone who is on the opposite side, who disagrees with you, I would say take their concerns seriously. Especially when it comes to things like males being in female change rooms and rape crisis centers and prisons and all of that stuff.
Oh, that's a good one right there too, by the way.
Mostly,
Huda, go ahead and finish that, because I think that's important about the rape crisis centers when they had transgender males forcing themselves in positions to give therapy or to be in sessions with rape victims. I think that's horrifying. I think that is absolutely evil.
I am not even saying this like as someone trying to be really negative, but I've been through that kind of trauma before. And I can tell you from experience that the last person that I would want to be speaking to about a crime like that would be a male of any kind.
I agree.
I don't care what kind of male he is. I don't care if he thinks he's a woman. I don't care if he's gay.
100%.
I don't care if he's straight.
And this
Just
is it.
no. It's absolutely no. And I feel like it sort of goes along with the issue with the restrooms and the locker rooms. No, those are vulnerable places where only females should be.
And
that's even if somebody has had surgery, even if they've taken, hormones, puberty blockers, the whole 9 yards, it doesn't matter. Womanhood is not a prize for men or anyone else to try and earn their way into. You can't earn your way into womanhood. You either are a woman or you're not. It's really that's just how it is.
And by manhood's the same way, by the way. It works both ways.
Yes, yes.
Absolutely. But here's I can put myself mentally in your position and say, if I was that and I had this happen to me, would I want to talk to a man? I'd be like, fuck no. So this is what I think that people are lacking is empathy. The ability to put yourself in somebody else's situations, because they don't want to put themselves in the situation of that athlete who worked her entire life to be the best in her profession, her sport, to have some mediocre male pretend he's a female in order to win against her and the rest to get trophies and scholarships. That is so goddamn unfair. It's ridiculous. It's beyond unfair.
It's that, but then it's also two other things. One is there seems to be this misunderstanding that other people can give consent for me. If I don't want a man in my change room,
correct.
There can be 20 women in the room and 18 of them say, "Oh, it's fine, we don't care," and two of them say no.
Correct.
Well, the no's have it.
Now, I will say this. Look, if there's two women in the bathroom and a guy's got to pee and they both agree, go ahead and pee. I don't give a shit about that. That's fine, right? I really don't care. Think about that. If two women are in the bathroom and a guy's really got to go pee, and two women say go pee in here, I couldn't give a flying fuck because women do it all the time. Women would always go to the men's restroom, but again,
right? But I don't think.
Let me finish. That's when the woman's outside the door, and that's just again exemptions. But like example, a man who comes in to do the janitorial stuff, he's still a man. He's going to go in there. He has a purpose, right? But he's going to close it off, and he's not going to allow women to use it while he's in there. Why?
Well,
because we understand there's this reason why men do not go into women's spaces. So as somebody goes in to clean the bathroom as a janitor, they close that space down to women. Why do they do that? Because women need that protection. And I'm sorry, but that's
but also, the other thing that I was going to say though is that women are socialized from when we're young that we should just be kind and be worried about other people's feelings. And that's fine to a certain extent. But when it comes to certain things, as I said, issues like the prisons and the rape crisis
100%,
centers,
100%.
and even breastfeeding services, believe it or not, because that has happened.
Any man who wants to breastfeed is a fucking freak to me. I cannot deal with it.
That's sick.
It is so that has to be a sexual fetish. I don't know what else reality that would be. I'm sorry,
Steve.
I don't.
The entire ideology is a fetish.
And again, what's so funny? I'll give you some ground on this, Heather. I would say that 99% of it probably is. I like to have some hope, and maybe I'm wrong on this, Heather. If I am wrong,
the entire thing is based on a lie. But the entire ideology is based on a lie.
But
the entire ideology is driven by fetishistic men, and especially billionaire fetishistic men.
Oh, that agree.
That are pushing this shit.
That I agree. That I agree. No, she's right on that. Heather is absolutely right. There's a massive amount of very wealthy people that are pushing this ideology top down. Absolutely.
So are we it's like you guys are seeing these like really just crazy things that like
it's true though. This is not conspiracy though. This is true.
Yes, no, duh, it's true. But the thing is, you guys are acting as if it's all. This is like just all of trans people, or it's just just
Do
a
you
bunch.
know? Do you know
like,
how many trans people existed when I was in your age? None. And don't
dude,
say they were
trans
hiding.
people
No.
existed.
They did not
Trans people
exist.
existed.
They had
Okay,
transsexuals.
then how did, dude?
They had transsexuals and transvestites. And if you ever go watch a movie called the Rocky
What's
Horror
a
Picture
transsexual
Show.
do?
No, hang on.
What's a
Go
transsexual
hang on.
do?
Go watch Rocky Horror Picture Show. It was a movie that defined my generation. I used to go watch it at midnight many times and dance with it. Starring Tim Curry as a sweet transvestite. We all loved it. This was the 80s.
Okay, no. What's a transsexual to you? What is that?
According to you, a transsexual is a man who wants to live his life as a woman.
I'm
But that
pretty
used to be
sure
called
that was just-
transsexual.
No, I'm pretty sure that was just a term that they used like back in like the 50s or whatever.
Yeah,
because
it meant
that was how it first came out. But I'm pretty sure that it was not.
there was nobody. No,
biological
there was nobody that believed that they were an actual woman. Not a single man did, and there was never a factor, never. And we know now that I don't think. I'm not even convinced there are men that believe.
Okay, so
it.
then what was a transsexual, or who you're referring to back then?
No one is trans.
I don't know. Again, I
Yes,
don't know what
there is
transgender
people
even
who are
means
trans.
anymore.
How are you
Sweet.
gonna tell somebody nobody is trans? Do you?
Because Heather's making.
No one is trans because no transition takes place.
Yeah, there's
because
nothing
men cannot turn to women and women cannot turn to men, regardless of how many hormones they digest or how many surgeries that they have.
But Heather,
it does not change anything.
But hang on. But if you call, for example, a cross-dresser, a man who is a man who's attracted to women but wants to wear female clothes, sweet, would you call them transsexual? I mean, transgender.
A person who, okay, so say that one more time. Sorry.
A man who cross-dresses, who likes to wear women's clothing, but is attracted to women, would you call them a transgender? Oh, trans woman.
No, because they're cross-dressing. You just said they're a cross-dresser.
So, okay, but what's the difference?
Because they don't identify.
So they don't identify. So, but as soon as they say, as soon as a cross-dresser says, "I am now a woman," now they're a trans woman.
And they experience gender dysphoria. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Gender dysphoria doesn't exist either.
Hang
yes,
on.
it does.
Well, hang on.
No, it doesn't.
Hang on.
It's actually. You have to understand.
That's why they.
I'm gonna give you some information. You have to understand how things get put into the DSM-5. It is by ecumenical vote, not by actual evidentiary basis.
Yeah.
So there is no evidentiary basis in this for this particular quote unquote diagnosis because there's no clinical diagnostic criteria for it.
I'm 100% agreeing with you, Heather, but I want.
I'm addressing this to Sweet, not you. Because there is no diagnostic criteria and it is quote unquote self-diagnosed. The people who come into their psychological offices and tell their therapist that they have gender dysphoria, they're deciding for themselves that they have it, and then the psychologist is just supposed to affirm it. That's not an actual diagnosis, and that's not how things work in terms of having mental illness.
But that's why. But hang on. But that's why it's called gender affirming care suite, because all you do is go to a therapist, you say I'm a different gender, and they have to affirm that. There's no diagnostic test. There's no standard for what's considered to be gender dysphoria. I'm not going to go so far that I say that gender dysphoria doesn't exist, as far as somebody who might have normal growing pains and might experience, who are gay, who might think they might be somehow female, that might exist to some minor degree. But as a whole, I am going to give this one to Heather, that as an adult, I don't know what the fuck transgender even means anymore, because you, Sweet, has said a transgender is anybody who identifies as it. Then when I say, okay, I'm a cross-dresser, but now I identify as a woman, now you threw in this gender dysphoria. You keep on moving the fucking goalpost. So I don't know where the goalpost ends. What is a transgender then? Go ahead, Sweet. I want you to answer that. What is transgender? Go ahead, Sweet. Because you said before, just somebody who has identified. So if I identify as a woman, I'm transgender only if I suffer gender dysphoria, which is no objective way to measure.
Yes, it is. If you look up gender dysphoria right now, it tells you it's something like where somebody feels like they were.
Oh, so how they feel, that's not objective. That's subjective by definition. By definition, how you feel is subjective.
Oh, okay, so is depression not a real thing because it's how they
You can,
feel? Like, what?
but you can clinically diagnose depression by a person who's
Because
lost
of how
interest
they
in
feel.
things.
No, because of how
But
they feel.
there's an objective measure to be had, because I can say this person life quality has gone down. They don't leave their house. They sleep all the time.
Yes, and your life and
So there's
gender
something. There's something we can look at. So what is it we can look at about transgender to say they're
okay,
trans?
gender dysphoria can lead to stuff like that as well, but also it can affect people's way of life too.
But you just said that most of them don't have gender dysphoria. You just said they want to live
But
their
I
life as a
never
man.
said what do you mean? I never said most of them didn't
Oh.
have gender dysphoria. I said
Oh,
that's
okay. So now it is meant from a person who identifies as a man to somebody who has gender dysphoria. But gender dysphoria does not make them trans. It just makes them confused.
well, no, that's something.
The entry in the DSM-5 for gender dysphoria is entirely premised on the existence of a gender identity, which there is no evidentiary basis for.
Correct.
It does not exist.
Now look.
So you can't create something out of thin air and say this is a pathology based on something that does not exist.
Exactly.
There's no evidence for.
I can
You can
talk
look
about
it was.
What do you mean no evidence? It's literally
There's no
how
evidence
people-
because we don't
There's
know what
no
we're looking
evidence.
for. It's all
There's no
self-diagnosed.
measurable, detectable evidence of a gender identity.
It's literally how they feel. What do you mean?
No. You're confused
No,
here, sweet.
that's called indoctrination. People are telling we have activist teachers currently in schools right now who are telling 5-year-old children that little Timmy must feel like little Susie because the teacher determined that for herself or himself. And so little Timmy must abide by the teacher or he might get punished. And so he must play the act of little Susie.
Or your hate
and we
speech.
can't tell mommy and daddy because mommy and daddy won't like it very much. And they might, and then little Timmy will lose his ability. Little Timmy will lose his ability to live with his mommy and daddy because the states have gone cuckoos and and also California, my home state.
Oh yeah, me too. Yeah, but Colorado's passed
also,
already. Yeah, me too.
Besides this point, I wanted to mention earlier too regarding this whole children thing. There was not too long ago. It was, I want to say it was probably late 2023, early 2024. I don't remember the exact date. Young family based in Montana. Okay. They had a 13-year-old girl who, for attention-seeking purposes, decided to yell out that she thought she was a boy. She's very precocious, this young girl. And I cannot.
She was under
yes,
anesthesia?
I cannot remember. Huh?
She was talking
No.
about, okay, there was one that did it under anesthesia, and they thought
No.
that was her true will, and they transed her. Yeah.
No, she's just a young girl. She was at home. It was her father, biological father, plus a stepmother. And the reason her mother was not in the picture was because her mother was abusive, and that led to the divorce of her actual parents. Anyway, it was this whole ideology was firmly against the religious beliefs of her parents, of this young girl's parents, and they basically paid no mind to it, and also told the little, I can't remember the young girl's name, unfortunately, but told her, that this is not going to be allowed in their house, etc. CPS were called. And in Montana, according to Montana's laws, Montana does not allow the whole, GAC, gender affirming care, which is a load of nonsense. All these harming surgeries and hormones, treatments, whatever, for children, especially, for minors. And whether or not for adults, that's another matter. But for minors, no. And so they were trying to get, as like an emergency situation for the daughter, a bed in a psych ward so she can be evaluated. This is per CPS. And while they were waiting, there was supposed to be a bed that was waiting in Billings, Montana to be available. And they put her instead to Wyoming, which Wyoming allows the whole transition shit, quote unquote transition shit. And while she was in Wyoming, they transferred her to her mother, who now lives in Canada, and gave her custody. They dropped the parents' custody, her father and the stepmother's custody, and gave her to her abusive mother in Canada, where now she'll be trans.
I remember the story. I don't know her name either, but I do know what you're talking about because she went over to Canada.
Yeah, and I was trying to look for it earlier. The last name of the family starts with a K, but it's escaping me right now. But in any case, this young girl ended up being trafficked basically across the border of the US into Canada, because Canada obviously allows this shit, but her mother lives in Canada. And so now she'll be harmed this way.
How scary is that this 5-year-old child is not going to know what it's like to have a normal woman?
No, she was 13.
13,
not 5.
Whatever, 13. She's still not going to be an adult woman. She's not going to know what it's like. She's going to be forever and irrevocably changed because of a gross ideology that has
and all of it was just to be like defiant
society.
With her parents, and it wasn't even like she legitimately thought this way or anything. She just wanted to like stick her nose to her parents, because you know how all teenagers like to rebel.
Right.
And so this is just a teenage rebellion sort of thing.
It's scary as shit
and now
what ideology does. It's scary.
Yes, and now she's being subjected to all this shit based on an ideology, and she has to be subjected to other forms of abuse from her biological mother, who was originally, and that's the reason they were estranged, is because of the abuse.
Heather, did you ever watch the video where Nancy Mace was talking on stage, and there was this trans
Yes, I did see that, and I freaking love it.
You saw when they snap back to their male personas, right? You
yes,
saw that
of
moment.
course. Oh yeah.
Right. And so,
well, yeah,
exactly, yeah. And so I do think that 99. Again, I'm not. I don't want to like say 100 just right off the bat, and I could be wrong, but I'm agreeing.
It's 100, Steve.
But hang on. But do you accept
biologically speaking? Biologically speaking, no one transitions. Biologically speaking, men can't turn into women.
100%.
And women
100%,
cannot turn into men.
100%. But Heather, I want you.
No, you can't.
Hang on. No, you can't. Hang on, Heather. I want you to answer this though. Do you at least think it's possible for a person to honestly believe that there's something they're not? And I do believe this to be the case, because I've seen people believe. Again, my thing is epistemology, right? I write a blog on knowledge and beliefs, so I have a little bit of understanding when it comes to belief formation. There are people that mentally are unwell, that are insane even, that could actually believe they are in fact
I
the
believe that they could believe this. However,
it's very rare if it exists. And to date,
however, it's a result of indoctrination from this ideology, not because they genuinely think or are confused by their body.
I'll grant you that. Even by fiat, I'll grant you that. But that there's a difference between a sincerely held belief and people that are cosplaying. And I have not yet met I have not met a single solitary trans person who I can say I'm convinced actually believes they are the opposite sex. Not one. Not one.
It's clear.
Sweet, I've had literally 3 transgender co-hosts. 3. And I don't believe for a second they believe what they believe, because every one of them was dishonest as fuck.
Exactly. I told you that. No, like.
You accept the fact that that trans people. Let's go with Heather's. Let's go with her framing that all trans people are literally just cosplaying. Then
they're all lying. They're starting on a lie. The entire ideology is premised on a lie that you can change your sex.
Okay,
which you can't. It's actually impossible.
Right.
There is actually an impossibility in this world, and that's changing sex, at least in humans.
So Sweet. What's the difference between a man who cross-dresses and a man who claims he's a transgender, when both of them know they're not women and both want to just effectively live their life?
Trans women are women.
No, stop. I'm telling you, Sweet. I have to go. But Sweet, until you get rid of your ontological contradiction, you're never going to be a critical thinker. You lack the ability to be a critical thinker when you start off with a contradiction. Saying a trans woman is a woman is a mimetic mind virus that has affected society, which is no different than saying 2 + 2 = 5. Because I want to change. I want to make 2 to mean something it's not. I want 5 to mean 4. Therefore, 2 + 2, it equals 4, but that really means 5 because 5 equal to 4. That's exactly what you're doing. 100%. And until you understand that, I'm just telling you, Sweet, you will never, ever, ever be taken seriously as a critical thinker by anybody that's worth their respect. Because the only people that buy into this critical bullshit, this critical gender theory, and this critical ideology theory are the ones that are somehow profiting from it, or are trying to push their views so they can get their own way, and the vast majority of them are men that are doing it. and women are just going along with it for whatever fucked up reason I'll never understand. But Heather is right. Heather is exactly right when it comes to the fact that most of the time they don't even know what the hell a transgender woman even is. And to say that a trans woman is a woman is just a lie. It's a fabrication. It's bullshit. It needs to stop. People are no longer going to accept it. I won't accept it. It's a bullshit lie. And so you can believe that, sweet, but you're never going to convince rational people that 2 + 2 = 5. If you're not going to convince me, somebody who has taken the time to read about logic, to read about philosophy, to read about all these things that Heather has talked about, and convince me that a man is a woman no matter how hard he believes it. A woman is a female that has the ability to produce large gametes, period. Whether they do or not is irrelevant. Those are called accidental properties. But a woman has the potentiality from conception to produce a large gamete. That's a woman, that's a female, that's it. And so I'm going to leave it with that because there's nothing else to be said on the matter. I'm not going to be gaslit, and I don't think Heather wants to be gaslit any longer into this bullshit that trans women are women. I'm done with it. They're not. But I'm going to give you guys the last word. Go ahead. Then I do got to go. I got 5 minutes to wrap up. Sweet, do you want the last word or Heather? Okay. Anyways, I definitely got to get going, guys. Heather, have last words. Sweet, thank you. You're welcome to follow
I
me.
was muted there for a second. Sorry.
Heather, I think I'm following you, aren't I? Yeah.
You're not following me, but I am following you. I have been following you for years.
All right, I am following you back
I've
now.
actually I was following you since your non sequitur days on YouTube. I was subscribed to that channel for years.
And we had a pretty good show. We had a good show until, you know, who decided to lie to everybody about it, steal all the money, right? We had a good show.
Yeah.
You know, and by the way, I do have a show back. You know that, right?
What's that?
I do have non sequitur back. I just don't do anything with it, but I do occasionally a show on it.
Oh, okay.
So, anyways, go ahead.
I haven't subscribed to your personal channel on YouTube because I didn't even know it existed. I only was aware of the non sequitur, so now I will go and I'll follow you.
Yeah, I'm live on that
there.
channel now.
Anyhow, I will say that I am going to pick a bone with you, Steve, because it is, you know, that this is a lie, right? That this whole ideology, it's premised on a lie.
Yes.
That humans can't change sex. It's a bogus claim.
100%.
And we shouldn't, just like how because you're an atheist, I'm an atheist, just like how when religious person,
I've never been an atheist.
Well, agnostic, whatever.
Okay.
It does. You're not a pursuant of a religious person.
Correct.
Right. Correct. You're not a religious person, and you don't play party to religious claims.
Correct.
Just like those where you can dismiss them because they are not based on evidence or any sort of reality, we can dismiss these claims based on, you know, with the gender nonsense. So any man who comes out in public and claims that he's a woman is bullshit, and I can dismiss his claim outright without having to prove it. We don't have to go through 100%. These ridiculous.
Right, but the difference is a religious person can hold their religious belief, and a man can believe what he wants. He can say he's a woman all he wants. He's free to do it. But as society, we need to start pushing back more and saying, no, you're not.
Well, I don't.
Okay, but it is a belief system, and I chalk it up as a cult because it very much requires the rest of society who are not members.
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
To demand and adhere to the beliefs of the ideology, even when you don't believe in it.
Do you know what convinced me as a cult, Heather? Real quick, do you know what convinced me as a cult? Is when they started to tell kids that if your parents don't accept you as trans, to separate from them. That's a cult. To distance themselves. That's
is part of it, yes. But you know what also does? What also is a cult? When they demand fealty to the ideology, even from non-members. And if if you deviate from any of their narratives, it is ostracization. It is basically you get shunned from society, canceled, fired, whatever.
How many times have I been canceled over this shit? Oh my God, I lost track. I was vilified. Also, when I dared to speak out against men in sports, I got vilified for it.
So as you said earlier, you made a comment regarding narrative. And you know how they put the narrative that trans women are women, blah, blah, blah. And when you use the ideology's terms, their jargon, that identifies basically to other cult members that you're also a believing member. Just so you know that.
Not necessarily.
Like if you're,
I made it very clear that, for example,
like for example, if I were to talk about a Scientologist and use the Scientologist terminology that, and as if I were one,
well, yeah, but
it signifies to believing Scientologists that I also believe in their ideology.
Yeah, I don't believe in any of their bullshit. So what's the point?
My point is, it's a signifier. It's kind of like how when people virtue signal that they believe in something, when they spout the jargons, they spout the talking points. Trans women are women.
But
I'm getting to a point.
I don't know where
You're essentially doing the same thing when you use she, her for any male.
Yeah.
When you know it's a lie, you're committing a lie.
And I completely disagree. Hang on. I want to put my rebuttal out there. When somebody calls a drag queen a she, people know she's not a fucking real she. It's just a.
They also know that when you call a man a she.
But you do realize that if I call a drag queen a queen, she's not a real queen, right? You realize a drag queen. They're not a real queen, right?
But
the same
these
thing.
men.
Come on. You know what?
Not the drag queens,
Heather,
but the men who try and parade that they are women and who want you to say that they're women and who try to invade our spaces because they think that they're women.
We all agree upon that.
You're only perpetuating the idea that they're women when you call them she, her.
But they're not women. We know they're not women.
Okay, but they...
Well, that's something they have to deal with. Again, calling a drag queen a queen doesn't perpetuate shit. Calling a drag queen she doesn't perpetuate
access to our spaces.
We can disagree.
It perpetuates this lie.
A drag queen is not trying to get into your spaces.
If I say the earth is flat and I go around talking about how the earth is flat, am I perpetuating flat earth ideology? Or do I really believe that the earth is a sphere?
A drag queen.
Because that's essentially what you're doing when you say a woman is or when you call a man a she. You're perpetuating the lie. Because you're using...
All right.
How do you not...
I disagree, okay? I can't get a goddamn word in edgewise. So thank you, Heather. I disagree with you because, again, they're individual things. Saying that a drag queen is a she, nobody gives a flying fuck. Nobody should give a flying fuck. If you're going to be equality across the board and have freedom of speech, grow the fuck up and deal with these things. I don't give a shit whether you're female or male. Just stop giving a shit whether I call a drag queen a she or not. It's irrelevant. It doesn't add to anything. If you want to believe it, that's fine. We'll disagree on that note. But let's stick with the big things. Like we all agree, men do not belong in sports, in women's sports. Men do not belong in women's spaces. But I'm not going to be petted by a friend of mine who, if I want to call them a she or he, I don't care. I don't care. It's not. You're not going to get anywhere around that. I've heard your argument, Heather. You've heard my rebuttal. We're not going to get anywhere on that, and we're just going to leave it at that. So let's leave it on the things that we do agree upon, which is Sweet's ideology has got to go. It's as simple as that. So anyways, guys, I got to go. I appreciate it very much, but I'm dying here, and I've been trying to go get food, and I haven't been able to because I keep on saying I'm going to end it, and I don't. So guys, thank you for watching. Heather, thank you for being part of this. Sweet, thank you very much. And those listeners on YouTube, if you got any questions, please feel free to leave them. However, I will let you know that I have been deleting and blocking people for coming at me sideways. Don't fucking do it. Just be civil. You can say I'm stupid or an idiot. I don't give a shit. That's all just words. But you start saying that I'm a Nazi and I'm Jewish. Yeah, I'm gonna take that a little bit offensively. If you want to hate on Trump, that's fine. But it's not gonna. I don't give a shit. I'm not gonna respond to you. Talk about policies. But here's the thing. Most of you that are leaving comments on videos are getting basic facts right. You're not getting basic facts about the situations right. This is why I keep going back. Let's talk about the facts. I don't give a fuck about your opinions. I don't give a fuck about your feelings. Give me some facts and let's talk about that. Does that sound good? I don't think that's much to ask for. Because when I do these streams, I want to go by things we can objectively evaluate. And I want to thank Heather for doing a great job at that, okay? I'm going to unmute, but thank you, Heather. I'm not trying to cut you off, but I just...
But I'm also not referring to drag queens. I was referring to the men who actually legitimately claim that they're women.
But they're not women. We know they're not women.
Okay, but they don't.
Well, they do. The ones I associate with, they all know they're not actually women. Every one of them.
I feel like it's,
Yeah, okay, but they want to look like it and they want to invade our spaces.
No,
I
they don't
feel
want to
like
invade your spaces. They want to look like one, but they're allowed to do that. That's America.
Robert
unfortunately.
White, also known as Blair White, invades our spaces. He's done it on video.
Who?
So that's
Who?
Blair White, who you refer to as Blair White.
Oh, well,
yeah,
I'm
he's
against
on
Blair White doing
video
it.
invading the women's room.
Yeah, well, I'm against that. So
Yes.
we're on the same page.
But
there.
clearly he's not, and that's my point.
I wouldn't mind peeing
Sweet.
next to Blair White. I mean,
Well, I wouldn't either, but Blair White should be peeing in the men's room.
well,
He's a man. He's an intact man, and I don't want him in my spaces.
I agree with you.
Period. I don't care what the fuck he looks like.
I
I
agree
don't
with you.
care if she comes in here. So I mean, it's agree to disagree.
No, none of that. That's not an agree to disagree. Agree to disagree is on
No,
personalized
'cause
things.
you
and individual
can't-
stuff. We're talking about
Okay,
you're making policies for society, sweet, and that cannot happen.
Well, so
Sweet.
So is
You can't give consent on my behalf.
Correct.
If I say no, you can't go in the space.
Just like Heather can't give consent to me, or how I interact with an individual person. No offense, Heather has no say over, but she does have a say on who enters her spaces, as well she should.
I'm not saying that you can't use the language. What I'm saying, I'm pointing out the hypocrisy when you use it, because it does perpetuate the lie.
Well, I think
you're perpetuating the lie.
But here's
No,
there's not a lie there, Heather, because I'm able to converse with a eclectic. You saw my non sequitur show. I have to deal with a lot of different people, and if I make a minor concession to call somebody that I know very well she, in order to get them to come on the channel, have productive dialogue, that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. I think it's minor. I don't think it has any effect on anything. You can, but I have to teach individually, because that's what I do online. I talk to people. I'm a conversationalist. So if I was to start saying to the people that are friends of mine that are trans, using the the pronoun that you want me to use for them, they're probably going to not be as amenable to having conversations. And to me, it's about the conversation. It's a small sacrifice. But anyways, I got to go. I am ending this. If you have any other comments, leave them on my Twitter, leave them on my YouTube. Thanks a lot, guys. Good night, and I will see you next time. I'm out.